92 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get that work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
CJ gets the snap. CJ fires over the middle, and he's got his man across the 10-5, cutting inside. Dell breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Houston. Tank Dell with the TD catch and run off the arm of CJ Stroud.
Pena drills one high and deep to left field. The kid from Rhode Island just puts one out of the stadium at Fenway. And the Astros have double figures. It's 10-0.
Hanging slider.
Yeah, man, it was a hell of a weekend here in Houston. That was nice. Here in Houston and in Boston on behalf of Houston. Yeah, it was a great weekend.
There was a lot of hospitality by an otherwise grumpy area of the country.
It's very nice of them. They accommodated the Astros very well, allowing them to score 23 runs over 3 games. That was really good, man. Good weekend. Hope you all had a great weekend. It's great to be with you here on a Monday, a Reaction Monday, we'll call it today, because we do have a lot to react to. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne. How are you, my friend? How was your week? Was your weekend as good as the Astros and the Texans?
It was
weekend?
good. I got a little overwhelmed this weekend because there was football everywhere. And I was, trying to digest the all 22 of the Texans while also taking in the first quarter or just the first couple series of a lot of these preseason games. And it was nice. It was nice to have everything back.
It was fun, man. It was fun.
Also kudos to the Yankees, who right now we're not trying to win the league or anything. The Yankees knocked off the Rangers several times.
Yeah, that was good. Several times.
It was so the Northeast was good to the Astros this week.
Big time. Yep, they're in Florida to take on Tampa for a few games. We'll get to them. Texans and Steelers on Friday. You heard that Tank Dell touchdown coming in. There's a lot to get to unpack from that game. There was a night practice last night. A lot of friendly faces back at that one. Laramie Tunsil back in uniform. Joe Mixon back. Christian Harris was back for a little while. Yeah, for a little bit.
And then he walked off with the assistance of a trainer.
Wasn't.
I'm trying not to panic about Christian Harris, but I'm panicking a little bit. A little bit of pee. I'd pee about 3 milliliters an hour, just kind of just nervous about Christian Harris.
Okay,
yeah.
That was a lot of detail. Let's dig into the game. 20-12, the Texans beat the Steelers on Friday night. Here was DeMeco Ryans after the game. The big thing that got people excited is what you heard bumping in here. Great to see Tank Dell get into the end zone. Great to see C.J. Stroud throw him a touchdown pass. Here was DeMeco Ryans on what we saw from the first team.
I think both our units went out and made plays. Offensively, we were efficient. Loved C.J. to Tank. That connection, making a big play for us. Tank getting in the end zone. Happy to just see him back. We lost Tank last year to the injury, and you see why we missed him, right? He's a big play threat every time he's on the field. So I was excited to see that connection, make a big play for us. And defensively, seeing Daniil step up and get after the quarterback is why we got him here, right? To get after the quarterback, and that's what he showed in his limited snaps. But he did a really great job of getting after the quarterback, being disruptive up front. Like, that's what we expected. So excited to see what Daniil did as well.
Okay, so the two freaks of nature on the team, the guys who are most physically freaks of nature, and who are at opposite ends of the spectrum, Tank Dell and Daniil Hunter. It's kind of like a prize poodle and a prize Great Dane. You're like, wow, they're both so impressive, but just in much different ways. It doesn't look humanly possible that they're even the same species. What the hell is this? So it really jumped out. The best part about Daniil Hunter is this. I think on that screen, which ended up, being kind of a nice play for the Bears, it's a screen where the offensive line is kind of trying to let the defensive line win, but you can't let them win too well.
Not that fast.
Yeah, and because he's got such a big radius, he almost really screwed up Justin Fields' day on that, because he just encompasses so much volume in space. That was really cool. And then at Daniil Hunter's sack, likewise, that was, he just ran the hoop. You know, that poor number 74 for the Steelers was left in that zone of like, what am I going to do here? I can't block you right on a screen.
It was crazy.
I can't block you right properly. And Danielle Hunter was just a machine out there. The other thing, Tank Dell, that was beautiful, and I think a little bit of an offshoot of what happens when you have so many receiving threats on the field is that some guys in coverage, their minds turn to mush, and they start looking at like, oh, what's my threat underneath? Oh gosh, there goes Tank Dell behind me.
Yeah.
Their ability to carve up zone is going to be interesting this year. It's not. I mean, there's still some issues on the offensive line. There's big issues in the run game. They have yet to really run the ball well in the first quarter, and how much of that is Dameon Pierce? How much of that is the offensive line? It's a lot bit of both, I think. So Tank Dell on the punt return. You and I haven't talked about this yet. Tank Dell had a really nice punt return. Then at the end, former Houston Texans player, and I'm guessing former Australian after this because I don't think they'll allow him back in Australia.
Right.
Like you're representing your country by hitting Tank Dell out of bounds.
Tank Dell, great American, out of bounds.
That's your big, like, I'm a tough guy. I used to play Aussie rules football.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I feel like in Aussie rules football they might take you out and dunk you in a river.
Frown upon that.
After something like that. Yeah, just a dirty hit on a tiny guy out of bounds. But it did raise the question, all right, how do we feel about Tank Dell returning punts?
I've got a feeling on that. Look, I was advocating for Tank Dell returning kicks in this new kickoff world that we live in, which, by the way, still sucks. This new kickoff sucks. I don't like it at all.
I felt better about it after this weekend.
Did you? I'm just not a fan.
I felt like there were better moments.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. But to answer your question, do you remember back in 2016 when the Texans would use Will Fuller as like a break glass in case of emergency punt returner? Like at certain times. And he won a game for them early in his rookie year against the Titans with a punt return. I could see them doing that with Tank, where like maybe not in the first or second quarter, but if it's the third quarter, fourth quarter, they're down 7, other teams punting to them. You know, Tank's clearly got a different gear than other people at everything football-wise.
Yeah.
So I could see them using him like that, and I wouldn't mind it. That was really cool to see. I would anticipate that not as many teams are going to be as stupid as the Steelers and drill him out of bounds during a real game like they did.
Right,
you know?
right. Yeah, I mean, and yet it's always the thing with Tank. It's that, all right, on goal line there when he breaks his leg, it's not going to happen every time, but when it does happen, he's do
you like it?
I like it. Yeah, I like it. I think, honestly, you put the ball in the hands of your playmakers as much as possible.
Dude, yeah.
And there's – they're gonna. I'm not worried at all about like how do guys get their touches, but there's a lot of athletic ability out there.
Yeah.
Now Tank Dell on his touchdown. I didn't even talk about that. No. Tank Dell on his touchdown. That's the moment there where look, the offense wasn't looking all that hot, kind of disjointed, but at any given moment, you're going to have moments like that. And CJ was able to hit Tank Dell in stride on time. Didn't need brilliant pass protection. He just needed the play to play out the way they wanted the play to play out. That was really nice to see. And then if you add to that the fact that, Cade Stover's receptions. You watch Cade run, he doesn't have like a George Kittle level of athleticism, but as long as he knows where to go and as long as he's running his routes well, the Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz are going to be outlets on this when teams are worried about all that other receiving talent.
Yeah, dude, Cade, there was an evening practice last night, as we mentioned a little earlier in the open here. Cade was getting snaps with the ones, and he was piecing last night, man.
Yeah,
got behind the defense on a play for a long touchdown, had a crosser over the middle where he, like DeAndre Hopkins style, just snared it, plucked it. I mean, Cade Stover's garden variety 4th-round pick with this team.
I think I've seen progress with his blocking. He's still got some issues. I mean, and part of it is, everything that Dameon Pierce has talked about with how hard this offense is because it's such a big playbook. And there's so many checks before the snap at the line of scrimmage that you got to figure out. So they've got Cade back there playing fullback at times, H-back, tight end, all those things. you can see the hesitancy at times. But on the plays where he knows what he's doing for sure, I think he's doing some good things.
Yeah.
It's just all that mental stuff that you got to clean up, and that'll be a year-long process.
We'll get to the Astros in the next segment because they deserve a little more than the couple minutes we have left here. What did you think of the defense on Friday?
I thought the should have been a touchdown by Kyle Allen. That was obvious mental error, miscommunication.
Like the Three Stooges. Three guys ran into each other.
Well, two guys jumped out. I was wondering, I was getting all ready to explain that on the goal line, there's no such thing as an illegal pick, that it's all, hey, rub routes are illegal right on the goal line. Those wide receivers can pretty much do whatever they want. And then you go back and watch it, and you're like, oh, they didn't even have to do it. This was just two defensive backs pouncing on the outside receiver when one of them, they were either supposed to switch or stay man the whole way.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if the starters had made that mistake, I'd be really, really nervous. But I can excuse that because otherwise it was a good play in terms of putting some heat on the quarterback.
Yeah. There are a lot of chunk plays, it felt like, for the Steelers. What did you think? The Steeler people were really excited about Justin Fields, and I guess the numbers look good. What did you think?
That one article that said that Justin Fields showed that he had what it took. I thought it was exactly what Justin Fields has always been since he's gotten to the NFL, is yes, he can make the really nice plays and throws. It's not just, I think every time Justin Fields makes a nice throw, people are like, there you go. He's the guy. I'm like, no, it's a matter of how consistently you do it.
Yep.
And I can't excuse the fumbled snaps. You know, there's a guy that has struggled whenever they've asked him to operate like an NFL quarterback and play under center and do all those other things. Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator up there, it loves the play action, is going to need the quarterback under center. I think Russell Wilson won the starting job just by the bobbled snaps alone. That was it was some ugly stuff he put out there.
Wow, so you think just by not being out there, Russell Wilson, like that Friday was good for him, huh?
He's not gonna be the source of 4 turnovers in a game as often as Justin Fields.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
But I don't think anybody in Pittsburgh should get excited about either of their quarterbacks.
No.
I thought it was a good debut for Davis Mills being. I just kept thinking, like, man, you probably wouldn't have to. Maybe, I don't know if the Texans would have relinquished Davis Mills, but he's clearly worth more in a trade right now than Justin Fields' conditional 7th or 6th round pick or whatever they gave up for him.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're off and running. A reaction Monday. Texans win on Friday against the Steelers. We got a lot to get into from that game. Practice last night. We'll do a sort of a stock up, stock down on the Texans at 7 o'clock. Got a lot of acknowledgement today. Let's dig into the Astros next. Good weekend. Great weekend for the Astros. There's a trend with the Astros that has me feeling very confident if they do indeed make the postseason, and we will get to that coming up next. But first, Berkeley Eye Center. Berkeley Eye Center right now, I want to tell you about that.
Center.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Really good weekend in Boston. As Seth pointed out earlier, Boston was uncharacteristically hospitable to outsiders from the South on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, capped off by a 10-2 win yesterday. The one thing, we'll get into some of the individual performances because Yordan Alvarez and Alex Bregman just, completely ruined the Red Sox over the weekend. Ooh. I think the big thing for me, Seth, like going into this weekend, like, okay, this is a team that the Astros, who are, by the way, still in a virtual tie for first place in the American League West. So they're, in a way, they're just as much a wild card team as the Seattle Mariners are right now. If you look at the standings, they just don't show up there because they're leading the division literally by a percentage point. That's it. So I'm, the worst case scenario is you still got to treat them like a wild card team. And coming into the weekend, the Red Sox were a game and a half out of the last wild card spot. The Astros were 4 games out. Well, they've flipped that now. They swept them, so they're a half game up on the Red Sox now. So that was good news. And as I just got thinking about the Astros over the last few weeks, really maybe even going back to the Baltimore series in late June, that's where the season really flipped for them, and they started to that led them into the month of July, which was easily their best month of the thing that gives me confidence with this Astros team, an Astros team that's been wildly inconsistent this year, is that they've actually still played pretty well of late, over the last month and a half or so against good teams.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Which is, that's how they've been in previous years, but this year they've been losing to mediocre and bad teams much more than in years past. But they still, when Baltimore was in town, and it's a huge series for the Astros, and they're teetering on the brink of being knocked out of the race, what do? They sweep them. The Dodgers come to town. They take 2 out of 3, including a huge comeback win on Saturday that weekend. Man, they need to win some games against the Mariners. They take 2 out of 3. They need to win these games against Boston because it's starting to be nut-cutting time here. It's going to be September before we know it. They go up there, and they don't just sweep them. They annihilate the Red Sox, over the weekend. So that's the thing for me with the Astros. That's what was great to see. Okay, there's September and October Bregman. You know what I mean? Yordan's, he's great in every month, but he's especially great in Fenway Park.
He's especially great when he plays left field every day, as it's been of late. And that's one of the huge questions. This will be one of the fascinating developments over the remainder of the season. Is there's going to be times where, man, Yordan's out there in left field every day, because no matter how bad he is as a left fielder, and I know, he's better than people expected, but he's still not a good left fielder. The way he's been hitting the ball, especially this last 5 games, it's just, that's the trade-off you want. But there's going to be times where Espada is going to have to swap out Chas McCormick. Needs to be in left field late in the game. Yeah. It's going to be dicey. So I feel much, much better over the last 5 games, and yet they're still in a very precarious situation. They haven't lost since DeZenzo came up.
He's the key.
Yeah, that's the key. But I think the biggest thing is Bregman, Altuve, and Yordan are 25 for 60 in that stretch. Bregman's got 5 extra base hits. Yordan's got 5 home runs. They're getting everything you want out of those guys right now, which is that's like the easiest thing in baseball. If you want to be a great team, your great players got to play great, at least most of the time.
Yeah.
Obviously, you need your role players to step up here and there, but if Bregman can keep this up, this is good. It's got that good feeling all over it.
It's huge because Yordan's going to hit. Yordan has an argument to be as the best hitter on the planet. He's at his best. He's that good. Dude, the numbers for these two this weekend, in the 3 games, Yordan's OPS in those 3 games was almost 2,300. Bregman's was almost 2,000. And Yordan in Fenway Park, if he played for the Red Sox, holy smokes, the numbers he would put up with the pesky pole down the right field line and with the green monster staring him right in the face when he decides to go oppo. Holy cow.
Rafael Devers, after one of the games, I guess, had said that, his interpreter, after Devers gave his quote, Callis told this story yesterday, was he said, the interpreter said that Yordan's one of the best players in baseball. And I guess It sounds like he knows his English well enough to be like, no. I said the best hitter in baseball. Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm not giving obvious takes over here. I'm giving hot takes, interpreter.
Now Devers has to go and check and see if his interpreter is into gambling. How much can I trust you SOB?
Right.
Why are all these baseball interpreters going rogue all the time? My God.
Yeah, that guy ruined it. Otani's guy ruined it for all the interpreters.
Devers on Saturday when Devers struck out on Saturday. He's fun to watch, man. He stood at the plate and angrily started taking his gloves off. He's just disgusted with himself.
That's good. Arrighetti is a big story this weekend. Ocho texting, good morning, guys. Did I miss the Spencer Arrighetti is the new Garrett Cole segment? No, you're here for it now, Ocho.
That's right.
Spencer Arrighetti's been amazing the last really like since the All-Star break. I won't say amazing since the All-Star break. These last two starts have been incredible. The first rookie in American League history with 12-plus strikeouts in back-to-back starts.
He's one of these guys, I think, where you and I have differed a little bit on a couple things. I think I've been more skeptical of the Astros pitching analytics and coaching staff to be as good as they once were at just absolutely capturing the most out of these guys. And yet, Arrighetti has been a great look at what they've been able to do. Hunter Brown, even though the big change came with Alex Bregman's advice. You got to credit the entire organization, I think, for bringing Hunter Brown the way they have. But whereas you've been more, I realized what it was. I think I've been more bullish on Arrighetti, and you've also been a known JP France hater. I think it's you're an anti-European, which I can appreciate. So JP France by his name being France and Arrighetti by having
France.
An obviously. Frankly, I'm surprised.
I'm a xenophobe. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm surprised that you're into Caratini as much as you are. He's from Puerto Rico, but I think he's got an Italian grandfather.
Like all these guys. What are you talking about?
You hate the Euros, which is cool. That's fine. That's fine.
No, I hate the ones that were playing our American basketball team over the weekend, but I don't hate the ones that are on the Astros. I like them.
I think the Italian women's volleyball beat the U.S. also.
Really?
Making
Bastards.
a surge.
Yeah.
Blanco's another story. Blanco's gone 4 games without going 6 innings. He in his last start, he surpassed his career high for innings pitched in a year. That's the one where, man, it feels it's tenuous. He's teetering. We gotta pull him back to the light and not fall off into the darkness.
We haven't done a circle of trust in a while. We're not going to do one right now. Maybe we'll do one in sometime this week. But if we were doing the circle of trust right now, Seth, Arrighetti, Ronel Blanco, are they in this?
If I had to make the decision,
if you had to make the decision on either of them, and if they're both out, who's closer to being in right now, Arrighetti or Ronel Blanco?
This feels like a weird kind of King Solomon trial somehow. I got to go with Arrighetti.
Yeah, Arrighetti right now. Yeah, I think so too. Blanco's Blanco's starting to leak oil a little bit. The wheels they're not off, but they're a little wobbly right now.
It's not that I don't trust him as. It's weird. I still think of him as like a 24-year-old because he's relatively new to starting.
Yeah.
But it's a usage thing. If they can manage him fighting through however he's feeling right now, by they've been spacing his work out a bit, and they can do that more now. I still think there's a good chance he pulls through and fights through whatever he's going through.
It's gonna be interesting, man. Spencer Arrighetti making it interesting. We haven't mentioned. Man, this was probably the best weekend the Astros have had in a while. They sweep the Red Sox in super convincing fashion, and then Justin Verlander had a nice solid start at Sugarland on Saturday through 52 pitches. 52 pitches in 3 innings is it's a little high, but only 1 run, couple of hits. 3 strikeouts, topped out at nearly 96 miles an hour. Like
That's what we were looking for.
I would have signed up for that.
Velo, right?
Velo, baby.
We were like, all right, does he have his velo?
And he did.
If he has it, or is he going to have to go the Zach Greinke route and become a junk ball dude late in his career?
How about,
he's still got his speed.
How about, what was the Red Sox players? It's Scott, Dominic, what's the first baseman, I think, who was pitching in I don't know if you stuck around for watching the 9th inning where the Red Sox.
I quit.
Yeah.
I had yard work to do. I told Brandy around the 7. Whenever they're huge, the Red Sox bullpen, once they got to the bullpen, once the starter goes out with a strained calf, and the Red Sox bullpen has been the worst bullpen in the league over the last month. So
it was so bad. No, dude, they put Dominic Smith. They put a position player in the ninth inning.
Yeah.
He was throwing stuff that made Greinke look like Nolan Ryan. Like he threw, and the funny thing is, Seth, they have the velo on the graphics right there of every pitch. Like his first pitch, 47 miles per hour.
That's hard to hit if you're not used to it.
He got out of the inning. He got a double. Like he didn't give up any runs. He got a little trafficky, but then he got a double play to get out of the inning.
I'm always amazed by how finely tuned Major League Baseball hitters are, that just seeing a bad pitcher sometimes screws them up. It's like our supply chain during COVID. You're like, we've got this immaculate supply chain. Everything is just-in-time manufacturing. You throw a little virus and some masks into the equation, everybody's like, no toilet paper for anybody.
Nobody's getting anything. Yeah.
You go from being the most advanced economy that ever was to like, you can't. You got to wipe your butt with your bare hand. Sorry about it.
Wiping your butt with leaves. Yeah. Dude, he was throwing some junk up there. He was throwing like 48 mile an hour. Just, I don't even know what to call them. They're like just lob pitches out there. And then out of nowhere, he humps it up to 79 miles an hour, and the crowd goes, whoa!
I don't know what was going on with the Yankees yesterday, except that they had a huge lead. They relinquished it. And I'm guessing this is where you got to be thankful for Minute Maid Park.
Yeah.
The Yankees have had a couple double headers in the last few days. They got to some inning. They had a reliever pitch like 50 pitches as he was getting shelled. And I think they're bereft of relievers.
Yes.
They just had to leave him out there and sweat it out.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You got to take one for the team. So good weekend for the Astros. As far as the Texans go, we'll get into headlines. We'll get into stock up, stock down for the Texans at the top of the hour. I would say, Seth, the two biggest, I guess I'll say bubble guys now, right? Like neither of these guys they're far from guaranteed to make the team. I think one's on a bigger bubble than the other. But it wasn't a great night for Dameon Pierce or John Mechie on Friday.
Yeah, Dameon Pierce, we're stuck back in that old conundrum of, look, the blocking is not ideal out there. Chris Reed, the right guard that was filling in for Tank. Shaq Mason, sorry. I have my fun first names. I mix those up. Hold on. I retract my ding. There.
Dameon Pierce.
Dameon Pierce, the tough thing with zone blocking is that sometimes it doesn't look like there's a clear place to go. Go back and watch some of Arian Foster's great runs, and the blocking is good, but he's squeezing through a narrow window. And I think that Dameon just doesn't feel this offense the same way a lot of good running backs do in this system. And yet also there were issues with the blocking. So you got a two-headed monster there. I think to get the most out of Dameon Pierce, it's going to have to be with Dameon Pierce packages. It's going to have to be when you can just run old school man blocking schemes and what have you. But I don't know what your other options are outside of Joe Mixon. Cam Akers has done some really good. I'm trying to figure out what Cam Akers' Achilles tendons are like. So for those of you who don't know, Cam Akers, the running back that the Texans signed right before camp, he's torn both Achilles tendons. It's a notoriously difficult injury for a running back to come back from one Achilles tendon, and yet he seems both prone to Achilles tendon tears, yet incredibly able to come back from them quickly.
Yeah.
So I decided his Achilles tendons are made out of salamander tails. I think that just as a salamander, you can cut off its tail and it'll grow right back. That's what his Achilles tendons are. They're very easy to sever, but they grow back quickly.
Salamander tails are to Achilles surgeries what cadaver elbows are to Tommy John surgery. That's what you're telling me right now?
Yeah, he can grow it his own. He's part Wolverine, part Samuel L. Jackson in Unbreakable.
There you go.
Yeah, like it's almost like if Samuel L. Jackson would get injured all the time, but also then heal very quickly.
He, Cam Akers at the practice last night was getting some reps with the C.J. Stroud unit out there. So he's, that's what I've been looking for this camp. I'm like, all right, Cam Akers has shown some things. Jawar Jordan has shown some things. All right, let's see him run with the first group and see what it looks like.
Yeah, I think, too, that same thing's kind of happening with the receivers, where a lot of these guys like Johnny Johnson or Steven Sims or other guys are showing some flashes. And John Mechie is, he's not taking that next step.
No.
And I think they're giving him the benefit of the doubt. And obviously he has huge This is where you got to be like very sterile when you're emotional, yeah, we're all pulling for him, and yet for what he can provide for the team this year, we really haven't seen it outside of some glimpses in the individual periods in 7-on-7.
He was out there. Mechie was out there with Tim Boyle last night at the practice. So I think to me, that's how you can start to maybe decipher where guys are in the pecking orders. Like, what quarterback are they out there with, Because they're doing a lot of mixing and matching.
When John Harris said during the broadcast that Tim Boyle described himself as a gunslinger, I feel like that's a classic. Like, if you've heard it, sometimes you've got a core part of your identity that might be the worst part of your identity, and you don't want to relinquish it. Yeah. I feel like maybe if you're at this stage of your career, maybe you let go of that a little bit. Game manager isn't a dirty word when you're making $2 million a year. Yeah. Okay, so just I don't know. I don't know about
gunslinger? Sean Pendergast described himself as shredded. Like, what?
I'm one of those guys that can just eat whatever I want, Meanwhile, you snorting off your way down the hallway.
Right. Why are you breathing so heavy doing radio? Yeah. All right, headlines. We'll dig back into that Steelers game. What the Texans accomplish on the road for a week. News surrounding the Astros and the biggest trade that hasn't happened yet in the NFL. We have more news with that from over the weekend. We'll get into all that in headlines, and we'll do that coming up next. But first, West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. You heard me talking earlier about the original West Point.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get into it. Headlines: Texans beat the Steelers in their second preseason game, the Texans' second preseason game. It was the Steelers' first game, and it kind of looked that way in the first half. The Steelers looked like the sloppier and rustier of the two teams. The Texans had been on the road until they got home on Saturday. They've been. D'Amico Ryans said following Friday night's game, they were excited to get home.
We're ready to get back home. We've been on the road long enough, so I know you guys are ready to get back home as well. But we're excited to get back home, see our families.
We'll dig deeper into the stuff from the game on Friday, the performances, who's ascending, who's maybe descending, who's on the bubble. We'll get into that at 7 o'clock. They practiced last night, and I would say, Seth, the Texans did. They had their evening practice last night in front of a full house and a line down the street to get in. Man, those of y'all are the real ones, the ones standing there in 98-degree heat down Merworth and around the corner to get into Texans practice. It is wild to see just the fervor for this team right now. It's really cool to see. Probably the biggest thing last night, Seth, was that Laramie Tunsil was back at practice. Yeah. And unlike Joe Mixon, who was back at practice, Laramie was actually out there doing 11-on-11 stuff. Titus did not practice. Blake Fisher, right tackle with the first team. So I think that's a substantial development. Just like, okay, he is the swing tackle right now.
There's they'd had Broker out there, who's more of a guard than a tackle. He can play both, but Broker, for what you're hoping for, I think probably did as much as you can expect. But Blake Fisher is just a different level of athleticism, and you can see the potential there with with Fisher. But he still needs seasoning. He still needs to keep working through this. But I think he's improved over the course of the last 3 weeks. It's just a matter of how much. He's not George Fant right now. Fant is your swing tackle. And remember, George Fant looked atrocious during training camp.
He did.
He looked really, really bad.
Yep.
But without George Fant as your swing tackle last year, I don't think the Texans make the playoffs. So that you need Fisher. You've got two injury-prone offensive tackles. You need Fisher to hopefully just keep coming along. They played him longer than they did Kenyon Green in the game the other night. He's getting his reps, and he's doing some good things. He's just got to get rid of some of the little wrinkles that rookies always have.
I think it's safe to say, though, maybe not safe to say because you still got 2 more preseason games left and a lot of practices. But like if week 1 was tomorrow and Titus Howard couldn't play, Blake Fisher would be your starting right tackle, I would imagine, right now.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And you work through it.
Yeah.
He's going to have some bad snaps. I think Cody Stutes said he looks good versus every pass rusher who's not Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson. So it's it's all now. And the other part of that is the Texans know that if they have him out there versus the very best edge rushers in a game, they're going to give him some extra help. And CJ's going to be well aware of it too.
Yep.
You manipulate the protections and everything else. I'm more concerned. I'm not concerned about the pass protection because with all of their offensive line issues last year, they still actually did a relatively good job protecting the passer through all of those other things. But the run game, I mean, if you want to be a genuinely elite offense, you got to be able to have plays where at any given time there's one defensive lineman. You got to get rid of these plays where one defensive lineman is completely free into the backfield.
Yes. Yeah, man. You got Precious Cargo back there playing quarterback, man. You got to protect him.
But it's the run game. I'm not worried about C.J. Stroud. I'm worried about the run game. I'm worried about you're not because people say, well, yeah, they're going to face a lot of light boxes. Yeah, they did last year too, and they couldn't run the ball.
Yeah.
So you've got to be able to capitalize on those loosened up boxes that you see when you've got all this receiving talent out there.
Did you get a chance to watch, focus in on Kenyon Green in this game?
Yeah, and I think they did some really good things at times. I do think that the cohesion is coming along, but there's also times where it shows up very poorly. So they just got to iron it out. I think you're seeing progress. It's just we're kind of like I am with Kyle Tucker right now. All right, positive signs are good.
Yeah.
But we're burning daylight here. You know?
For sure. Okay, well, let's get to that. Let's circle over to the Astros. We talked plenty in the previous segment about the sweep of the Red Sox this weekend. The Bats woke up on the road, as they tend to do with this team. Kyle Tucker might be getting close to running the bases, so we'll see. Are we still at the stage where we don't believe anything that they're saying about Kyle Tucker, Seth? Is that where we still are?
I'm not. It's not that I don't. This is the problem. I think that the nature of the injury, as you know, Chandler Rome consulted 4 orthopedic surgeons who all talked about this, is that it's impossible to really project how it doesn't have a standard recovery time.
Yeah.
And it's not uncommon for people to have 4 months of issues with this. Yeah, I just wish. It's like all you ever hear is positive reports out of the Astros. So yeah, I don't really take any the positive, all the positive.
Right. I'll believe it when they give him a rehab assignment in Sugar Land or Corpus Christi. Like that's when it gets real. Now Justin Verlander did have a rehab assignment on Saturday. First of what's going to be probably a couple that he will have there. Pretty good one. 3 nice innings for Justin Verlander. Gave up a run, struck out 3 guys, threw 52 pitches, topped out at 96 on the gun. Here's Justin Verlander on how he felt on Saturday.
Physically, he felt good. Was able to kind of step on a few fastballs there at the end. Checked all the boxes I needed to. Today was just about going out there and being able to compete and have everything physically feel good. So that was a box checked. Tomorrow, same thing. Just make sure I recover well, and I don't anticipate anything weird. The neck thing when it happened, it was an acute thing. I felt it when it happened. It wasn't like a delayed onset type of thing. So I don't anticipate there being any setbacks or anything tomorrow.
Just so people know, Justin Verlander was not doing that media session in front of a crowd of Astros fans cheering each of his answers, because that's what it sounds like. They were showing.
Oh yeah, it did work out that way, didn't it?
They were showing highlights from the game. It did. Like he's like, I felt really good afterwards.
It was an acute condition, not a lingering chronic situation.
They were showing him strike guys out at Consolation Field.
It is.
And that was the crowd cheering, yeah.
It's funny with pitchers, or I guess in sports in general, that, acute always sounds worse, except that no, you hope it's acute. It's something that you get an injury and then you recover from it instead of this ongoing battle.
Yep. So good news with Justin Verlander. Hey, real quick, the NFL, the Brandon Ayuk trade that was all but done to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now the more toward Brandon Ayuk, I guess, staying with San Francisco. They've reopened talks, and the news coming out over the weekend, Seth, was that the trade that would have sent Brandon Ayuk to Cleveland, this would have been a blockbuster. Amari Cooper, a 2 and a 5, second-round pick and a fifth-round pick for Brandon Ayuk, and Brandon Ayuk kiboshed that he didn't want to go to Cleveland.
And it would have been perfect for the 49ers because, when you trade a player this time of year, the trouble is, okay, you get draft picks, but great, what do we do with them? They don't help us this season.
Yep.
They would have gotten a very steady and reliable receiver with lots of experience in a West Coast system that can literally do well on the West Coast.
Yeah. Are you surprised that it's looking like Ayuk back to the Niners this thing could take 5 more.
No, I'm not. Nothing surprises me. I tell you what, these so-called newsbreakers who were throwing it out there that it was all but a certainty that he was going to the Steelers. They got to recognize they're going to start. They're messing with gamblers now. There are a lot of people that are laying down futures bets on Brandon Ayuk going to the Steelers. This is like a goal. This is like somebody kicking it into the wrong goal in South America or something. Man. You better watch your back when you're out at the local pub. Yeah. People get angry about this stuff when you start messing with their paychecks.
I know as well as anybody. They're my people. I know how angry they get.
I'm one of you people now.
No,
because last night I sent you my wager slip of me betting on Kamari Lassiter being Defensive Rookie of the Year. And I was like, so is Lassiter out there? Is Lassiter at practice?
No.
He said no. And I was like, oh!
No.
$800 I'm depending on coming for my $20 bet at the end of the year.
40 to 1, huh? 40 to 1.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you. That's good.
I feel like I'm looking down the list of all these potential candidates. I feel like Kool-Aid McKinstry is up there just because of his name.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys. And Leatu Letu is, I think, the leader right now.
Yeah.
He's the pass rusher the Colts drafted. I like Kamari Lassiter's chances.
I do too, man. He's going to, hey, Stingley's on the other side. Lassiter's going to get plenty of action.
And rookies, that's what happens to rookies. They get tested in those first couple years.
Yeah, man.
The great defensive backs rarely have a boatload of interceptions after their first couple years. They get tested their first couple years and they feast, and then after that, teams stop testing them.
Yep, take under 3.5 interceptions for Stingley, and thank me later. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so who got the big performances in this weekend with their stock up? Who was stock down this weekend as well? We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20. Ooh, man, we've got an acknowledgement from the Luke Combs concert that we've got to get to from a very famous face here in town from over the weekend. We'll do that at 7:20. A reminder, our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Prize Picks is what I want to talk about with you guys right now. And Prize Picks, man, football season is here.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do a little stock up, stock down. Winners and losers from the Texans this weekend following their 20-12 win over the Steelers. A lot of good performances. A lot of performances that are going to impact some decisions here pretty soon. Here's D'Amico Ryans on what he saw from the first-team offense and first-team defense in the snaps they played on Friday.
I think both our units went out and made plays. Offensively, we were efficient. Loved CJ, the Tank, that connection, making a big play for us. Tank getting in the end zone. Happy to just see him back. We lost Tank last year to the injury, and you see why we missed him, right? He's a big play threat every time he's on the field. So I was excited to see that connection make a big play for us. And defensively, seeing Daniil step up and get after the quarterback is why we got him here, right, to get after the quarterback, and that's what he showed in his limited snaps. But he did a really great job of getting after the quarterback, being disruptive up front. Like, that's what we expected. So excited to see what Daniil did as well.
All right, Seth, which freak would you like to start with first, Tank Dell or Daniil Hunter?
Daniil Hunter is the freak of nature that I'm most excited about, just because I was already excited about Tank Dell. We've seen him moving around. We've seen that he's completely recovered from all of his various medical issues, I think. And Daniil Hunter, it's like it takes a special human being to screw up a screen as a defense. That was like a split screen where they had two options on it, and some of the offensive linemen were moving out towards the screen, but the offensive tackle was supposed to block Daniil Hunter, or at least if you'll let him win, but not let him win so fast. And he made it very, very uncomfortable for Justin Fields in that moment. And then the sack was just purely like, all right, you can't leave the right tackle alone versus Daniil Hunter. He just ran around him like he was a fence post.
Yeah.
And then Justin Fields, I feel like Justin Fields left his testicles on the field after that play. He went down with like a swipe of the wrist.
Yeah.
That was or a flick of the wrist.
Yeah.
That was like a Yordan Alvarez home run.
Yes.
Where it doesn't even look like he swung the bat and it goes 450 feet.
Yeah.
Justin Fields went down like a sack of potatoes because Daniil Hunter laid his hands on him.
Yep.
It was like it was ordained by God or something.
This is how you know Minnesota as a state is completely like off the grid. When you're playing up there, you're toiling in anonymity. Daniil Hunter has been a very respected player in the NFL for a long time, I think, within NFL circles. That he's this freaky and he doesn't get the attention, and because he's got the numbers to back up the freakiness. You know what I mean? It's not like he's been some guy that is this specimen who you go, well, someday he's going to get double-digit sacks, like Clowney. Or no, like he's been averaging double-digit sacks every year for as long as he's been in the league. He had 16.5 last year and damn near led the league in sacks. And it's just like now you're like, I don't think the requisite level of attention for someone who's got just this level of pop. You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
it's really cool to see him out there on the field. And there's no Will Anderson out there.
Yep.
So now, and the other guys too. Just we'll get to the Tank in 3 seconds. Jerry Hughes showed up in that game. Like the defensive tackles, Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi, Sean. I'll do a YouTube breakdown of this later. It's one of my most favorite plays I've ever seen out of two defensive tackles. On one of those stuffs up the middle, it might have looked like a jumble of humanity, but they just absolutely destroyed the blocking on one of those plays. And the defensive line is coming along. Tank Dell, I think, his touchdown was the exact thing that you hope to happen when you have so many receiving threats on the field all at once.
It's wide open spaces.
He was wide open. Like, it puts people into a bind, and like defenders' brains turn to liquid and run out their ears because you've got a really good receiver crossing the field in front of you, and yet you're in zone, and Tank Dell is hitting that void in the zone, and C.J. Stroud's hitting him right on time and in rhythm with a perfect pass. And then because he's got room to run, Tank Dell gets a touchdown out of something that maybe should have gotten stopped at like the 10, but he breaks a face mask and another attempted tackle. That was really fun to see because otherwise the offense had been kind of disjointed up to that point.
Yeah. I mean, one big play like that gets you feeling good about it. And Tank had a 22-yard punt return that helped set up that touch. Just like a Tank Dell sequence right there. Tank chatted with Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network on the field after the game and said it felt good to be back.
250 days since you last played in a live game. 250 long days right back in the end zone. How did that feel?
It felt great, man. I want to give all the glory to God, just to come out here, healthy, feeling good, man. Like you said, 250 days since I stepped on the field and played in the NFL game. So I'm just excited, I'm happy, and I'm thankful.
Were you not going to go down, because you got hit there before you got in the end zone? Were you thinking you're not going down?
Nah, I wasn't going down. I had to get back in there, man. It felt good getting back in there. I had to.
Yeah, so that was Tank. Felt good to get into the end zone. Here was C.J. Stroud. Felt good to have Tank back in the lineup with him.
Yeah, he's tough, man. He's just he's resilient. You can't deny it. Just pure, just one God-given talent, but also just like hard work. You can see, the work that he puts in day out, and I think every time he touches field, you see it, and it's put on display. So, I think it's just a start for him, and he's going to continue to grow, and it's amazing to get one of my best friends back on the field.
Yeah, that was cool to see, man. You're right, dude. Tank, and we'll talk about this and acknowledge me, but Stefon Diggs, it was really cool to see Stefon Diggs. If you watch the All-22, as soon as Tank catches the ball, Diggs has his arms up like this. He's like Rocky at the top of the steps at the museum.
Yeah, that was, and also too the other. Since I know a lot of people probably saw this, the footage from the broadcast where Stefon Diggs was talking to C.J. Stroud on the sideline.
Yeah.
And many people chose to interpret that as Stefon Diggs being a problem already.
Yeah.
I don't, man. I saw that as just Stefon Diggs talking about what he's going to do in certain situations, like the actual shop talk that goes on the sideline.
Yeah.
But I can understand somebody from Buffalo looking at that and interpreting it as the worst. It was, you could do a lip reading on it, or not a lip reading, but one of those fake lip readings and make it look really bad.
Yeah.
I honestly, I tried to remove all the filters and just watch it, and I think it was exactly what you actually want out of Stefon Diggs.
100%.
And what we've seen from all training camp is him getting very animated and passionate, talking about nuts and bolts football.
Yeah, it's. I think it's just how he communicates. So we'll get to that. That might be a stock down, but still. So Tank, great to see him back making plays. Danielle Hunter is going to be a terror this year. So a couple other ones, Seth, that I think are going to impact some battles here in certain position groups. I think a lot like the Hall of Fame game, if you look at Cam Akers' box score, you go, all right. He had 9 touches for 41 yards, 3 catches, 6 carries. Nothing killer if you just look at the box score. And yet, if you watch the game, and it was the reaction to it after the game, doing the postgame was the same as what I'm about to say among Texan fans is like it seems like there's just more there with Cam Akers than not just Dameon Pierce, but the other guys that are getting the football right now.
Yeah, and a lot of that just boils down to the stuff that's harder to pin exactly, other than to say he's just got better vision.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be your number one guy. He's had 2 Achilles tendon tears. You got to be careful in what you can expect from him and how much you use him, I think. But he had something there. I think with Dameon Pierce, Dameon just might not be a good zone blocking runner. And I'll make partial excuses in that the blocking was not pristine for him at all. And yet, some of the plays that were real negatives still probably should have been 3 or 4 yard gains. There's still an element of like, all right, no, there's that window, take it. You might have to beat a linebacker in the hole, but that's what good running backs do. He's not decisively taking those opportunities.
Yeah.
So I think there's opportunities for him in certain Dameon Pierce packages and what have you. But more than anything, they really need Joe Mixon, who was out there at practice yesterday, looked healthy by your reports and others. So I'm not feeling great about Dameon Pierce right now.
Yeah, no, and we're going to do stock down here in a minute. Spoiler alert, Damien's on the list. The wide receiver position is very interesting. There's a stock down there as well, but Robert Woods will not go down without a fight when it comes to his spot on this team. He had 4 catches. He was kind of like what Xavier Hutchinson was in the Hall of Fame game, like those are 2 guys that are fighting for a spot right now, and Xavier Hutchinson in that Hall of Fame game was right where he needed to be on every play. He had 6 targets and 5 catches. Robert Woods had 4 catches for 42 yards, had a big conversion on a 3rd and 15 where Davis Mills kind of had to navigate a little traffic, and it was a nice catch and run, dove for the sticks, set up Dario Gumbawale's touchdown.
Yeah.
So,
it's I think it's Woods has that thing again, kind of like with Cam Akers, where there's a reliability there, and not with Cam Akers, but just an indefinable part of it that you got to remember, that when it comes to the regular season, your resume matters.
Yeah.
And that, man, sometimes being a safety blanket, it's used derisively at times, but no, that's a good thing to have somebody that's just exactly what he's always been. His man, he's exactly where the quarterback expects him to be, and is gonna, and the quarterback can let go of it whether he's well covered or not. It's hard to make some decisions in this receiver.
It is, man. The receiver room and the running back room. I think the defensive tackle room is going to have some interesting decisions to be made.
Yeah.
As far as one more, I'll call it stock up only because he was the only guy that I could notice out there that got this sort of treatment in the game. Ali Gay, the former LSU defensive end. You know, you're watching early in the game, and we know Will Anderson didn't play in the game, so they're going with they're mixing and matching a defensive end, and you go, okay, who's this number 90 out here? Well, it's Ali Gay, and he's a big, long athlete, not super bulky, but just kind of, you know, for a defensive end, kind of skinny, but big and long and athletic. And so he's out there in the first quarter like, oh, good for him. And then you look in the second quarter, and he's still out there. In the third quarter and the fourth quarter, and Ali Gay winds up with 33 snaps in a preseason game, which is like the conversion 70 snaps in a regular season game.
I think with Ali Gay, even though he's been in the league for a bit now, he's a guy that, if I recall properly, had an injury in college and was always almost like a Manute Bol version of a defensive lineman where, man, there's something there. He's really long, but he's just got to grow into his man strength, and he's got to refine his game somewhat. I feel like he's grown into his man strength. He uses his hands really well. Now some of it is just refining his game. There was one play on the broadcast where they pinned it on him for losing contain, but I actually think it was a defensive back that had the force on that play. But then there was another play where Ali Gay had a wide receiver lined up outside him. It's a crack position where he's going to crack block you, crack down on you. And he was just completely oblivious to it. And he got knocked out of the picture inside and did lose the force on that. Like, there's some really good moments in that game. There's also some moments where he looked really raw. So I think they see the potential, and they're trying to bring him along as much as possible. But he's done some really good things both in practice and in the game.
Does your eye test for that game with Ali Gay match his PFF score? Because he had the third best Pro Football Focus score on the team, 79.9.
Is that a good score?
That's a good score. That's that's like a dark blue.
A
yeah, 79 is a good score.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate those scores so much. Sure,
he was
I guess.
good. He was good in the game. Yeah, like a B+ maybe in the game, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's something for playing against starters.
For sure.
But yes, there's something there.
Yeah.
You just got to keep coming along.
Yeah. My guess is they try to sneak him through and get him on the practice squad, but we'll see. Okay, so we're going to get to Acknowledge Me here in a few minutes. We got a lot more people to praise and acknowledge me, some of whom are being praised on the text page already. Don't worry, we'll get to our new punter, people. Don't you worry. As far as stock down goes for the Texans, Seth, from the game on Friday and just in general right now, I think we've hit Dameon Pierce sufficiently in this segment. You touched on him earlier. John Mechie's the other one. He had a game a lot like the game that he had in the Hall of Fame game. One inconsequential short catch and then another drop for John Mechie. He's just not getting it done right now.
I think that John Mechie has made a lot of progress, I think, physically from where he's been, but it just doesn't look like he's integrated himself into the offense in scrimmage situations, in game situations.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of other receivers right now that have just flashed a lot more, both in practice and in the games. Quintez Cephas continues to show up. Like, he always shows up. Every few practices, he'll make some snag that is really impressive. He's done it in the game now. Like Ben Skoranek continues to show up. Xavier Hutchinson. I don't even say Xavier Hutchinson. He doesn't do it in flashes. He's just been way more consistent.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that as of this moment right now, yeah, I'd have to say that you can't. Even though I still think there's more growth for John Mechie, but he's just not as far along as a lot of those other guys. Johnny Johnson and Stevens just flashed a lot more than
all of them,
has.
other than the Yankee twin, all of them have made plays in preseason games so far.
And the drops with Mechie are a big deal because he needs to be the reliable one.
Right.
You know, he's not fast and slippery enough to get away with, well, yeah, he's got some drops, but boy, he affects the defense. No, he needs to be the guy that takes advantage of other people affecting the defense.
If it keeps trending this way, like if the Giants game goes the same way for Dameon Pierce and John Mechie as this last game did, and in the case of Mechie, the way training camp's been going for him, then I think Nick is on the phone calling teams to see if he can get a day 3 pick or do one of those Dameon and a 6 for a 5th kind of thing with both of those guys.
And we've seen, like, we saw
because they
this
both
with
get Seth. They'd both get picked up very quickly if they got cut. I think both of them.
Yeah. Do you think John Mechie gets picked up quickly?
Yes. Yeah. Just basically, by some team that for sure.
I think right now he reminds me a lot of David Quesenberry, who came back from cancer but just wasn't the same guy the first year or two that he came back, and then eventually worked his way into being a fringe everyday starter.
Yeah.
And so there was something there. And, yes, he kept getting opportunities after he got completely recovered. So, there's going to be other teams out there that are, including the Texans, I think, that are trying to say, like, all right, it's a unique situation because of his cancer, but we just got to look at his scouting report and say, is that still in him?
Yes.
And I think there's some of his scouting report that, you feel like that's still in him.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we get picked up, he might be weeks and then he's gone again. But he's a former 44th overall pick.
Yeah, when I say his scouting report, I mean his draft scouting report.
Yes. I would say one other. How do you think Juice Scruggs played? He gave up a bad sack early in the game.
Well, he gave up a bad sack that included Chris Reed was combo blocking him there.
Yeah.
Juice Scruggs is still a work in progress, and it's always really hard with the centers and the guards to pin it on one specifically.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with him starting. I think he's kind of in that same boat of Blake Fisher, where you see the good and you see where there's some potential. Some of the real bad miscues with guys coming free up the middle have been about the timing and coordination between the center and guard and just the decisions you make in the moment. So that's just hopefully something you can clean up.
Yep. One more stock down. Seth kind of touched on it before. Stock down for the internet, who there's a big chunk of the internet that seems hell-bent on misinterpreting every Stefon Diggs interaction on the sidelines, and as you pointed out earlier, Stefon Diggs is probably just over there chopping it up about football and with C.J. Stroud, and it's a very benign conversation.
Right. Stefon Diggs and C.J. Stroud were just having a conversation on the sideline. Looked like Stefon Diggs was explaining some aspect of route running based on what you're seeing from the defensive back. That's what it looked like to me. And CJ was kind of like listening, interjected, all that. And I think it's very easy if you go into that with a certain filter to look at it like they were having an argument. Where really what we've seen out there in practice every day, which the players both on offense and defense have been gushing about with Stefon Diggs.
Yes.
It makes me wonder too. I mean, sometimes, like CJ is perfectly fine having really blunt conversations when it comes to football.
Yep.
I think that's why he and Bobby Slowick get along. I don't think either one of them gets sensitive at all. Remember after the Panthers game when CJ said, we just got to be more aggressive, and said some things in a way that almost sounded like he was criticizing Bobby Slowick? Mm-hmm. I think that was the exact same conversation. I think he and Bobby Slowick probably got together and just had a nuts and bolts conversation, and where neither side is getting sensitive.
Yeah.
So I think that's what I tried to evaluate whether I was just being a homer and looking at it or not. That's what I've seen from those guys out at practice every day.
Yeah.
And everybody is gushing about it.
Yes.
So I don't know. Maybe Sean McDermott just doesn't have a capacity for nuts and bolts talk on his football team
Maybe
up there
not.
in Buffalo.
Here was Tank Dell after the game down on the field with Mike Garafolo when Garafolo asked him about Stephon Diggs.
You get to the end zone, you get the handshake from Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
What's he meant for you and your entire receiving corps?
Yeah, that's my brother, man. He's been a good inspiration, a big inspiration for sure. He's been leading, everybody, like, not only him, Nico, Woody, everybody's been leading, but, man, he stepped up and took that road of leadership and helping us out, with routes, with everything we need, man. So he's been great.
Yeah, he's been great. Come on, Internet, be better. He's been great. Stop being such a troll. I'm trying to enjoy the Stephon Diggs era here in Houston.
I'll let the Buffalo defense, by the way, was out there versus Caleb Williams. And when Caleb Williams was going off.
Yeah.
And he did. It's the preseason. But Caleb Williams had a hell of a performance in that game.
Dude.
It's a preseason, and he's facing starters, but he's facing vanilla defenses. I did a video this weekend where I jokingly called him Rookie of the Year after two snaps. And boy, did people take that literally.
Really?
People have been hating on me, who they think is a Bears fan, and about what a homer I am for the
Bears.
Bears.
That's all you talk about is the Chicago Bears.
I'm like, dude, actually, no. I want him to fail at least early in the season.
Week
versus
2
the
for
Houston
sure.
Texans, right?
It
was an impressive performance. Take it for what it is.
A lot of the rookies.
A lot of the
rookies had good weeks.
Jaden Daniels. Okay,
It was one drive.
I'm fascinated. It was one play, really.
Yeah.
He checked. They had something conservative called on 3rd and 6. He didn't like it, so he checked into this 4 vertical college football video game and went for it to a backup receiver versus a non-Sauce Gardner defensive back, but took a deep strike. But he had 3 passes in that game. He was 2 for 3, and he had a nice run on the goal line. That one is the ultimate. All right, I'm going to take this with a grain of salt, because afterwards, Dan Quinn, who's he's the super Pete Carroll wannabe, positive all the time.
Yep.
He didn't. I don't think he was happy about the fact that Jaden Daniels checked into what he checked into on that play, but he did it on his own, and with the endorsement of Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn, remember, Super Bowl because his offensive coordinator was hyper aggressive and had no regard for game management. And now Cliff Kingsbury is his offensive coordinator.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go. That's funny.
But it was a nice throw and catch by Jaden Daniels.
Oh yeah.
And I'm pulling for Jaden Daniels way more than I am pulling for Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm. I like Jaden Daniels. All right, let's do Acknowledge Me. Let's acknowledge the big performances from the weekend. We do it every Monday. I will recite a name. Ben, you got that old hotkey ready in there? You got that ready to go? I'll recite the name. Ben gives you the... Oh, you are? Okay. All right, Ben's having some issues in there.
Oh, no, Ben.
Are the issues resolved? The music just changed.
Is it that adult diapers issue I was talking about earlier in the show?
Okay. Do I need... Ben, just tell me this. Do I need to say Acknowledge Me instead of the computer right now? There we go. All right, let's get it going. Spencer Arrighetti.
Acknowledge me.
We acknowledge Spencer Arrighetti and his huge performance from this weekend, but really back-to-back starts now. First rookie in AL history to have back-to-back 12-plus strikeout games. And he only gave up 2 hits. They were both home runs. He looked dominant against... This isn't like when he dominated Colorado earlier in the year in a game that I was at where he just Colorado looked... He was just throwing everything right in the middle of the zone and saying, go ahead, Colorado, see if you can hit it. The Red Sox have been the hottest team in baseball since the All-Star break, offensively. Their pitching stinks, but offensively, they've been the hottest team since the All-Star break.
That almost psychological adjustment and, being more aggressive and understanding when to throw strikes and when not to. Remember, because for a little while he was being aggressive, but he was throwing lots of strikes with his aggression, and it wasn't working out so hot. He's found that balance, and he's gotten way better to it, kind of working through some of the adversity sometimes and not getting frustrated. He's almost done... He's done in the course of one season kind of what it took Framber 3 years to do.
Yeah,
I think it's just really, managing all the emotional side of it, and it's been really fun to watch. Yeah, Arrighetti's been a pleasant development.
Indeed. Let's get to Yordan Alvarez. Ben. Thank you. There we go. We acknowledge Yordan Alvarez. Road Yordan is a monster. At Minute Maid Park this year, he's been... by his standards, very average. On the road, particularly at Fenway, he is an absolute beast. He's got 5 home runs in his last 5 games. He was 6 for 10 with 3 home runs, bunch of RBIs, had a double in there mixed in against the Red Sox this weekend. Yordan does this, man, every year where he'll go a bit of a spell, which he did. He went 3.5 weeks with 1 home run, and then he hits a home run, and then it's like the pipes are unclogged.
The whole thing about Yordan and his slumps is that he still has like an 800 OPS.
It's amazing.
Slump.
Yeah.
Yordan's slump is like super.
Right.
You're like, oh, all right, he's down for the count a little bit.
Right.
Or he sniffed some kryptonite at a party a couple weeks ago, and he isn't quite right just yet.
Okay, wait. The bullets are still bouncing off his chest. Okay,
Right. He's a little bit weakened, but he's still really good.
Yeah.
I guess Superman, when he got depressed that time for a little bit, he was up in his ice palace.
His fortress of solitude. Yeah. It was,
I call it his ice palace. That's what he deserves.
Not to his face,
You're
didn't.
a fancy little princess. Get your ass back in the game.
Say that to Superman's face.
Say that to Yordan's face. I thought Yordan was staring at me when we were sitting behind home plate the other night, and I was actually kind of like, oh crap, don't do it. Don't get alphaed by by Yordan. But it took every ounce not to stare away.
All right, let's get to Cal McNair. Ben, I need to do a verbal acknowledge me. Acknowledge me. That's Cal. That's for Cal McNair. Yeah, Cal McNair. For those who missed it, Luke Combs had a couple shows at NRG Stadium this weekend, and at the Saturday show, Texans were back in town from the Pittsburgh game on Friday. At the Saturday show, Luke Combs had several Houston Texans come up on stage, and Cal and Hannah McNair were up on stage as well, and they were up there. They're dapping up Luke Combs, and at one point, Luke Combs pulls out a beer.
Yeah.
They hand Cal McNair a beer, and Luke Combs and Cal McNair share in the ultimate bro symbolic bonding gesture. They shotgunned a beer together up on stage, and the crowd went wild.
Cal didn't. I don't know if he's pulled off the full 100% successful shotgunning, but then he made up for it by punting the can off stage.
It was quite the performance. He punted the can. The crowd went nuts for this thing. Okay, now I've got.
It's hard to punt a small object wearing denim.
Denim and probably cowboy boots.
I don't think he was wearing stretchy pants.
No.
Yeah, like wearing denim, old school denim, and cowboy boots that don't give you the best ankle flexion. He still punted it. He punted it. The punt was better than the shotgun.
Yeah, and Tommy Townsend was standing right next to him, and I think Tommy Townsend, I think he acknowledged and approved of the punt and gave it the stamp of approval. Now I've got a little intel when it comes to this shotgun that Cal did at the concert. Okay.
I hear you've got it from a source very close to Cal.
Very close to Cal.
Like millimeters from Cal.
Possibly right now millimeters from him, yes.
Mm-hmm.
One, reportedly, according to sources, Cal needed to be told what a shotgun was.
I was surprised by that.
I was very
surprised by that part of it. I mean, he was on the, I feel like this might have been the precursor to the University of Texas football team having some of the issues that it would have. Even after Cal left, they did manage to win a national championship.
They did, yes.
But that vein of pomposity almost that hurt them for a while. I feel like if a college football player doesn't know how to shotgun a beer, why are you even in college? My God.
Yeah, not forget about even football player, like college student, and so I was a little surprised. I thought really handled it like a pro, like, are you telling me not only was that his first one, he didn't know what it was? Number two, originally Luke Combs wanted all the players up on stage to shotgun a beer with him. So there's, maybe a dozen guys up there, however many guys were up there. He wanted all of them to do it. But Cal told Luke Combs that, no, man, it's the season right now. These guys are in training. I'll do it for them.
That's right.
I'll take one for the team here.
He's like the general grabbing a rifle and leading the charge.
That's 100%.
He's like, nope. I mean, this is. I'll die with the rest. I'll die for you.
I got this. Yeah, I got this.
He sacrificed his BAC for his team. Now I did notice a million aggregator accounts chose to have the headline that C.J. Stroud shotgunned a beer on stage.
Thank you. And By posting a video where he never had a beer in his hand.
You watch for 15 seconds, and you're like, yeah, and it caught my attention because I'm like, okay, well, CJ doesn't drink.
Right.
So this will be interesting.
Yeah.
Was it an NA? I don't know. And, so the vile scum, those people.
Yeah.
Not that I would have been distraught if he had shotgunned a beer, but it's a 15-second video. Get the damn story right.
It's crazy. But, man, Cal.
So Cal fell on his beer can for the rest of them.
He did.
He just wanted to.
He shotgunned to atone for everybody else's non-shotgunning is what he did.
You know what?
Thank you, Ben. We'll acknowledge him again, yeah.
Remember CJ the other day, we played that audio of him in that interview where he was talking about how he realized sometimes he gets on these podcasts and he starts using language that he does guys, and that's not a good example to set for the kids.
Right.
So I feel like, CJ who doesn't drink getting up there and succumbing to peer pressure and shotgunning a beer, that's exactly what you don't want your high school kids doing, you know?
And you know who knows that?
Yeah.
Cal McNair. That's who knows that. Yeah.
I wonder if Cal didn't have to learn how to do it with his key or anything like that.
I think it got handed to him with the hole in it already. Yeah,
I would imagine.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to shotgun a beer and all of a sudden somebody's like, just use one of your keys.
Well,
and you're like, my key doesn't even have any metal on it anymore. It's a fob.
Especially because there's like a 50% chance it geysers right up into your face when you poke the hole in it.
That's
you know
true,
what
too,
I mean?
yeah.
It's pretty embarrassing for anybody, let alone a billionaire owner of a football team.
Did Hannah have any input into that? Did she suggest to Cal, like, okay, why don't you do it?
Why don't you shotgun? I don't know. That's a good question. She was up there on stage.
Hannah's the one that told you this, right?
She that's where I got my information, yes. The inside story.
You can trust that source.
The inside story of Cal McNair's shotgun. You can only get that here on Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610. So, yes.
That's the news we drop.
When
it comes to shotgunning a beer, that's the stuff you can trust us with.
That's way more fun than trades and draft fodder and whatnot. Owner shotgunning beers. It's actually
Ayuk's going to the Steelers.
Yeah, and they don't even get it right. I got all that right. Everything we just said, I have it from reliable sources. And that Cal punted the shotgunned beer into the crowd is actually a good segue to Tommy Townsend.
Acknowledge me.
Told Quez Watkins, the Steelers punt returner, who bobbled and muffed that punt. Literally just ran up on the scene. Tommy Townsend. But he said the word. He didn't just say the B. He said the word.
This is where, so that happened. That was one of the first drives, was it not?
Yes.
Was it early in the game? It happened before Cam.
It happened. That led to the Daria Gumbawale touchdown. That must. The second touchdown that led to.
When did Cam Johnson? So who did what first? Did Tommy Townsend say that, or did Cam Johnston take a cheap shot on Tank Dell?
Cam went first. Cam hit Dell early, and then that muffed punt happened after that. Yeah.
So Cam Johnston tried to be a big man by hitting one of the smallest players in the league out of bounds.
Yeah.
Want to prove, like, hey, I used to play Aussie Rules football, mate. I feel like his Aussie Rules football team should disown him after that nonsense.
Yes.
Hitting Tank Dell out of bounds in a preseason game. Yeah. Yeah, good look for Australia there, Cam Johnston.
Meanwhile, Tommy Townsend is on his way to Ring of Honor status with Texan fans right now. They love that clip of him calling Quez Watkins a B.I.
Dude, he's got some rock star elements to him, Tommy
Long
Townsend
hair,
does.
Man.
He's like a lead guitarist, man. He just goes out there and slays it.
Wiry frame.
And then talks trash afterwards. He's like a rock star who jumps out in the stage to fight jumps off the stage to fight somebody in the crowd.
Yeah. It was cool. It was like we got to flaunt our upgraded hot new punter girlfriend right in front of our haggard ex-wife, Cam Johnston. Like, hey, look who's with me now, huh? Mm-hmm. Rock star over here with the flowing locks. You're a Bill Burr.
You're a wannabe Patty Mills.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know
Patty
you.
Mills. That's it. All right, let's do one more here. Let's get a little Olympics in. This hurts a little bit, I know, for Rocket fans. We got to acknowledge Steph Curry.
Acknowledge me.
Steph Curry was the best player on the planet in the last two games of the Olympics. He almost single-handedly bailed the U.S. out in the semifinal game with 36 points, and then he was unconscious in the gold medal game against France. He hit 8 threes, including this circus shot with 32 seconds left in the game to put the U.S. up 9.
Durant, back to Curry, dancing on Batum, over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger! Night. Curry, unconscious to the floor.
That was Noah Eagle on the call for NBC. That shot. He had Kevin Durant and LeBron James, the two greatest players of this generation, arguably, wide open, standing at the three-point line across the court. And Steph's like, nah, I'm going to fade away and chuck it over these two guys. And he just knocks it down.
The one guy on earth that you can do that, and you're like, yeah, I get it.
I get it, yeah.
So do we have a I grudgingly acknowledge you drop? We need something like, I grudgingly acknowledge you,
No,
Steph Curry.
I'll try to find one today.
Hard for me not to look at any great Steph Curry moment and just not think of the championships that he didn't rob them from the Rockets. He took them. He just took them.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yep. Here's what it sounded like. These people are definitely, if they're acknowledging it very grudgingly. Here was the French call of Steph's shot.
Qui renverse pour Kevin Durant. Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry. Il a la main chaude. Il a la main chaude. C'est pas possible. Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry.
Were they calling him a cow?
Le cochon. No, that's a pig. I speak a little bit of French.
Vache is a cow, is French for a cow. He's saying like vachon or something.
The French don't get as hyped up as some of the other nationalities. Like, I thought Noah Eagle was channeling like a little bit of like, kind of like his, like the Mexican calls of things like that, where they go, oh! Like the really
French don't. I don't think they do anything where it's just not a sneer.
Right.
That's kind of their permanent. It's like their perma bitch face is like their perma sneer.
Yes.
So it's almost. Even if the French had won, they're like, yeah, we won for now.
Yeah.
But every day has its twilight. They will learn.
French Seth. All right. Preseason storylines that Texan fans may have to pay attention to. There was a lot of stuff going on around the league this weekend that Texan fans may have to pay attention to, and especially early in the season. We will tell you what that is coming up next. But I want to tell you about West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. I'll acknowledge them. Ruben Mendoza and the team over there do an outstanding job with their customers.
Drive.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Text message here real quick. Have you all acknowledged Cal McNair shotgunning a beer on stage at NRG? We did. We spent a few minutes on it, but we know people dip in and out of this show, especially this time of day with your commute. And the hotkey was not working for Cal, so he had to get a Sean Pendergast. So, Ben, let's give Cal his just
acknowledge
due.
me.
Yeah, we acknowledge Cal McNair for shotgunning
And also,
a beer.
and for the, as Hannah told it to Sean T. Pendergast, Cub reporter, that Cal did that because they had wanted all the Texans players there to shotgun a beer. Cal said, hey, it's in season. I'll do it.
Yes.
I'll do it, even though he didn't know how to shotgun a beer.
Right.
Which is, it's kind of nice. Okay, think about every movie you've ever watched where there's some rich little bastard kid, the teenager that, you know, drives a Mercedes and is a jerk to everybody, and also meanwhile is living like he's, you know, living in Hollywood or something. Cal's the opposite of that. He maintains an innocence despite having a, you know, well, plus Cal, they didn't get really, really rich until Cal was already an adult, so he didn't have that silver spoon upbringing the way people might assume.
Oh, he's got a definite everyman quality, dude. Absolutely. Yeah, it's been an amazing couple years for Cal McNair. It's been really cool to see. So, yes, we did acknowledge him. We did not acknowledge C.J. Stroud's cowboy hat. Someone's asking us to do that. We'll acknowledge it.
Acknowledge me.
We'll acknowledge C.J. Stroud wearing a cowboy hat.
C.J. Stroud will definitely be part of, I think, some of the rodeo trail rides this year.
Yeah, if he's in town,
I think
for sure.
Yeah, he's got the lay of the land a little bit. He's starting to get the rhythm of a year in the life of Houston. He's probably now seeing what a big deal the rodeo is.
Yes.
And I could see him. And it's not going to – I'm also intrigued – I need to see him up on Cade Stover's farm. Not near any heavy machinery, but the fact that those two are such good friends, and yet CJ grows up in Southern California, and Cade Stover grows up on a farm in rural Ohio. I need to see CJ on the farm. I bet CJ would go up there for a week and come back to Texas and buy a ranch.
Dude,
I think he'd really appreciate just actually being out there, waking up at dawn and seeing what it's like on a farm and everything. Yeah. And he ends up getting a place a couple hours outside of Houston.
That'd be fun. That would be fun. And you know what? The Texans for sure would send a camera crew to film the whole thing because they are cranking out some really good content these days.
Really good cinematic quality content.
It's amazing, the stuff. Shout out to the you know what? Acknowledge the Texans digital media
acknowledge
team.
Me.
Cranking out some really good content, man.
Who's the baseball player, the former Astro, that after he was no longer with the Astros, remember he injured himself stepping in a hole on his ranch? But he had bought a ranch when he first got to Houston. I'm blanking completely. The text line will have this already. But I could see CJ just be late to the, a gentleman farmer. Or gentleman rancher.
I like it. I just Googled Houston Astro injured on ranch, and noth's coming up right now.
Well, he wasn't an Astro when he got injured.
Oh, okay.
He was,
Should have put former. Damn it. All right, let's get to what I teased. The rookie quarterbacks this weekend. You know, the 6 quarterbacks drafted in the top 12. Drake May was the only one that was sort of an afterthought. Drake May wasn't even the best rookie quarterback on his own team. Joe Milton was getting all the love on New England. But Caleb Williams, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., and Bo Nix all put up – well, Jaden Daniels was only in for one drive, but he was 2 for 3. And you pointed out earlier, Seth, going into business for himself, deep shot.
He went rogue.
Yeah.
Well, he went – it was interesting. The head coach didn't approve, but Cliff Kingsbury was all about it. He called his own. He checked out of a more conservative play into an all-vertical routes, deep shot downfield.
Yep.
Yeah.
Led a touchdown drive, scored the touchdown himself on a nice zone read. But Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr., all had really, really solid to very good outings. And the thing that Texan fans need to pay attention to, 2 of those 3 you could face in the first 3 weeks of the season. You will face, barring injury, you will face Caleb Williams in week 2. And I don't know, man, if J.J. McCarthy keeps lighting things up, maybe the Vikings go, hey, you know what? Let's roll with the rookie instead of Sam Darnold.
I got excited about Caleb Williams because, look, he's in the NFC. The Texans aren't going to see them all the time. But it's got the makings of a potentially really good battle. Now, it was 2 series in the preseason versus the Bills starters. but it was also, the classic preseason vanilla defense that you're facing. But all of the good things that you would hope to see out of Caleb Williams, he provided in those 2 series. So you got to do it over the course of a whole game, an entire season, yada, yada, yada. It was an impressive 2 series. It was a very, very impressive couple of series. So without reading too much into it, if I were a Bears fan, I would be anticipation. It was very impressive.
Well, especially when you juxtapose it to Justin Fields, who, as you pointed out earlier, was still doing a lot of Justin Fields thing for the Steelers, because that was the big decision last year in February and March for the Bears was, do we stick with Justin Fields for another year or do we draft Caleb? I mean, they made the right. I feel safe saying 1 preseason game in, they made the right decision in drafting Caleb Williams.
There was a screen to the running back that it was to DeAndre Swift, right?
Yes. Yes.
Who looked very good also.
He did.
Like the offseason, the Bears' offseason so far, 2 series into it, looks really good. But on the first TV copy, I was like, I don't know. Caleb Williams made a hell of a throw, under duress. But I was like, I don't know if that was smart. You go back and watch from a different angle, and it was a really smart, good throw for 5, it was a 5 yards in the air, but it was very impressive. And he did a few very impressive things in the game.
Yeah. So, so we nervous about either of these guys if we face them in week 2 or 3, the Texans?
I think that Caleb Williams is still going to be a rookie, and that he'll be seeing things that he hasn't seen yet in the NFL. So I'm not nervous. I'm excited. Yeah. I'm excited that he's in the running for, from the get-go, not just based on the last performance, but he's a potential rookie of the year, offensive rookie of the year. I think the Texans hopefully have enough tricks up their sleeve, and just to flat out the pass rush that they can generate without any tricks up their sleeve, then I'm not overly worried about it.
On the text page, people are suggesting Carlos Lee. Is that who you're thinking?
Yes, it was Carlos Lee. Thank you.
He probably still does.
It was one of the things he was excited about coming to Houston for, was that he realized, I can buy thousands of acres here?
The team would give him a couple days off at rodeo time to go buy more livestock at the livestock show and rodeo here. He would come back he'd leave Florida for a couple of days to go buy a couple more cows to put on his farm or whatever.
I remember when he got injured, stepping in a hole on his ranch, people thought it was one of those classic, fake baseball injury reports where they come up with somebody sneezed and broke a rib.
Yeah.
Somebody got a massage and broke a rib. No, I think that sounded like the most legitimate off-field injury, is that, he was out on his wrist. Sometimes you step in a hole. It happens.
Right. Some people are suggesting Jeff Kent. No, he got hurt washing his truck. That's how Jeff Kent got hurt. He may have a ranch somewhere. I don't know, but he got hurt.
Jeff Kent couldn't be a rancher because he wouldn't be able to get along with the cows. He's got notorious interpersonal and interbovine issues. Yes.
That's who I want to see get on a ranch with Cade Stover, Jeff Kent, so Cade Stover can punch him in the face.
Dude, if you can't get along with humans, good luck getting along with a cow.
Yeah.
Those stupid. Yeah.
All right. Seth, we are done. We're out of time here on a Monday.
Oh no! But you guys get Texans Radio.
Absolutely.
And get John Harris's expert opinion on everything that happened this weekend. John did very well in the booth, I thought.
I thought he did
great. It was a really
great.
good TV effort by him. Yes.
Yep, him and ND were awesome. All right, so we'll turn things over, pass the baton to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you as well, my friend.
We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. We'll see all of you. We'll see all of you tomorrow. At Mark Vandermeer up next. In the Loop after that. The Drive after that. Area 45 after that. We've got you covered all day long here on Sports Radio 610. Before I get out, I want to tell you, and especially I'm talking to you folks out there who have submitted.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
CJ gets the snap. CJ fires over the middle, and he's got his man across the 10-5, cutting inside. Dell breaks the tackle. Touchdown, Houston! Tank Dell with the TD catch and run off the arm of CJ Stroud.
There it is. Bubble wrap, Dell. See ya in September. No, he's still going to play and practice, and he was out there last night. CJ Stroud looking terrific on that throw, and Seth talked about it this morning. It wasn't like the offense was just putting on a show, but they did put on a show with that play, and that's what matters. Get the ball into the end, and we'll see you next time. That's all you needed to do on Friday night in Pittsburgh. Good morning, Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, ND Kalu's going to join us at 8:30 today. Andre Ware at 9. Lengthy visits with those guys. Can't wait. John McClain, 9:30. The gang's all here. Let's go. Texans beat Pittsburgh Friday night. Stay pretty healthy in the game. That's good. Back at practice last night for the night affair at the Houston Methodist Training Center, Johnny. And that was good because they did a lot more than I thought they might do.
Yeah.
It was active.
Exactly.
Not in pads, but it was active. They did the full Monty there, the full team-on-team thing, the 11-on-11 thing, and they gave the fans a show. Everybody left pretty happy. And I say pretty happy because I don't have an injury report in front of me. But, you know, this time of year, any time of year, I'm always concerned about guys who are unable to go or guys who walk off the field or whatever. You hope they get back soon. But Laramie Tunsil was back last night, which was nice to see. Anyway, good morning. We got a lot to talk about today.
Yeah, we do. Man, we got a lot to talk about. Doing a game on Friday, it feels like it's been so long ago. But yet, this is the first radio we've done since then to talk about the game and the many things that went on in it. But last night was good. I was with you. I thought it was, I don't want to, the word spirited gets used a lot. I thought it was a lot faster. You know, when they were up in Ohio, the last practice, the Wednesday before we took off for Pittsburgh, it was kind of a sprint through.
Yeah.
You know, defensive linemen would get to a point where they take 2-3 steps and they just kind of hold up. Offensive line would just make sure we give the quarterback time. DBs
kind of three-quarters-ish?
Yeah, it was kind of three-quarters-ish. Not quite walk through. You know, walk through, you're literally walking through. It was kind of, I just call it a sprint through. So last night I was a little bit expecting the same, and then you're like, whoa, they're kind of getting after it a little bit.
So were you surprised? I mean, it's 48 hours since they played, and they're out there with some juice last night.
Yeah.
Now, today's a day off, right? Today's a day off.
Yeah. And that's why I thought that I wasn't too surprised by that because they've been off for a couple days now, obviously traveling back and everything from being gone for what felt like 100 days was only, I think, 10 days. But you had Saturday off, you get to sleep in Sunday, and then you're taking a day off on Monday. So let's get after it. About an hour and 35 minutes. Got after it pretty good. So I mean, it was a nice workout. Now you get on track for a Saturday game. So you practice Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, day off Friday, play on Saturday. Kind of get into, I don't know, not quite game week mode, but in a way, kind of that way. So coach is showing up early, getting their reps in for today, and then hopefully they'll get out and get some rest and get ready. And then they got 3 practices. Now, I don't think any of these are open to the public, correct?
These are not public practices.
These are not public practices. Okay, so I don't have to warn everybody because they're like 3 different starting times for these practices. So I got to make sure, like, one's 10:45, one's 10, one's 10:30.
Yeah.
And I don't know which is which, so I've like, all right, got to look at it.
And what is notable about those times?
They're not 9 o'clock.
They're not 9. They're not 8. They're a little bit later.
It's going to be hot.
They do some side work. Maybe, at some point, they'll come into the stadium, maybe for the walkthrough Friday, maybe for Thursday. I don't know. I don't have the schedule, but they'll work all that out.
Yeah.
The field will be down, and they'll be ready to go for Saturday. A noon kick. Now, this is important. It's a noon kick on Saturday and the following Saturday. This has never happened before in the history of the franchise where you have noon preseason games, but we're doing it this year.
Right.
So let's go. And I have no idea about the roof. Everyone's asking me. I have no clue what they're going to do about that. Was he asked about that post-practice last night?
I don't know.
I put out a tweet that it might be open. But, look, the roof is still recovering from the
Yes.
damage during the hurricane. You know, it's healing. No, it's not. it's really not an organic thing. That'd be cool, though. Ooh, look, it's healing. Anyway, as Cal McNair pointed out, I thought it was pretty good. You can't go to your local supply store and just pick up roof parts for this kind of roof.
That is true. That is very true. You can't go to Lowe's or Home Depot or your local Ace and find, hey, you have parts to fix our roof? Oh, yeah, we got shingles. No. We need, special for this roof.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't.
You can't put the hefty bag up there either and just staple it. It doesn't really work.
Can't order it from Amazon either.
Can't do that, huh? They'll show up in a big truck for that part.
I mean, I don't know.
Anyway, it's a noon kick. That's the important thing to note. And it's the New York Giants, and Daniel Jones is going to play. In fact, they're thin at quarterback. We're going to see Tommy DeVito.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to see Daniel Jones. And I think that's all they've got, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll find out. Anyway, we'll talk about them later. Talk about the Houston Texans, who it's like they took it to the Steelers, but they kind of did. Yeah, they could have, would have, should have surrendered a touchdown on that pass to Austin where he was out of bounds because Kyle Allen threw him a little too wide in the end zone, and he was a little open.
There's Calvin Austin could have helped out his quarterback, too. Now, Calvin Austin's also 5'8". But Calvin Austin, after I watched the replay a couple times, I went, he probably should have caught that.
Why?
The ball was thrown not well.
Right.
But he tried to, instead of going up and snatching it and toe tapping, he tried to catch it over his shoulder.
Oh, no, you got to catch it with your hands.
Yeah, he had to go up and snatch it, so he had his hands wrong.
What does Andre always say?
Yeah,
catch the ball with your hands.
So when I watched the replay again, I mean, I didn't say anything about it because the Steelers didn't bother me, but it was like, hey, he should have helped out his quarterback. Now, Kyle sailed it.
Yeah, he did. You got to put it right on the guy and get the touchdown. Now, that's a correctable moment for the three guys who were in coverage on the bunch formation, right? Obviously, it's a correctable moment. But it's good. It's preseason. All right, this is what cannot happen. That. And that's what these games are for. Now, DeMeco Ryans after the game was asked about first and second units. How did they do? What did he think about the performance?
I think both our units went out and made plays. Offensively, we were efficient. Loved CJ, the Tank, that connection, making a big play for us. Tank getting in the end zone. Happy to just see him back. We lost Tank last year to the injury, and you see why we missed him, right? He's a big play threat every time he's on the field. So I was excited to see that connection make a big play for us, and defensively seeing up and get after the quarterback is why we got him here, right? To get after the quarterback, and that's what he showed in his limited snaps. But he did a really great job of getting after the quarterback, being disruptive up front. Like, that's what we expected. So excited to see what Daniil did as well.
That voice is in mid-season form, my friends. He sounds like a basketball coach.
Yep.
Basketball coaches are always yelling, and no one's hearing anything. You get the feeling. With DeMeco, gargle, Manuka honey if necessary. You got to get the real stuff.
You've got good formulas for that. You've helped me over the years with this.
Oh, yeah. You've just got to work on this. Now, there's nothing like rest. There is nothing like rest for that, and he's not going to get it because, look, they had practice last night. One of the great images of this preseason for me is DeMeco after practice, following his appearance in the tent in front of the media, with his kids draped all over him. He looked like a kid tree. He just had kids all over him. They're just hanging on him. I know, but I got to think he's been home a little bit. Like maybe he made it to church Sunday morning with the kids. I don't know, but it was just a great image, and he had the big smile, and the kids were happy. It was just a great shot, great scene. Anyway, DeMeco Ryans after the game. Now, I thought they got some great work in. I thought Mills looked good again. Davis Mills. All right, let's give you the Davis Mills numbers through 2 games because he got all his work in the outing in the Hall of Fame game against the Chicago Bears. Here's Davis Mills through 2 games. 18 of 26, almost 70%. Well, 69. All right, 69%, 1 TD, no picks, quarterback rating 103. Good showing for Davis Mills through 2 games. Not perfect,
right,
but good, solid stuff from Davis Mills, who did not practice last night, by the way, and we don't know why. After the game, Shelby Coppage caught up with him on the TV broadcast. We'll get into that. And that was interesting because he gave a note that I don't think anybody else had on the game, and he seemed fine. And look, Dr. Vandermeer says it's not going to take too long. That's what I think. And I don't know anything. But he was walking around last night. He was among the players. He just wasn't practicing.
Yeah. And I didn't remember anything during the game happening. But, I mean, look, you never know. Those are always the kind of sneaky ones because, I mean, I think you noticed, we talked about this 2011 when the Texans went to play the Bucs and Matt gets hurt.
Matt did the post-game interview on CBS.
Right.
Did the post-game stand-up, and they have the camera shot on the quarterback at the 20-yard line, and they get in tight on him, and he's talking to the guys in New York or whoever he's talking to. He did that.
Yeah.
He was fine, so to speak. I'll put that in air quotes, but apparently not. Gone for the season.
And that's kind of my point. That's kind of those that you find out after the fact. Like, I don't even remember seeing him go off the field hurt, and it was the same thing the other night. When I went out to practice last night, and I see him in a ball cap and a T-shirt, and I'm thinking, did he get hurt?
Yeah.
Those are the ones you always find out after the fact. I remember Kevin Johnson in 2015. No, 2016. When we played, he locks up all night. He was as good as he had ever been. Plays the entire game.
Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, Sunday Night Football. And if I'd not seen him outside the training room kind of in tears, I would have not known anything was wrong. And then you find out he's broken his foot. I'm like, when did that happen? Like, he never went to the tent. So those things happen a lot. Troy Fatano had that happen with the Steelers. I didn't see him go off the field.
He's IR'd, right?
I think, I don't know if he's IR'd, but he's out for a little bit. I don't know about that, but I just thought, boy, he got a lesson from Danielle Hunter. Holy smokes. But that being said, you walked out of there, I would think, relatively healthy. You had some guys you mentioned a little while ago. Laramie Tunsil back last night was kind of nice. You had guys kind of ramping back, like Joe Mixon was back doing like individual, but he didn't do any team stuff.
I just like seeing him in uniform.
I'm with you.
That's all I need to see right now.
Brev was back. That was good. You got a few other guys that were back. That was kind of nice to have a little bit more of a fuller roster. But just seeing 78 just helps so much. I mean, he looks in great shape. He's always just kind of a freakazoid, just the way he's built and can move. And so
it's a great point you make. You watch him walking around here, like in the hallway even. Some guys are 300 pounds and they kind of like carry it differently.
Yeah.
Laramie, it's like upper body, it's like all in his chest and his legs, right?
He's
in such great shape.
Yeah.
We've been watching him out here on the field while we've been doing radio, and the team's been doing what they're doing. Laramie's working out with he's pushing sleds and lifting things, and he looks fine. Okay, he's going to be just fine. So can't wait for him to get out there. Titus, another thing, because Titus got back to practice last week, walked off the field, and we don't know really what's going to happen with him and what the deal is, because that moves Blake Fisher over to right tackle if Laramie plays.
Yeah, that's the way it lined up last night.
Yeah. So we'll see.
I'm going to say this, though, while we're talking about the offensive line, just kind of we got on that topic, offensive line. I said to you during the break, if there's one thing that I can carry forward, like absolutely without a doubt, I can carry this forward, something we haven't seen, that I can carry forward into 2024, and it stays for 17 games.
Oh, you mentioned this before the show. This is, okay, go ahead.
I need the Kenyon Green that showed up on Friday night to show up every single week. If we get that Kenyon Green, that left guard spot is no problem this year.
So you're seeing a big jump in performance.
Huge. Now, look, the Texans didn't run the ball exceptionally well, but I'm going to tell you, it was not for a lack of effort from 76. He has a play. So, and this was one of the things that I mentioned on the broadcast, too. One of the great things about playing the Steelers is they have a different front structure. So you're going to see different than what you've seen with the Texans. You've been looking at the same kind of front structure. You know what they're going to be in. But you see the Steelers, it's a little different. So the Steelers playing Keanu Benton over the nose. And I think Keanu Benton is one of the better young. He's kind of Jonathan Allen, Dexter Lawrence combined. I mean, he's a really good. So the Texans ran a toss or some sort of zone play to the right. So Kenyon's responsibility on that is to work a combo block with the center. Basically, they're going to double team that nose guard, and then at some point, one of the two is going to pop off to the linebacker. Now, most of the time, that ends up being the guard if you're going to the right, so left guard, because the guard can't get all the way over in front of the nose tackle. to bump the center off to the linebacker. Kenyon Green not only bumped Juice off to the linebacker, he turned Benton back the other way, which is nearly impossible.
Because he's so big and strong.
He's so big and strong, and Kenyon was so quick to get over there and then move Benton and then turn him back the other way. It allowed Juice to get up the linebacker, and had the guard and tackle on the right side handled their stuff, there would have been a massive running lane.
All right, so your prescription for Kenyon in the offseason, or even last year when he got hurt, was get your body right during the season. He wasn't going to participate. Right. Get your body right, recover fully from every injury you have, get in the greatest shape of your life, and go out and give it another go. And that's what he's doing, and he's paying dividends right now.
Absolutely, and his pass protection was really good. There was the one throw that Davis missed. He had Hutch on the slant route, and he threw it high. Hutch had inside leverage on Porter. I mean, that's the one you got to just put right on the 1-9. And he didn't make a great throw. It was kind of behind him a little bit high. I'm watching Kenyon on that, and he last year in the Saints game, the one that he got hurt in, finally got hurt. So basically, instead of, a pass protector will back up, basically. Yeah. What you do is, and a lot of times guards use this. Quentin Nelson's great at this. You want to slow the defensive tackle right away. So what you do, because they're anticipating you to back up. So guards will quick set. They'll bang. They'll just hit you right at the line of scrimmage. What happens is when guards quick set, a lot of times they quick set and they overextend, and then the guy goes right by him. Well, that happened in the Saints game last year. He quick set Brian Brzee, and Brzee just boom and got him right, and you could see the shoulders drop. So I've always kind of worried about that with Kenyon. Well, the other night he quick set a Steelers defensive lineman, bang, and then just walked him wherever he wanted to go. Like, he didn't even get close. And I'm like, yo, that is wow.
Well, that's
what we wanted to see all along.
If you get him playing at that level, Stingley playing the way he's playing,
exactly.
Think about that draft class now. The 2022 first rounders paying dividends. That's nice. You brought up X, the 1 and the 9, Xavier Hutchinson, a member of the receiver group, of course, and D'Amico Ryans was asked about those guys after the Pittsburgh game.
This guys just compete, man. This is the NFL. We want guys to be their best, and that's what guys are doing. They're showing up. They're competing every day while also being great teammates and helping each other. So that's what you see. You see a competitive group of guys, not only the wide receiver room, but it's our entire team. A lot of competitive guys who are fighting to make this team.
I get asked about this group more than any other group on the team, the wide receivers. Yeah, because, look, it's wide receivers. Everybody's got an opinion on the wide receiver. And they love all these guys. And we'll get to the Diggs thing in a moment here, because that just blew my mind, what happened this weekend. It's a lesson in media, not just sports media, but news media as well, how people take something and run with it. And what are they talking about? Anyway, we'll get to that. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I felt bad about that because I didn't.
I know you were talking.
I was talking.
Yeah, but it's one of those things.
It wasn't what I was talking about.
We'll get into it with ND when he visits at 8:30. Yeah. But anyway, on the receivers, I've come up with the Joe Lunardi-esque rostertology.
Yes.
First 3 out, last 3 in kind of thing. We know who the big 3 are.
Rostertology, I like
Rostertology.
Yes.
Because you have Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, lock, okay? Yeah. The big 3. Let's just call them that.
In.
Yeah. And now you have, let's just say you keep 6, just for sake of argument.
Okay.
You might keep 5, you might keep 7. Okay. But let's just say you keep 6. Johnny, the next 3, I could be talked into anything at any given moment, it feels like. Because if you ask me when camp started, and actually even last week, Robert Woods, to me, is so important to this football team. How can you not have him on the team?
I know.
But then you look at some of the other talent. It's not even a but. And you look at some of the other talent. You look at Xavier Hutchinson, the leading receiver on this team in the preseason. It looks like he can make play after play in a variety of ways. He can run that jet motion stuff for you. He can do a lot of things. He carries the ball well for you. He's a weapon. So I have a hard time seeing X not on the team.
Right.
And then you're seeing Mechie, they drafted Mechie pretty high, and they have high hopes for Mechie, and you're waiting for that potential to really shine. He's made some nice catches, so what are you going to do with Mechie? Then you look at Skoranek. Well, they got Skoranek for a reason, because he can help you. He can play a lot of different positions for you, play special teams, that kind of thing. And you keep going and go. Steven Sims. How can Steven Sims not be on this football team? He's a great punt returner. I know Dell returns punts too, but Steven Sims is your guy to return it when you feel like this is not a Dell moment, okay? This is a catch the ball at the 10. Maybe you're going to return it, maybe not. Dell, to me, is more like they're pinned way back, and they're going to launch the punt, and Dell's going to track it down, and he'll get you 20 yards at least, right? Like he did the other night because he set you up on that scoring drive. I don't know what to do about these guys. And now I look at Skoranek, and I'm thinking, well, maybe he's not on the team. Maybe he is on the team. They have a real tough decision to make, and I think the reason why I called it rostertology and last 3 in, first 3 out, whatever, just like you do with the NCAA tournament bracket selections as you get closer to March Madness, is because it does change every day, it feels like. Oh, today so-and-so's hot. Robert Woods is hot today. He's a lock today. Skoranek, hot today. You know, you can load up 5 guys in that final 3 if you want, maybe 6.
Yeah, you're right. And I think like the one that would probably shock me the most, you know, because we talk about this team and the philosophy of iron sharpens iron, and it's all about competition. And if that's the case, Xavier, the top competitor of any of the non-Big 3. I mean, he's been tremendous. And I just would be really surprised if he ends up not making this team. Now, right now, you've got Noah injured, so you've got that to deal with.
That's a big factor.
That's a big factor.
Because he can help you.
Well, yeah. I mean, do you think of the games last year where, I don't want to say he saved us, but he saved us. Because
how long does it take Noah, if Noah's healthy and they release him, how long does it take him to get scooped up? 10 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. After what he did last year, I would think there's going to be some team that says, yeah, we could use the veteran presence. So, but he's injured. He's injured.
And we don't know what it is,
right? And so we don't know the timing on that. So you're like, man, I don't know. Can we? Gosh, are we going to give up on somebody? And I should say give up on somebody. But are we going to make a move with somebody because we're going to wait for Noah? And that just gets really tricky. But I think the other night, Robert Woods, Bobby Trees was fantastic. He draws the defensive pass interference down the field. He has 4 catches. He knows where to go and get open. He had a really good feel with Davis going in that second quarter. How can you not have Robert Woods on this team? And I know what people are thinking when they hear that. They're like, well, the money. And I'm like, well, yeah. But I don't know if they're dying.
Act like it's $20 million.
I know. I don't know if they're dying for money.
The money. It's no problem. Easy for me to say.
But, you know, injuries always change things. And right now, the only guy that's banged up in that group is Noah Brown that we know of. There might be a guy kind of hiding something and trying to go out there. The only guy that we know of something is Noah. But I think X, great punt return the other night, did a great job of getting out of there.
Yep.
And if he had made one, he misread the last block because Henry was set up to pin his guy outside, but Steven cut outside. If he would have stayed inside of Henry's block, he might get inside and out then. And that might have been an even longer return. But that was a heck of a return. They cut it to 5. I mean, how often you're like, no, that ball goes in the end zone. And he had a really good return. So, and I know you can't put a guy on a team just because, he works hard. I don't know that anybody at that position works harder. We were sitting there Wednesday in Ohio.
Yeah.
And we look over. We're waiting for Kay Adams to walk up there. Press conferences were over. We're just kind of waiting. We look out on the field, and there are like 4 guys on the field. One of them is the guy that just signed a $25 million a year extension at receiver. Nico. And the other is Steven Sims. And they're alternating catching like 5 to 10 passes from the Jugs machine from like you to me away, like 3 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just going back and forth, the 2 of them. And I'm like, they're the 2 last 4 guys off the field. And obviously Steven is, fighting tooth and nail. I think he's improved as a receiver, which helps. His hands are better. He's more decisive when he gets the ball and gets upfield. He hasn't got a ton of chances, but his return game has been good. Look, the last time he played in a regular playoff game, he took one to the house.
Exactly. Here's my question about Sims. If Sims is not on the team, who's going to be the punt returner other than Dell? Because Dell's not going to do it every time.
Well,
we know
you
this.
Still have Desmond.
You still have Desmond, he's nicked up, right? Was he back out?
So good, yeah.
You still have Desmond. I don't know if they feel like that's going to be their regular guy, but maybe he is.
Yeah, maybe he is.
Look, he's a former All-Pro at that spot.
You do have options. But the ones we saw Friday night, Sims and Dell were pretty good. And we'll get into this a little bit with ND because it's not that we disagree. I do like seeing Tank back on punt returns. I just freak out. But here's one last thing about Tank. it was mentioned on the broadcast. He talked to Mike Garafolo after the game, and Garafolo had the numbers. 250 days since Tank had played a game. You think about it. What we saw the other night, that dude broke his ankle against the Broncos, got shot, recovered, and then went out and did that to the Steelers.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
I was not surprised. I was not surprised at all because we've seen him at practice.
No doubt.
What does D'Amico Ryans always say? You know, you're doing it at practice. You say this too. You're doing it at practice. You should be doing it in the games. And
Translate.
Dell's been doing it at practice. So I felt like Dell's been back for a long time in my mind. So I was not surprised at all to see him. Now, I thought breaking the tackles was very cool.
That's Tank.
You know? If you're going to tackle him, you have to find him first.
I know.
Good luck with that.
When that safety got over there, and I just instinctively thought, I don't think he's tackling him. Just in that instant, I was like, he's going to score, and then just spun off of him. Like, he's difficult to bring down. It's a tough dude. And by the way, this team is getting a little bit of a reputation, which I kind of like. You see Tommy Townsend after the
Yeah, that was awesome.
I wish I could have heard that on the.
We're going to talk to Andre and ND about that. ND Kalu coming up next. We're going to talk to him about, hey, he was in the booth with Johnny Harris, and they'll be back on Saturday. Plus, a special guest will be in the booth for a stint on Saturday. A great Texans player. You're going to want to hear from him. We'll talk about who that is next here on Texans Radio. Now, we are presented by Houston Methodist all season long. This is the first Texans Monday program. We'll be on every Monday after Texans games. It's going to be awesome, and we're brought to you by the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans, Houston Methodist Leading Medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Are you an annoying know-it-all? Answering questions no one asked of you? Do people often ask you, how do you sleep at night? Then you should go to Mattress Firm. They have knowledgeable sleep experts specifically trained to help match you with the right mattress, so anyone, even people like you, can sleep. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at Night store website for details.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans take the field this season against exciting opponents like the Chicago Bears, Detroit Lions, Miami Dolphins, and Baltimore Ravens? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your crew and secure group tickets now for one or more of these exciting games. Visit HoustonTexans.com to learn more about group ticket opportunities and the awesome benefits you get just by coming as a larger group.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
Amegy Bank and the Trevino Group,
in business banking by growing and planning for the future together. Now, it's your turn with your own dedicated Amegy banker with banking experience in your industry, because you're more than a customer. We're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business on solid financial footing through the ups, downs, and everything in between by being the trusted partner you need. Here, we collaborate. Here, you grow. Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation and a member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
After his solid preseason debut, what's C.J. Stroud looking to fine-tune before the Texans' regular season kicks off?
Everything, yeah. I mean, it's what we're here for. It's not going to be perfect. We got a great defense that keeps us honest every day, and we do the same with them. So, just iron sharp iron.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
He's a guy that you want to grind for, you want to play for. Look, all these guys are playing for themselves. They're playing for the money, for the notoriety, for a chance to win a Super Bowl. But that only takes you so far. When you're grinding through training camp, you need that coach with that bright smile, with that positive outlook that's going to, get you through those practices in 98-degree humid weather here in Houston. And D'Amico said something during the production meetings that we had that reminded me or reinforced what type of person he is. This is a guy, and I know the players pick up on it. When we were talking about making the 53-man roster, most coaches, their only thought is, I need the best 53 so I can get as many wins and secure my job. Really passionate about letting his players know, I want all y'all to be in the NFL. Unfortunately, I can only keep 53, but he wants all of them to put good plays, not just to try and make this team, but he wants to see every single guy on the roster make an NFL team. And that was genuine, the way he was talking about it. And I truly believe like the players feel that. And that's why the 88th guy on this roster is still going to play for him as if he's the 33rd guy on the roster.
Yeah, he would have been a fun guy to play for. He'd been a good guy to coach, a great guy to coach with. Andy, I don't want to say we buried the lead in some sense, but we talked about Tank Dell a little bit earlier and just what he did. And you and I don't think we're on opposite ends of the spectrum. I would like to see Tank return punts, but I cross my fingers and I close my eyes, kind of like my wife does when I drive in Houston when he is returning. But you were pretty confident when we were talking about it. You want Tank back there returning punts. Settle the debate, if you will. What's your thought about Tank returning punts, and what do you think about him overall and how he looked the other night?
First of all, I want him returning punts. He's a playmaker. If this was high school going to college, he wouldn't just have that WR wide receiver next to him. He would have the ATH athlete. Mm-hmm. So he's one of those special players that, whether it's special teams, whether it's lining him up as a wide receiver, whether you throw him in the backfield, he's the type of guy you just got to get the ball in his hands. So I'm 100% okay with him returning punts, returning kickoffs, whatever it may be. And I'm even okay, I'll take it a step further, seeing him do that in the preseason. Because for the broken ankle, what was it, the ankle or fibula?
I thought it was the fib. Well, it was something down there, some kind of bone, supports weight, that kind of thing.
Right. Well, when you break your leg and then you double down and say, you know what, I'm going to act like I'm in a scene from Colors and get shot at a party, you want to be able to get on the field just so you can get that confidence back, like, okay, you know what, I'm back, I'm good. And the way he looked on that touchdown, the way he looked on that return, I felt like, okay, this guy is back. He's not suffering any ill effects from getting shot or from the broken leg. So I thought it was important, mainly for him, to be able to feel that in a game time situation. But I'm 100% okay with him being a return man, especially when you see how deep the wide receivers are.
It was a fibula. That's what it was, reportedly.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Fibula is connected to the hip bone.
Could have been low. There's the tibia and the fibula, right?
Uh-huh.
And what's the one, the upper leg bone?
Femur. I know that.
Femur.
The femur.
Yeah.
But as they said on Schoolhouse Rock, leg bone is connected to the hip bone connected to the thigh bone. Yeah.
I saw a little clip of the guys who sang those songs, because you're so used to cartoon characters singing those songs, and it was a big disappointment to actually see the people singing it. It's like, conjunction, junction, what's your function? Okay, that's kind of dated stuff. There we go. And D, I'm going to go behind the wall here. We are in production meetings, right, for the broadcasts. And they're very cool because you talked to the coach. We talked to C.J. Stroud last week. Share with the audience what it's like to be in a TV production meeting. And my kid was watching Receiver last night on Netflix.
Oh, yeah.
They're actually in one with CBS. Tracy Wolfson, Nance, Romo. They actually, I think it was Justin Jefferson, one of the players, that they highlighted. But they're in the production meeting getting some footage. And you'll see some on our Iron Sharpens Iron Texans TV show. But anyway, Andy, what is that like for you? And share some thoughts on being able to talk to Stroud in that setting.
You know, it is very cool just to get the guys, even though we're talking football, to get them away from the locker room, to get them away from the football field, because it kind of gives another dimension where we get a better feel for what type of person they are. And I'm always disappointed in myself when I'm excited that a lot of these players are good guys off the field. And the reason I say I'm disappointed in myself, I know that. I know that the vast majority of the guys on a football roster are just good men. But sometimes with social media, I tend to forget, like, oh yeah, the majority of these guys aren't knuckleheads. They aren't idiots who are just out there, living the stereotypical life of a professional athlete. And the reason I say that, after we talked to Khalil Davis, I've really enjoyed his story, going from the USFL to making this roster and to being a productive defensive lineman for the Texans. But then talking to him, like how humble he is, how his voice is real calming, and he really appreciates everything that he's going through in the NFL. And then C.J. Stroud, I mean, you talk about a guy that's wise beyond his years. Like, by the end of the meeting, I wanted to ask him some life advice just because of the way he responds to questions and how he looks at things. What's cool about CJ, and I don't know if words could do it justice, John, obviously both of y'all have seen it, but when you ask him a question, he just doesn't spit out an answer. He'll pause. You see his eyes are kind of like moving around, like thinking about it and making sure that he gives you a genuine answer, but at the same time, he's not going to say anything that he regrets. So it's just really, really cool to get the background scene with these players and coaches. Like Frank Ross, after talking to him for 30 seconds, and for those that don't know, that's a special teams coordinator, I really thought I might be able to play for 3 or 4 more snaps, because he's really going to get you excited about the sport and get you excited about special teams. So it's really, really cool just to kind of get these guys in a comfortable setting where they're not just giving you coach speak or player speak.
Great stuff. Looking forward to more great stuff on ABC 13 Saturday at noon with you, Johnny, Kevin Kugler, Shelby Coppage. Can't wait, Andy.
Oh, I forgot it's noon. Ooh. All right, so if y'all see me sweating, it's because of the time. But I'll have the company. Sweat rag ready. I'll have the sweat rag ready. No, I look forward to it, and I appreciate the opportunity.
It's going to be Sweat Saturday. All right, thanks. Andy Kalu joining us on Texans Monday. Coming up, the little that went viral from the game, from our broadcast on Friday night. Did it need to? We will discuss, and then Andre Ware at 9 is coming up here on Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
The Texas Lottery presents Now That's What I Call Hits, with hit songs like Give Me That Money. Give me that money, give me that money, give me that money, give me that money. And Winner Winner Chicken Dinner.
Winner, winner! Chicken dinner!
That's right. With hit scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, you can have an instant hit on your hands. Like the old classic, Ain't That Some Luck?
Well, ain't that some luck?
You could hit it big with big cash prizes. So play today.
Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
You've got to watch your NFL team every Sunday, and Verizon's got you covered for all your team's out-of-market games every Sunday afternoon.
Come on!
From kickoff to sign-off. From first downs and touchdowns to turnovers and overturned plays.
After review, the pass was incomplete.
Nice. Let's go!
This season, win every Sunday with Verizon. Get a great deal on NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV and a new phone. Excludes digital-only games. Terms and embargoes apply.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
The CJ to Tank connection picked up right where it left off in the Texans' 20-12 preseason W.
CJ fires over the middle, and he's got his man across the 10-5, cutting inside. Dell breaks the tackle. Touchdown, Houston!
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com.
Ready to take your grilling game to the next level? Texas Star Grill Shop has you covered. With top brands like Traeger, Weber, Big Green Egg, and more, they have the perfect grill for every barbecue enthusiast. From luxury outdoor kitchens to prefab islands, they make outdoor cooking a breeze. And right now, don't miss the huge sale with unbeatable prices on all grills and accessories. Visit one of the 4 locations across the greater Houston area or check out TexasStarGrillShop.com. Texas Star Grill Shop, where great barbecue begins.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Those bubbles. Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Want to take trips with the Texans while building your network with your executive peers? Houston Texans Lux gives you the most access to the Texans organization that money can't buy. As a Lux member, you can have access to boardroom luncheons with Texans executives, golf outings at Blue Jack National, and player meet and greets to name a few. Your access to the Texans will leave colleagues and clients wanting more. They say membership has its privileges, and that's exactly the case with Texans Lux. Learn more at HoustonTexansLux.com.
Now, more Texans Monday.
First and goal from the 4. Mills gets the snap. Here's the toss to Dare, running left, going for the goal line. He's got it! Touchdown, Houston. 4-yard run, Dare Ogunbowale.
There it is, Dare with the touchdown. Man, you talk about that running backs group. We'll get into it with Andre when he joins us at 9, but we talked about the receiver group, how it's impossible right now to predict. I mean, you can predict, but I think you're going to be wrong. That final 3 after the big 3.
I like how you said that. You're going to be wrong.
You can predict all day, but it's a daily thing. Today, Skoronek's in. Tomorrow, Skoronek's out. The next day, Skoronek's back in. I don't know. They got him for a reason. And I just love, what? What are you going to do? Noah Brown, is he going to come back before the end of the preseason? Yeah. Will he be on PUP? What's going to happen with him? He was really good for this team last year. I don't want to get back into that again. Let's get into this, though. I promise this. So there was a moment where our cameras captured Diggs and Stroud talking, and Diggs is very animated.
Mm-hmm.
The interpretation by many, not everybody, was that Diggs was upset about something.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. And it caught fire, Johnny. I saw it caught fire. And I know you guys were in the middle of a different discussion when they showed that image.
I wish I could have seen that because I would have pointed it out. I would have squelched all of it immediately.
Because you would have known that this is going to go viral.
But I'm watching the play, or the play that's about to happen. So I'm not looking at the monitor in front of me. I'm looking at the play as we're talking. So I'm not looking there. And so it sounds like I'm oblivious to it, which I was because I was not looking at the monitor. And that's obviously somebody, our cameras had it focused on them. I would have squelched that thing in 2 seconds. I would have made a joke about how Stephon was talking to Tank about the difference in socialism and free market capitalism, and would have joked about it because that's really it's so stupid. Stephon is one of the more, if you see him, he's an effusive talker. Like when he's trying to explain something, like
he talks with his hands.
He talks with his hands, like I do for sure. You know that. And we talk with our hands, and we get excited like. Hands start doing it. Was when I started seeing what people were saying, I'm like, you're freaking idiots.
Look at him during the touchdown. He's celebrating. He's happy. His hands are in the air. Touchdown. We got it.
This is dumb. It was the dumbest thing I've ever. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. People getting all. It was like people are. Here's the problem. People are already anticipating there's going to be an issue. And because of that, they're pointing out all the wrong little things like that. That was not even. I guarantee you they were talking about what happened on that play, and Diggs was probably explaining it from his perspective.
Right.
And the right throw was to CJ. So I just thought it was so dumb. It was just frustrating. And then I kept seeing a clip, and I'm hearing what I'm talking about, and I'm like, I'm making a pretty good claim about something, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I realize they're mad about Stefan's hands.
Yeah.
Basically, like, stop it, man.
That's the thing about TV, though, because you get that monitor, and you don't know what the director went to. Right. Is it fully based on what you're talking about? Can't always match up when we see it on every TV broadcast we watch.
And I know people weren't. They weren't mad at me, but it's just I could have helped the situation because I would have said, he's not mad.
But that's in real time. You can't react to everything they show.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's called the program feed when you're in the booth. And you can't react to everything on the program feed.
It's so dumb. It was like when Diggs, the fight happened. The fight ended up being between Dalton Schultz and Derek Stingley. And it happened because of a hit between Jimmy Ward on Stephon Diggs. But
in practice.
In practice, it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah. But it gets put on Twitter. Stephon Diggs, one of those aggregation sites, which need to be blown up, by the way. Stephon Diggs in the middle of a fight at Texas practice. Are you surprised?
Like, oh, yeah, exactly.
What?
Well, media.
He did it at Buffalo?
Media will take things like that and run with it as if it's a fact.
Exactly.
And they won't dig into what really happened. And this is all interpretive anyway.
Right.
But it shows you what happens with many stories, not all stories, many stories, not just in sports, but in news as well. So take that for what it's worth and think about it as you make your own interpretations of what's really going on in sports and in the world.
Here's another good example, because I just saw Nick Caserio out in the hallway. How many times have we kind of brought up something about New England and Belichick and the thought of, we've talked about, Belichick being dour and tough to work with, all this kind of stuff. And how many times has Nick said, look, I think the interpretation of Coach was a little different in the building than it was in the media, and which is true. You get people have talked about getting to know Belichick and how great he's to be around, how he's funny, he's a competitor. But media takes it and runs with it because he stands up in front of the media when asked about a game and he's like, "We're on to Cincinnati."
Yeah.
And everybody runs with this, oh, he must be a dour, what. And
he almost played a character in front of the media during press conferences.
That's right. But it got interpreted as, oh, he must be a jerk.
But he was tough.
He was tough. There's no doubt.
But he also had that lighter side that you see in some of the NFL film stuff. And
that's
it's
exactly
hard. You want to be inside the building, but you're not going to get the full picture even with the NFL films deep dive stuff, the 2009 season that was chronicled, which I think is a great look at Belichick. What was that, an NFL?
That was NFL Films.
Yeah, but what was the show? Was it The Timeline? Was it
Football Life?
Football Life.
Football
really?
Life. And
they did the Football Life?
I think they shoehorned it into that, into the Football Life, I think is what they ended up going with.
It's pretty good. If you watch the Football Life of Bill Belichick, it's pretty good stuff. Anyway, really good stuff. Andre Ware, he's joining us next. Full conversation with him. Love these on Monday mornings. Set your Outlook calendar, whatever you got, to Monday mornings at 9 with Andre Ware as we chop it up about everything football. It's coming up next here on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic.
access, exclusive content. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
He gets the snap. CJ fires over the middle, and he's got his man across the 10-5, cutting inside. Dell breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Houston! Tank Dell with the TD catch and run off the arm of CJ Stroud.
Nice tackle-breaking skills. Great to see those two hook up for that. CJ, what a throw. You cannot take that for granted. That was a laser. Let's get Andre Ware in here on Texans Monday. Good morning, Dre. That was nice to see. A little breath of fresh air through the hot Houston heat.
Yeah, it was. I mean, good morning, guys. Tank Dell seems like he's in midseason form already. He also added a 22-yard punt return, so I don't know how much they're going to use him on special teams in terms of the return game, but I know he's more than capable of doing the job. That's for sure.
Okay, Dre, this is something that we talked about on our broadcast and TV. I get nervous with Tank back there on punt returns. How do you feel about Tank being back there maybe not even full-time, but just, I don't know, even half-time on punt returns? How do you feel about that?
Maybe half the time. I understand what the caution is, but you're trying to win games. He's the best. If he's the better player to do that for you, then you must, or at times at least, because field position in games means everything, and he can provide. He can flip the field for you in a snap of a finger. So game or a game that really means a whole lot for the division, or just getting started for the regular season, I would definitely utilize him there.
All right, so CJ played a bit in that game. What do you want to see the rest of the way? 2 preseason games left. You have the joint practices next week with the Rams. Is it 1 or 2 days, Johnny, with the Rams that they have scheduled?
1.
1 day with the Rams in joint practice. So what do you think? What do you think the playing time should be for CJ as far as games and that joint practice the rest of the way before we get to the opener?
Well, it's got to work in reverse. I would definitely play him in the last game against the Rams. Not very much, maybe a series, and then that's it. The game before is when, it's usually the dress rehearsal for the regular season if you're going by the old ways. And so I think he'll play a significant amount, maybe the first quarter, maybe into the second quarter, but that's about it. And that's kind of today's way of how they work the preseason. You don't see it like the old days, like, you're playing coming out of halftime in that third preseason game so that you can get your body adjusted to having revved it up, go in for halftime, come back out and restart it. Because those are, to me, those things are important. Just getting a game feel and a game flow and then taking it into the regular season. But I definitely wouldn't play him more than a series in the Rams game, especially if they're having joint practices.
Dre, overall with the quarterbacks, CJ gets a few snaps the other night. Second series, they get in the end zone. Mark gave Davis his numbers through the preseason, 69% completion, 1 touchdown, no interception, just looks more improved day after day after day. Case was really good the other night as well. What have you thought overall about just all of the quarterbacks that you've seen go out and make plays?
I think they've all had good days. Even Tim Boyle in practices that, you watch him throw the ball around. And then you get in games, and it's just kind of hard from where he is and where he's seated to get any type of rhythm because the offensive line is not going to be – there are going to be guys blocking for him that won't even make this team. It's even running backs and guys that are playing around. So it's hard to get a clear picture of him, so to speak. But the other 3 have been outstanding. Case has delivered the football. He's thrown some nice passes in some windows during the preseason, move him right down the field. And so has Davis. Davis Mills has done the same exact thing. So I don't know what the pecking order is. I know last year when CJ had to miss a game, they went to Case and he delivered. Who knows how that shakes itself out with a year more experience for Davis Mills.
Yeah, yet they have 4 quarterbacks in camp, and they're trying to work it out. I'm wondering what they're going to do here, Dre, because Boyle is a part of this thing right now. It's hard to imagine Case not being around.
They have another tough decision there. Obviously, you know who the starter is, but it's another decision to make. We talk a group. Quarterback group is another one.
Yeah, and there are a lot of factors that could affect that, how that shakes itself out. They feel like Tim Boyle could be a third. Then someone goes down in the preseason, and then all of a sudden there's a demand for a quarterback. Do you trade Davis Mills? Do you trade Case Keenum? So all those are going to be factors as we get closer. Nobody goes down, and then, you know, here we are with 4. I don't know that it looks much different from last year, to be quite honest.
Dre, the wide receiver position Mark and I have been talking about, and we're trying to figure this whole thing out, and we know the first 3. We know Tank, Nico, and Stephon. Okay, the first 3. All right, that's easy. Everybody could get those. That's a layup. But the rest of them become like 30-foot heaves from behind the three-point line trying to figure out which guys are going to end up making it. Which guys have impressed you in games the most, in practice the most, that you think could be in spots 4, 5, 6 if they carry 6?
Oh, boy, that's a good question. Hutch has done an outstanding job. I think he's had one of the better camps of anybody, and then he delivers when he gets on the field. Sims is another one that you're going to use. You can utilize him in the special teams in terms of the return game. Excuse me. And he's been consistent offensively when they've decided to go to him in practice and in games. Outside of that, man, it gets tough. I don't know if Noah Brown makes it. To be the best ability is availability, and he hasn't been available. So you can't hold a roster spot for a guy that had drops. Being quite honest, at times last year when given chance. Now he's made some big plays, but the consistency is just not there like as Xavier Hutchinson. He is a consistent player, down in, down out, and then he happens to be younger. So those guys get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to cutting down the roster.
Yeah, and Robert Woods, my gosh, he's still good.
Yeah, there's another one. Yeah. He's just a model of consistency. He is the consistency that you would hope for in a guy like Noah Brown, who has speed and has size, but he just doesn't. He's just not as consistent as you'd want him to be.
All right, here's one for both of you. True or false? There's no way, assuming he's healthy, that Cam Akers is not on this football team. True or false?
True. I think he's made it. He delivers something that's a little bit different than just about everybody else. He's got great change of direction. I know he's had 2 Achilles injuries and surgeries, but he doesn't look like he's missed a beat. He's healthy. He's showing it. He's showing you both, you know, the ability to block, catch, and run. All 3, categories that you need from a running back. And then he's just got something about him in terms of making the first guy miss and turning nothing into something. Did it a couple of times this past weekend.
I think that's one of the other things. I can't remember. I was talking to somebody about this. I was talking to a good friend of mine, and he mentioned it too. It's like, you know, when you make a minus 2-yard run, or what should be a minus 2-yard run, you turn it into a 2-yard gain. It's not 4 yards, but it kind of feels like it in a sense, and that's kind of what he's done. I go back to this. I think if the mantra of iron sharpens iron and competition is the competition like gives us what it's supposed to, Cam Akers is on this football team. Because you can't name me 3 running backs that have performed better than him in practice and in preseason games. You can't, and you just look at what he's given you. It's just different, and I find that's one thing I find with his team. They're different at positions that they've, like, traditionally, like I think about the center position. Traditionally here with the Texans, never really had a center that could kind of move guys out of the way, could torque guys, could hold up and anchor. They have that with Juice. They never really had a safety with the range ever like Kalen Bullock. Now they went out and got that. Yeah, exactly.
He's playing. He's balling.
Yeah. Dre, your thoughts on Kalen Bullock? If Petrie's going to play the nickel, now Eric Murray has been back there with Jimmy Ward, and I think Eric is solid and has done some really good things this preseason, but it's hard to deny number 41 with what you see back there. What are you seeing from the young dude?
Yeah, range, ability to bring him in when he gets there. He's had several splash plays. He's had a couple of splash plays the other night, and he's not afraid to come up and hit you. So that's exactly what they wanted in a safety. I think they've gotten it with him. And I don't think it's a far reach to say that he starts at that spot, because you're right. Petrie has played more nickel in this training camp, in this preseason, than he's played safety. And so when you have a young guy like that playing and making plays, and that was Petrie a couple of years ago, but it was also a different system. So that matters not only for offensive players, defensive players, tend to struggle a little bit when there's a system change, and Petrie did that last year, which had opened the door for them to go draft Bullock.
All right, so the Colts are up, regular season opener, September 8th. Yesterday, they get the doors blown off them by the Denver Broncos, just completely obliterated. All right, it wasn't that bad. It's a preseason game. I'm not going to go crazy. But Richardson was 2 for 4 for 25 yards, and he also, had a yard carry, whatever. Johnny, you saw the game. I didn't see Richardson's appearance. I picked this one up late. But for both of you guys, expectations right now, Anthony Richardson, week 1, what are we seeing?
I'll let Johnny go first on this one.
Here's what I think we're going to see. I think there are going to be moments in which I'm hungry. So I think there'll be times where we beef, like, holy cow. I think there are going to be times where we see a hot dog, like, what?
And not a good one.
Yeah, not a good one. Like, wait, what? So, and then when he runs the ball, I think it's going to be kind of hit or miss, because I think they're going to plant the seed. You run, but you get down. And so I think that's going to slow him down a little bit, because that's going to be a change of his style. Because his style is, hey, I get matched up on a linebacker, I'm running that dude over.
And Will Levis has that disease, too.
That's exactly right. And when you're struck with that disease, so my point is, he's going to be all over the dartboard. There is going to be some beauty. Like, the game yesterday was a perfect example of that. Early on, his first throw, his feet are all jacked up. He misses the receiver by 5 yards. Then they run a little option route with Mo Alley Cox. He puts it right on the 8-1, and good play. Next one, 4-man rush. He's got a curl route, and he throws it to the Broncos. I mean, right to him. He drops it, but right to him. So those are 3 of the 4 throws. I think the 4th throw was just a little out route. But I think they're going to miss Josh Downs.
Yeah.
And I think that's really going to hurt him, because those are some of the routes he actually throws pretty well, because he gets his feet set quickly and boom. But the longer that he has to hold the football, then all of his mechanics start breaking down. And I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see some carries that can hurt us, but he's going to try and run over our linebacker one too many times. And Dre, I think about this all the time. When you see NFL defensive players walking around a building, and as a quarterback, when you take a hit from that guy, and then the football, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, I hated running for that reason, because then you're in a predominantly pass offense, and you got to pull it down and run, and then come back in the next play. You're throwing a bang 8 or just a 9 route, which is quick post or just a fade. It's tough. I mean, or you got to read something, and you're tired, and you like to play the position calmly as you possibly can, from down to down. And when you get upset by having to run it, I'd like to follow that up with a timeout, but you can't always do that. I think you're going to see a mix from him in terms of the Colts using him on the edges and bootlegs and things of that sort. There will be some design quarterback draw or quarterback runs, whether it's draw or whether it's just designed for him to run on 4th and short or third and short. They're not going to stop running him. It's just going to be, dialed down way more so at the beginning of the season. Now, as it progresses in the second time we see the Colts, you're going to see the full Anthony Richardson. I just believe that after they get past a point where they're now no longer afraid of him moving around and running, they're going to just unleash him. It won't be the first week, but they're talented enough where they don't have to run him a lot they've got a solid running game and one of the better young offensive lines in this league.
Okay, this is for both of you guys, because I've gotten the Steelers game where the guy I'm about to ask you makes a really nice play. The route is tremendous. He could do something after the catch. The more and more that I see Cade Stover, the more excited I get. What are you guys' thoughts about Cade Stover and how much he impacts this offense this year? Now, we didn't have Brevin in the game the other night, dinged up. We didn't play in either the Hall of Fame game or that game. And so, obviously Brevin can still be there to make plays, but Stover's just different from everybody else in this team. What do you think the impact will be with Stover this year, Trey?
I think he's going to contribute a whole lot, and he's a dang good run blocker on the edges as well. He's shown his ability to do that. But in terms of the receiving game, the hands are there, the understanding of where to be in zone coverages and sitting it down, showing your numbers to the quarterback. I think he displays all of that, and he's kind of a security blanket for the quarterback as well. Third down and medium, that's where I think you're really going to see his the effect of how he plays the game. And then after the catch, he's a willing runner after he gets it in his hands. So it's been a pleasure to watch him play and kind of develop in this short period of time. But I think the future's big for him, and certainly this year he's going to affect this offense in many, many ways. And now that's with Schultz ahead of him at tight end and the big three that we talked about earlier, and having to satisfy them a little bit. So he's going to have to get his in certain instances where 3 or 4, but I think he's good. He's somewhere in the 35 to 45 range in terms of how many catches he'll have this year.
It's hard to satisfy fantasy football team owners because you don't know who to pick on this team. Mm-hmm. You don't know who's going to be the most consistent as far as production for a fantasy team, right? Because
it's a great problem, isn't it?
It's a great problem. You're going to look at what Dell did the other night. We just got, that's 7-0, whatever. You keep playing, different things happen. But man, you talk about Stover. He's not in the five-headed monster group as we defined it in the preseason, right? Either is Xavier Hutchinson, Dameon Pierce, Cam Akers. The list goes on. Brev. But those guys are going to be hurt from. Stover's going to have games where it's like 5 catches for 70 yards and a touchdown. And then the next day the next game he might have 1 or 2 catches, but it doesn't mean the team didn't win because other guys are getting the ball. And that's a beautiful problem, beautiful issue to have. Bobby Slowick and team, they'll have to figure it out. And Dre, here's one for you. In the post game, Davis Mills told Shelby Coppage, because there was extra time after the game ended early, she interviewed him. He said, yeah, Ben McDaniels called the plays tonight. So D'Amico, who wants to make a point of empowering his assistants, all of them, and Andy talked about this the last half hour, he wants everybody on the team to get to the NFL, whether they're on this team or not, as far as the players go, and that is a great way to coach the team. I think he wants all these coaches to get jobs eventually. He wants everybody to be successful. He enabled Ben McDaniels to call the plays the other night.
Well, it's a brilliant move because if Lee, who's interviewed for other jobs, and he finally lands one, you got to have somebody in your desk drawer that you open it and there's a name at the top of the list. Oh, yeah, he's already on the staff. We'll just elevate him, and then wherever we need to fill in, we'll go from there. But coaches have to do that, and you got to know and be able to rely on a guy in a certain instance that he can get the job done. And it's a great move from a standpoint of if you've got to go there, then you have a proven play caller or a guy that's at least worked it through the preseason and you feel confident that he can do it. And I had no idea that was taking place the other night in Pittsburgh, but it gives you a sense of, okay, this staff knows exactly what they're doing and they have a plan for everything. And so, again, it's a brilliant, brilliant move by D'Amico.
Absolutely. Okay. Let's get to the most important question of the day, because
what's that?
Our punter, Tommy Rockets, does a pretty good job. How do we feel about our punter talking trash? Now, I'll say this team has got an edge. There's no doubt about that. They have definitely got an edge. But how do we feel about our punter talking trash to a punt returner who doesn't catch a ball?
Yeah, he ran up to the melee and started saying stuff.
He's like, catch the ball,
all about that, I'll say, is that guy really never hits anybody, but he can be hit. And so I've seen punters after they've talked noise. I've seen it midfield after talking noise to some players. So you might want to reel that in a little bit.
Yeah, that's funny.
Your job is to punt. Let us do the noise talking.
The college version of LeVar Arrington called and wants a word because he used to go after punters, and it was kind of fun to watch, actually. Dre, a couple of college notes here because we've got the Texas Bowl coming up New Year's Eve. We've got the college playoff in action. We got the Cougs starting up soon enough as they're going to take on who? UNLV. Wow, the running Rebels here to start the season.
That is not a good opener.
Yeah, but I know you were at ESPN for your annual ESPN Announcers Convention, whatever that is. What can you tell the listeners about what that is? Because it sounds kind of cool. Like, I think that if you could take people inside the wall a little bit, what is that experience like to be with all the other ESPN announcers?
Well, it's really cool in a great setting where you get to sit in a seminar type environment and trade ideas. You listen to what the company the message that they want to get out to the college football world this season. And so from that standpoint, it's outstanding. Then you get to the breakout meetings where it's just analysts along with play-by-play. They all go into one room, and analysts go into a room, producers go into a room, and you start trading ideas in there. And that portion of it really is to help younger announcers kind of get their footing. First-year guys that may have had 1 year or guys that are coming in to do that. You're trying to help them out, how to basically calm coaches so that they don't think you're stealing ideas when you come in for production meetings and things of that sort, how to just kind of ease into that conversation. It's very beneficial. Every year it's kind of a reminder of what you need to do your job, or with the needs that you have to do your job. And it's just a nice reminder.
Yeah, very cool. University of Houston be starting up then at UNLV game. I don't like
that's a tough start because
that's a tough start.
Yeah, what UNLV did last year. But I'll say this. The year I won the Heisman, we opened the season against UNLV. So I'm feeling okay for the Cougs.
Okay, that leads me to this. So I thought about this on Friday.
Wait, did you think about this? 35th anniversary season?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I didn't think of that. And that opener was a 69-0 win. I remember there was a quarterback, Charles somebody or other, that played at Yates that had gone to UNLV, and he was talking a lot of trash in the paper, and it got back to Houston. And we put that 69-0 butt kicking on him. I didn't hear much from him the rest of the year.
A real squeaker.
Okay, so I know we got a lot of Houston Cougar fans that are out there, and I thought about this on Friday because basically wherever we go, we're going to have three of the greatest Houston Cougar football players of all time because we'll have Case Keenum, Tank Dell, and our own Andre Ware. And so I asked Dre this. If you were to rank University of Houston's how far would you get to include all three, Andre, Case, and Tank?
Well, Tank is the question here.
Tank is
Andre
the question.
and Case are in the top 2 or 3, however you want to classify it.
Yeah.
But where does Tank fit into the top 10? There have been a lot of great players at UH. This is tough, Dre.
It's a tough one.
And at his position, because you got to go back to Elmo Wright. You got to go back to Jason Phillips, James Dixon, guys that have caught 100 balls in a season. Now, I know the explosiveness of Tank Dell, and damn it, I'd put him in the run and shoot ahead of a lot of guys that I played with. So just from that standpoint, I think it's the top 10. But there are some great players that are going to come in ahead or will be there along with Tank's name.
Man, the Cougs have had some receivers now. I mean, my God. Quarterbacks, too. I mean, Dre.
You forget Tyrone Carrier, who is a college football coach. He was there and was an outstanding return man. So, I mean, you can just keep coming with names. Guys that did what Tank has done at that position, it's tough to get down that list.
Quarterback's pretty good, too. Dre, Case.
Well, Kevin Cobb was pretty good.
Kevin Cobb.
I mean, they got a lot of good quarterbacks.
Yeah. I was
Clement,
about
only one is there.
Yeah, you can just keep going down that list. People talk about quarterback U. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Chuck Clements, I watched him make his first start as a freshman at Michigan, get your career jump started in the big house. And I got fined that weekend because I was about five minutes late getting back to our team meeting in Detroit from Ann Arbor.
Ooh, that's tough. Only one of those Cougs quarterbacks has their number on the field.
Yeah, right at the 11-yard line.
Yeah.
I forgot his name.
I don't know if it was
it'll
11,
come to me.
But, yeah,
it'll come back to me at some
It'll
point.
come back to us. All right, Dre, thanks a lot for being with us as always. Looking forward to Saturday.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, coming up, the General weighs in on Pittsburgh. And what he saw last night at practice, saw him out there, and we got a big week ahead, don't we, with the Giants invading Saturday at noon, preseason game number 3 for this team, week 2 for the league. It's complicated. We'll discuss. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with
Bloodline, who's got it? Officials say Houston has it. The Texans do have it as Hill comes out of the pack, and isn't that sweet to see Brandon Hill, a Pitt product, make a big play in this stadium.
Oh, yeah, and a big play at the end of the game to seal it off. The Panther with 2 takeaways. Really nice to see Brandon Hill come away from that. He's got this infectious smile, and we'll see what happens with him when roster cuts come. But let's just celebrate the moment. Great moment for him in Pittsburgh. And it's a great moment for everybody today who wants pizza. You know why? Pizza Hut, 50% off today, baby. Promo code Texans. Promo code Texans with Pizza Hut. You get half off your pizza. Let's eat. And let's go to the general now, John McClain. John, what'd you make of what you saw Friday night? And we saw you at the night practice last night as well. Good morning. How are you seeing things with the Texans?
Well, first of all, you mentioned the roster cuts. The cut to 53 is not anywhere near as big as it used to be because you can sign so many guys to your practice squad. So people act like, oh, my God, the cut to 53, it's over for everybody else. And it's not. And a lot of the guys we're watching won't make the 53, but they will be on the practice squad and have a really good chance of being elevated when guys start to get hurt. It was great to see C.J. Stroud connect with Tank Dell. You know, Davis Mills, last year of his contract, he's getting some good tape and I don't know if the time came somebody needed a former starting quarterback because their quarterback went down at the trade deadline. I'm guessing Davis would be a candidate, but he's looked really good. Their quarterback situation is one of the best in the league. I see others scrambling, and I remember where the Texans used to be. I wrote a story on HoustonTexans.com today about the defensive line. To me, that was the most impressive thing, especially Mario Edwards, in on 5 tackles, 2 for loss, half the sack he shared with Jerry Hughes. Danielle Hunter showed why he got $49 million over 2 years, 7 snaps, sack, 2 tackles for loss, and they didn't play three of their defensive linemen, but they ended up looking at 12 of them, and I know that Matt Burke, defensive coordinator, and Rod Wright, defensive line coach, have to be really pleased. Of the tackles for loss, let's see here. They had 6 of 8 tackles for loss by the defensive line, showing they got good penetration. 6 of the 7 quarterback hits were by the defensive linemen. And that's the kind of performance they're looking for. And if Mario Edwards could step up, you know, he's on his 7th team in 10 years, and be able to play the role that Danico Autry played to Autry's game, that would be huge.
John, your thoughts on, I'll just go here, Dameon Pierce. What do you think about Dameon Pierce? I know the first offensive line was not what it normally is in front of him, but I think we still want to see more from Dameon. Your thoughts about Dameon and, you know, kind of the rise of Cam Akers and Dari scores a touchdown. How do you kind of break down that running back room right now? If you got to keep 4, which 4 are you keeping? If you got to keep 3, which 3 are you keeping?
Well, I'm guessing the young guys like Jordan will end up on the practice squad, maybe Taylor. And Akers came in here for a guy that had his injury. He looked really good. I mean, he looks like he knows what he's doing. Dargan Bawali, 2nd year in the system, he looks good. Dameon Pierce looks better, but 4 carries for 4 yards isn't going to cut it. But I suspect when he gets a chance to play in the first game at Indianapolis, he'll look better. It's good to see Joe Mixon getting better. Laramie Tunsil out there as well for the first time. I don't think Tunsil, he doesn't need to play in preseason. Starter's only going to play in his next game. And so the backs, especially Pierce, look more comfortable and confident in Bobby Slowick's system than he did last year.
All right, let's go around the division a little bit here, General, because the Titans took the field. What did you make of what they did? Levis, 4 for 5, 35 yards. Any takeaways from the Titans' performance as they Niners who really thinned out. They've got a lot of injury issues. Canceled a joint practice this week.
Yeah, I don't pay much attention to anything that happens in preseason in the AFC South. I know what their expectations are for Will Levis. He's got to show them that he can be their franchise quarterback. You got a second-year general manager. You got a first-year head coach, longtime offensive coordinator. You know he knows, and I'm talking about Levis, knows that Brian Callahan has things he wants in a franchise quarterback, and Levis has got a season to prove it. Their general manager, Rand Carthon, spent a lot of money upgrading their offense, starting in the line, wide receiver, and running back. Basically, they needed help everywhere, and so Will Levis better come through. Speaking of the Titans, I'm surprised that Ryan Tannehill, their former starter, has not signed with anybody. I guess he's waiting for the right situation because he can still play. And I would want a veteran quarterback like that if I'm a team with a young quarterback, especially. But right now, they still got issues. They seem to be pretty confident on defense. But I think the only thing that really matters there is what they see from Levis before regular season begins.
Okay, let me give you – I'm glad you brought up Ryan Tannehill. How about this hot take? I got 2 hot takes for you.
All right.
What about Ryan Tannehill in Pittsburgh? Arthur Smith is the OC. He has Steelers are eventually going to keep both Russell Wilson and Justin Fields.
Okay, what do you think happens to them?
I think one of them goes.
One of them goes, meaning traded?
Somewhere.
Can you
somehow,
get
something?
John, what do you think of that? Let's just start there because we just saw Fields, and he looked okay, but he fumbled 2 snaps, and I don't know what to make of him. Thought the things he did well, he was doing them in Chicago. What do you think happens there with the quarterback situation? And do you think Johnny's right that one of those 2 is going to go?
Well, I'd be shocked if one of them did. Russell Wilson will play in the next game. They're totally different quarterbacks at this point. What Arthur Smith likes is old-fashioned football with 2 backs. Najee Harris and Warren had 6 carries for 20 yards. That's 3.3 a carry against the Texans when they had brief play early. But he's got to run the ball. And because Fields is such a running threat, I don't see them getting rid of him. I don't think they could get anything for him. They didn't. It wasn't expensive to get him. I could see Tannehill going to a team with a young quarterback, but I'd be surprised if it was the Steelers.
Okay, here's my other hot take.
All right.
Here's my other one. Rate this on Sizzle Fire. So, John, our rating system is 1 through 5 Sizzle Fires. So if my hot take is, oh, yeah, I can see that happening, that's like a 1. But if you think I'm completely out of my mind, it's a 5.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Michael Penix will be starting for the Falcons the last month of the season.
Oh, 2.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. 2. So it doesn't matter. If they struggle, they're going to go with Penix. If it's, a little bit sub 500 and it's not looking that good and he hasn't played that well, they'll go with Penix. John?
All right, good. That's not that hot. All right. John?
What do you think, General?
1 through 5.
5 unless he's hurt. They think they're going to win the division, and they got a good chance to do it. Cousins has got a lot to prove, and I think that unless he's hurt, I think he's going to do well enough to keep them in running for first place in the worst division in the NFL.
I think Tampa is the most underplayed, underappreciated, undervalued team in the league. I think Tampa's still pretty good, and they're going to give Atlanta every bit of a run for their money that they would ever hope for. How's that for a word
Do you
salad?
know New Orleans was plus 65 in point differential last year? Missed the playoffs by a game, but on a tiebreaker. But so that's a 3-team race that's tight, but I don't think any of the teams are real good.
Do you think
Not
the
a
Colts
Super
are
Bowl
real
contender
good?
like a lot of others.
Do you think the Colts are real good?
No, I don't. I think Anthony Richardson's really going to struggle in his first full season as a starter. I think I put a lot of stock in people that don't start much in college needing more time. The old Bill Parcells theory, now maybe because of his running ability, he'll light it up. He was 2 for 4 yesterday, and if Jonathan Taylor stays healthy, as the Texans well know, he would be a tremendous addition for him, everybody would have to respect Taylor in their running game. But I think Jacksonville is more of a threat to the Texans division title than the Colts.
All right, regarding the new kickoff rule, as Patrick Swayze said in Roadhouse, opinions vary, and the whole league has sampled it right now. General, what are your thoughts on where we are at with the new kickoff rule and where it's going?
It looks weird when they line up, but it's like Bobby Slowick's offense. They're vanilla. Every Frank Ross, every special teams coordinator is saving I don't know if it's tricks, some tricks, but strategy for regular season. I was watching NFL Network this morning, and I saw 2 long kickoff returns, not for touchdowns, and both of them were for bad tackles. It wasn't because, oh, wow, I can't believe they pulled that out of the hat. And both was because they bounced off players like crazy. I don't think it's going to be as radical as people believe it is, because they're putting guys up there who can tackle. And maybe you break through that first line, you can go the distance. But right now, it's basic. We're just trying to figure out how they line up and what the rules are.
General, how does the CeeDee Lamb thing work out in Dallas?
I think the fact that Jerry Jones realized he screwed up last week talking about no urgency, he came back, took his foot out of his mouth and said, mean urgency with him playing right now. In other words, we don't need him playing right now. They'll get it done just like they'll get Dak when it'll be. Cowboys have more issues with contracts. It seems like any team in the league, somebody important is always happy. And I was looking at Micah Parsons. They were putting his stats up there because he'll get it next year. I'll tell you what, Danielle Hunter blew him away in every statistic last year at Minnesota. And you don't hear people talking about Danielle Hunter like they talk about Micah Parsons. And if Hunter was playing for America's team, people would be talking about him like that too.
See them on Monday night in November. All right, General, thanks a lot for joining us. We'll catch up on Thursday.
Thank you guys very much, as always.
John McClain joining us on Texans Monday. Coming up, smoking hot players of the game. Who were they, and who are they in camp? Let's get into that before we hand off to In the Loop here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff Kid this season. Each lucky one.
TexansTexans.com/fan of the year.
16 seconds to go. Allen out of the gun. Now he throws downfield, and it's intercepted. And still going to his left. Here's Hill across the 40, the 50, the 40 of the Steelers, and runs out of bounds short of the 30-yard line. A pick and into Steeler territory for the former Pitt Panther, Brandon Hill, to ice the game.
Beautiful. Hill with the 2 takeaways. Very nice to see him do that in Pittsburgh. And yes, the Pittsburgh media was on that, celebrating for him anyway. They were not happy to see the Steelers lose, but whatever. It's a preseason game. They'll get over it. 17-0 at the break. That's what you need to know. You also need to know it could have been 7-7 at one point, but it wasn't. They misfired on the touchdown, with the would-be touchdown. But look, you're looking at Kyle Allen in the game. You're looking at a lot of reserves in the game, and it's just hard to gauge certain things. You just want to play well through all levels of the depth chart because many of these players will be counted on in key regular season situations. That's why preseason is important, folks, because these guys tend to play for you with all the injuries, all the attrition that happens in the NFL. And next up for the Texans, noon, Saturday, Giants. Smoking hot players. I think Hill certainly a smoking hot player from the Pittsburgh outing, Johnny.
Yeah, I think he absolutely has to be considered as such. Tank. Great punt return, touchdown catch.
That
great
drive
catch
was
and
his,
run.
right? It was his.
That drive was his.
He spotted them at the 36. Moments later, he's in the end zone. And a great throw by CJ.
How about Mario Edwards? Mario Edwards was fantastic.
How about this?
We've been telling Mario, we've been saying that since training camp. You and I have been talking about Mario Edwards and saying this guy.
We've been on that from the get-go, and guess what? Because Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk is a big Steelers fan, he had a tweet about Mario Edwards. Look at the contract, meaning it's not much at all, and look what they're getting. Right. And he noticed what he did to the Steelers, his team, and oh my goodness, Mario Edwards is going to help the Houston Texans.
Yeah, no doubt. 2 things. Number one, Brandon Hill's catch was awesome. That was a heck of a catch.
On the interception.
On the interception.
I know.
He had to go low, and he kind of had a one-handed. I mean, it was a great catch.
I wasn't sure he had it, but everyone kept going with it, so I did too.
Here's one thing I noticed in the Colts game, but I also noticed when I was going back and watching the film. Remember we talked about how players are allowed to wear the Guardian caps during games?
We saw one
there was a Steeler who was wearing one.
But then Jonathan Taylor wore one yesterday for the Colts.
Yeah, Kylan Granson was wearing one.
Okay.
So a lot more guys are now, I don't know if they'll do it during the season, but they're at least wearing it in the preseason.
Well, this goes back to my idea.
No, they've got like a
cover on it.
A cover on it
to take the waffle away.
Right, to take the waffle
It's
away.
more like a big pancake.
Yes. So I wonder if helmet companies are going to just jump the gun and say, okay, we're going to take this helmet. We're going to take these helmets to a different level. Now they already have over the years, but I thought that was interesting. I didn't notice that until I just was watching the copy. I was like, oh, he's wearing it too. He's just got the helmet cover on top of it.
Why can't you get rid of the hard shell? Stay with me on this, and just have a big piece of foam on everybody's head? Wouldn't that take the head-to-head contact away largely? You're not going to now. It's like, wait, what am I doing here? It's just a big piece of foam on my head. If you did that, you could make it look cool, still look like a regular helmet in a way. It wouldn't have the shine on it. It'd be the matted finish, Johnny. Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm silly. But it's an idea because I never thought we'd see Guardian caps on actual helmets in the game. And guess what? This is a trend. You're going to see a lot more of it now.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your point about taking the head out of the game, I mean, that's just kind of back to the future. I mean, going to the Hall of Fame and seeing equipment that's been used over the years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible.
The leather helmets.
Yes, but I just thought that was notable. You guys are wearing the Guardian caps in the games, and I thought, now it's preseason games, so we'll see, but
oh, no, you're going to see it,
I think
especially
you are
coming back from protocol. You don't want to get dinged again.
You're going to see more of those Q collars that I know Dalton Schultz wears.
Yep.
You see a lot more of those. He's got a little bit more color
coordination. Let's go back to the big, huge Andre wears shoulder pads because Andre makes the point he never injured a shoulder wearing those coffee table shoulder pads.
That's exactly right. Look, I've seen those shoulder pads manufactured in a way that they can take away stingers, and this was back in the early 2000s. So technology is come a long, long way in those regards, but they have to keep up with these guys in the size. Like, Broderick Jones?
Yeah.
Broderick Jones is one of the largest individuals I've ever seen.
It's the collisions are
Steelers.
amazing. Another smoking hot player over the two, it's really 1 3/4 preseason games, not even 3/4. Cam Akers, though, it does not look good. But the moves look good. And 5 catches, 42 yards in 2 outings looks good. There are a bunch of things that you like about Cam Akers so far. Nice little surprise here. We don't know where it's going to go, but we're following.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
2 more preseason games. Got the joint practice next week. Let's just see what happens here with Cam Akers.
What do we say all the time? Like lottery scratch-off ticket.
Yep.
Lottery scratch-off. Like
buy low, sell high.
Exactly. And so I hope he ends up providing dividends. And I talked to him, so we'll have that tonight on Texans All Access. I talked to him at training camp last night, so we'll have that interview tonight. So you can look forward to that.
Okay, looking forward to that indeed. Texans All Access every night this week at 6. Texans Monday, that's going to be it for today's show. We'll be back next Monday. Obviously, Giants, noon, Saturday, NRG Stadium, 9 a.m. countdown to kickoff, presented by Modelo Especial with Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. And they'll be back for the full show tomorrow. But we've got Texans All Access tonight. Big week of Texans prep for the Giants Saturday. TV broadcast, radio broadcast. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Thanks, everyone, for being on the show. This will be in podcast form soon enough. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
I think both our units went out and made plays. Offensively, we were efficient. Loved CJ, the Tank, that connection, making a big play for us. Tank getting in the end zone. Happy to just see him back. We lost Tank last year to the injury, and you see why we missed him, right? He's a big play threat every time he's on the field. So I was excited to see that connection, make a big play for us. And defensively, seeing Daniil step up and get after the quarterback is why we got him here, right, to get after the quarterback, and that's what he showed in his limited snaps. But he did a really great job of getting after the quarterback, being disruptive up front. I'm excited to see what Daniil did as well.
Now, that was a weekend, baby.
Yeah.
That was a weekend.
That's a damn good weekend, man.
I mean, it was hell, man. We're going to get to the Astros. That's feeling pretty good right now. Obviously, Olympics ended up. We're going to get it all, but come on now. Texans, Steelers, Friday night. Texans practicing last night. That was a good weekend. Let's dig into the game itself. It made me feel particular ways, and we always talk about this. By the way, 713-572-4610 if you want to get in the loop. That is how you reach us. Also on YouTube and Twitch. You can comment there. You can text us. You can call. We're probably might even open the phone lines here in the noon hour or soon to get the pulse of the people. Because here's the thing. I always talk about the sweeping takeaway. Like what would be the banner headline of the Texans game, of the big game this weekend, which it was a big game. I know it was a preseason, but it told us a lot of stuff. I'm going to give you mine because I think it kind of sets up the whole week for us. Obviously, another game at noon on Saturday, which is pretty sweet. We'll get into that as well. I'm loving those noon preseason games. But my banner headline for Texans Steelers would be, you got just enough. You got just enough hints that you wanted to see. You got just enough from Stroud. Now, we can get greedy. We were talking Friday, like, I want to see Stroud go 2 touchdown drives and defense. You got exactly what you needed out of Stroud from the receivers for the most part, and we'll get into that. Definitely from Daniil Hunter. Mario Edwards, this dude is just tearing it up, and kind of, for us anyway, kind of came out of nowhere. So both sides of the ball, the lines, Kenyon Green, shout out to Kenyon Green for not only having a good game, but getting an individual shout out yesterday, and we'll get to that from D'Amico Ryans. Like, it could have maybe been a little bit more impressive. There are going to be some things we're going to give some thumbs ups and some thumbs down overall here in about 17 minutes. But to me, you got exactly what you needed. You got just enough to feel like this squad is going to be the squad that we wanted. What about you?
Yeah, I feel, to me, watching that game Friday, I felt super confident because looking at the offense, and I mentioned this last week, I'm like, man, just give me a good drive down the field, touchdown, and then that's it for the night, boys. Mm-hmm. And the first drive, they didn't do that.
Yeah.
And then they went back the second drive and they did that. Mm-hmm. And that was the end of
and that's that.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, so my first thought was this offense is in sync.
Yeah.
And I ain't talking about the boys band.
Yeah.
And as far as the defense, man, like seeing Daniil Hunter when he got that sack, mm-hmm. I'm like, all right, you can sit down.
And he had another pressure too.
Yeah, he gon', like, to me, I was always thinking what kind of Daniil Hunter we gonna get because I know he had like 16 sacks last season.
Yeah.
But I was thinking like with 10 or something like that. Nah, he might get 18 this year.
That's right. With Will Anderson.
Will Anderson.
Will Anderson wasn't on the field?
Yeah.
And he still did that?
Yeah. So I feel super confident about that. And I'll probably get to the negatives a little later. But
well, we're going to do some thumbs up and thumbs down. They're not all thumbs up.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that. But John Lopez, that's Figgy Fig. Chris Santiago behind the glass. Let's go through it, man. If you didn't catch all of it, we know you're listening, so you're obviously interested in what the Texans are doing. You mentioned Danielle Hunter. And Danielle Hunter, if I had to pick like a star of the game, he would be in the hunt with one other player. But this was Danielle Hunter letting his presence known.
Steelers break the huddle. Warren in the backfield, Fields in the gun on 3rd down and 4 from the Pittsburgh 21-yard line. Motion and 3 wide receivers, actually 3 receivers. One of them, Freiermuth, the tight end, to the left side. Fields gets the snap. Fields in trouble. And Fields goes down as Danielle Hunter has the sack.
I didn't know if he was going to play tonight, but sure, happy to see him on the field and making his presence felt as a Texan already after spending some time in Minnesota last year. So,
welcome. I don't know about you. I don't need to see him anymore. That's it.
Nah,
that's
good.
a wrap.
Nah, he's proven.
Yeah, that's a wrap.
Yeah, he's good. And like I said, I wanted the starters to play some of the preseason just to kind of knock that rust off a little bit. But my man was fresh from the beginning, man. He had no rust. So I think he's good. I would have him suit up for.
I think they're going to probably suit him up again one more time. But they might be considering it. Like someone like Danielle Hunter, he got his reps. He got real time, got real reps against the Steelers, and that's that. We are going to see Tank Dell again. I feel they want to get him all on the field one more time, maybe a half or whatever. But this is fast becoming like what, just like last year. Like last year from week 1 of training camp, you know, I come back in the studio, I'm like, dude, this kid can run routes. This kid can get open. He is always open. And now after the offseason with the big injury, with the big, you know, obviously the he got shot at the party, and we didn't even know, you know, how much he would, when he would come back, how well he would play. And lo and behold, after that first drive, which kind of petered out, this happens.
6:24 to go in the first. No score. Texans with a 3rd and 8 at the Pittsburgh 34-yard line. Stroud in the shotgun set. 3 men to the left side. CJ gets the snap. CJ fires over the middle, and he's got his man across the 10-5, cutting inside. Dell breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Houston! Tank Dell with the TD catch and run off the arm of C.J. Stroud.
Boy, what a throw. He just lasered it in to Tank Dell. And then afterwards, the run after the catch. Just so much speed. And he put on a little weight, added some strength this offseason. Not a lot, but enough to break tackles and get himself into the end zone. He's in midseason form already.
He is. And so is C.J. Stroud. That was an absolute season form.
He's definitely ready.
Doing that clapping. He's in mid-season form. Look, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because we're, you know, like I said, not everything was perfect, and D'Amico Ryans was talking about everything after the game, but I don't need to risk anything. I don't need to see anything from these guys. I think we will, especially from the offense, but I don't need to. I think they're ready.
Yeah, I don't think we need to see anything, but you know, my question or my statements from last week was let's knock some of this rust off. Let's get the offense in sync. Let's do 2 drives at most, just to kind of get everything together. So once we get to Indy, then there's no rust and figuring stuff out and all that stuff. So. No, I agree with you. Me personally, I don't need to see anything because I kind of trust this offense, but I do want them to kind of get in sync with everything before week 1.
And the other thing that we are definitely going to see is the defensive line. The defense, we're going to get into that probably about noon. Like, what if this defense is really what we think it could be, and it's really, really, really good? Well, here was D'Amico post-game on that.
Yeah, Mario's been disruptive all camp, and I wouldn't have expected anything different from him. He showed up today playing on their side of the line of scrimmage, being disruptive, and that's what we need from all of our guys up front. So I'm very pleased with what Mario did today.
Mario Edwards, sort of on the scene, but Danico Autry is going to be suspended for 6 games. Mario Edwards and Tim Settle or whomever else is on the inside, Foley Fatakasi, made a play as well. You really start to feel that at least defensively you can get by without Danico Autry and then see what happens when he comes back.
Yeah, I think so, man. I think these guys showed it, and I think this is one of the reasons they kind of loaded up on the defensive line too, because I know a lot of people felt like they didn't really address anything.
Yeah,
but
kind of no names.
Yeah, but I think they can get by 6 games without Autry. So I think that's the perfect reason why they did this.
Yeah.
And I feel confident in the first couple games or 6 games.
Yeah, and then here's the other thing, as we all know, and we talked about this on Friday, like we finally got a chance to see C.J. Stroud for the first time since last year, first time since Baltimore in the playoff game. We'll obviously dig in, but let's hear from Stroud at postgame, because C.J. Stroud, first of all, what was your big takeaway with C.J. Stroud?
I think the first drive, I think he was a little bit rusty. I think the offense, they just trying to get some stuff together, and I know Tunsil and Titus wasn't playing and all that, so a little couple scares of him. Looked like he was running for his life, but I think that second drive, I'm like, okay, he is on point.
Yeah.
I felt like he was on point that second drive.
I thought they were trying to force feed Dameon Pierce in the first drive, maybe establish the run game, et cetera. And then Stroud and Bobby Slowick have both talked about there was no game plan here. They were actually going to put him in positions to kind of challenge him, to kind of go against the grain, not make the easiest call, make the more difficult call, and see how he adjusts. This was C.J. Stroud on what they did want to accomplish.
Just knocking off rust. Like, we knew it wasn't going to be perfect. We knew we were missing a lot of guys. So, it's really just trying to go out there and just feel like you're in the game. And, so by the time week 1 comes, you're more comfortable out there. So I thought we accomplished exactly what we wanted. And, of course, it's cool to come out with a win. And, we got to just keep going from here.
I didn't even think about the win, to be honest. but it's all about how he looks. And there was no doubt that, a couple of plays he had to sort of backpedal and avoid pressure and continue the play. But it was, if he wanted to knock off rust, he didn't look rusty.
Nah, he didn't. Mm-hmm. He didn't. I think, like I said, the first drive was kind of like, oh, man, like, dang, they kind of stalled a little bit. But that second drive, I'm like, okay, I've seen enough.
That's the
CJ. Like, they look all right.
Yeah, that's the C.J. Stroud we wanted to see. So he talked about playing those limited snaps. I always feel like they try to, do too much too soon because they know they're only going to play 1 or 2 series. This was C.J. Stroud on that.
Yeah, most definitely. Our coaches gave us a bullseye, and, I thought I did halfway decent with it. And, I think that really when you go out there, you have limited plays, you want to execute at a high level and make sure the ball's going where it's supposed to, and, really just, playing fast. And that's kind of like how I felt today, Wasn't perfect, but definitely, was good to be out there.
I like that strategy. It's easy in the preseason to go, okay, this is the best play that can work against this defense. Well, no, man, that's not what the preseason is about. It's about, because in the regular season, you're going to have disguises, and all of a sudden the defense is going to do something you've never seen before. They're going to put a new twist on their game plan, counter to your game plan. I thought that was brilliant. None of those plays were like the easy plays. They were the difficult plays. And he talked about this as well, like how he wants to go from here.
Everything, yeah. I mean, it's training camp, what we're here for. It's not going to be perfect. We got a great defense that keeps us honest every day, and we do the same with them. So, just iron sharp iron.
And before we talk about that, here's C.J. Stroud talking about how Slowick made the approach to the game.
It's huge, defenses try to take away that first option as much as they can, and the better you can be with not only just, progressions, but also just working the pocket and, making your O-line right. And, that's all things that we've been working on this camp. So, just got to continue to grow there.
So, the big takeaway from the day is they challenged him. He handled it. They moved on. And this offense seems to be about where you want it to be. And I know I'm wrong on this. I know I'm wrong on this. And whether it's Saturday at noon against the Giants here or the Rams, the final preseason game here as well. But keep this in mind. Unless things change, unless they make some adjustments, you're going to have some a joint practice with the Rams.
Yeah,
that week.
Yeah,
I don't need to see him in a game, man. I thought that was enough.
Yeah, to me, I think that's enough too. But I feel like they do want to just kind of establish something. Just give them a couple more reps. And I'm sure if you ask them, they got some things they need to work on the offense and, hell, probably defense too. But I think they will come out for at least another drive. And if they have that same type of drive as the last drive, then I think they'll be satisfied and that'll be it.
Yeah, no, that absolutely. And there's a reason we're not talking about the running game specifically, because we're going to be talking about it here in just a couple of minutes. But offensively, it wasn't just Tank that stood out. To me, it was Kenyon Green, and the offensive line. It was Cade Stover. It was just the way that they operated with some new faces. I couldn't have been happier with this offense. Yeah, I mean, they didn't go boom, boom, boom like we were talking about last week. But I don't think there's anything about this game offensively, except for a couple of things that you're going to say, all right, they need to be better there. Like every element of the offense, every room, I think has what
I agree. I think every room was solid. Like, I don't have any questions about the receiver room. Hell, I feel confident about the tight end room with Stover, because that was a big question going into the offseason. You got Schultz and who else?
Yeah.
And, we wasn't too sure about Brevin Jordan. I know he had the big play against the Browns in the playoffs, but we still wasn't really sure if that was a solid number 2.
Yeah.
And Cotoriano, he
He's
can't,
been injured.
Yeah, he can't really stay healthy. So now with Stover, the way Stover been looking, I feel way more confident that he will probably be in tight end number 2. I think he will.
Yeah, I let's talk about that, because I think some really interesting things. Not everything was peachy keen, man, and not everything was just smooth as silk on either side of the ball. So let's go old school, corny, cliche, trite, and y'all play along too. 713-572-4610. A very simple. I'm going to give you the name or the unit, and you go thumbs up,
stock up, or stop down.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do it. Thumbs up. Sometimes simple is better. Thumbs up or thumbs down. Let's talk about some of the things that we've been watching the closest here on Sports Radio 610. That's next.
Just what Texans fans wanted to see. In the starters' first preseason action, C.J. Stroud led the offense on an easy touchdown drive, and Daniil Hunter made a strong first impression on D. When all was said and done, our guys came out of Pittsburgh with a 12. We just fast forward to week 1 already.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. The U.S. women's basketball team survived a scare in the gold medal game against France, proving that the world is catching up to the Americans. The U.S. women haven't lost an Olympic game since the 90s, 61 straight W's, a run of dominance that we
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
So I thought, man, all our listeners are just crushing the running game. Like I opened the text board during the break, and I'm like, man, am I looking at this the wrong way? I mean, we're going to get into the running game here, thumbs up and thumbs down, but it's like, oh, it was one dude or one woman from the 832. 20 thumbs down on the running game. I love the Texans as much as the next guy, but you can't say they're ready. They have no running game whatsoever. I don't know what you guys were watching. They don't have a running game. There's two phases to the offense. They don't have a running game. Then finally, thumbs down. They still have no running game. Look, dude, I don't necessarily agree with that. Let me explain it. We're gonna do thumbs up on thumbs down.
Now, Dameon Pierce ain't RB1.
That's he's saying running game, but he means Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
Because let me ask you this before we get into this. Like, if you asked me, like, what's the running back depth chart right now? I don't know if Dameon Pierce is top 3.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. As far as on the field,
Joe Mixon, by the way, got back on the field yesterday.
He was working out.
He was looking good. I'm feeling a certain way about Cam Akers.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are too.
Yeah.
I think just watching that game, and I was a little disappointed, man.
Yeah.
It seemed like we was looking at 2023 Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
And I know this is, preseason and backups and all that stuff, but didn't come away feeling confident about this.
Yeah. And then you have Dare Ogunbowale and J.J. Taylor. I'm not saying, they're absolutely better than Dameon Pierce, but I think they're in the hunt.
Yeah, Dare ain't going nowhere, man.
Yeah.
I think he's a lot to be on this team.
Mm-hmm.
He do a lot of other stuff to make himself valuable to be on this team, but to me, I felt like he was actually running the ball. He was looking better than Dameon Pierce, and to me, that's not a good thing. That's not a great thing.
Chris, I want you to get in on this, thumbs up or thumbs down. So we're going to start right there, and I think we may already know the answers on this. Thumbs up or thumbs down, Dameon Pierce?
For now, I'm going to go thumbs down.
Yeah, I got to go thumbs down too.
Not only am I going thumbs down, and maybe this is caught up in the moment, but I was saying last week, I've been saying all offseason, he's going to be on the team. He's going to be on the team. It's just a matter of, is he going to be the same guy as before? Well, I just laid it out. Like, we're not playing around anymore, man. This is a team that you think can go a long way. I still think he's going to be on the team, but he's playing for a spot, like especially on the depth chart.
Yeah, I still think he's going to be on the team too. And honestly, I'll take it a step further. I guess the opposite way. I think they're going to give him that number 2 running back spot, man. Going into the season, I think they will. But if Cam Akers make this team, I think it's going to be similar. It's going to be a similar Devin Singletary situation where he just overhop Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
And if Cam just squeaks and get on his team, I think he can take that number 2 spot.
I think he should take it sooner rather than later. Based on what we've seen so far.
I think what we've seen, but you know how sometimes politics might play a part in it where they trying to give him every.
Well, they have.
I know. I agree.
They give him, he started last year, and he should have, based on his 2022 season. They kept him in there when we're like, Devin Singletary looks like he can handle this a little better. He comes in, and you're not going to find bigger fans than in this room of Dameon Pierce. But being a fan, I mean, there are a lot of guys I like that I don't want running the ball, So it's getting dicey.
Yeah, it is, and I just feel like they trying to do whatever they can to get him going, and I don't know if he's going to get going, man. I think Cam Akers just looked better. I think he was a little more established too. I know Pierce had a really good rookie year, but I don't know, man. To me, if I was running the team, I would probably have Cam Akers RB2 right now, just off of what we've seen. But I think Pierce is still probably going to give him every chance. Shoot, they ain't even play him in the Hall of Fame game.
No.
And I thought he should have played.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man.
I think Dameon Pierce needs to play we were just talking about, like, I've seen enough, whatever, from the receivers. I know they're going to play some, but the receivers and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Like, he needs to play. And the thing about Cam Akers is he's got a few pelts on the wall, man.
Yeah.
And the only question with him was, how's he going to respond from his second Achilles and all that?
Yeah.
Well, dude, he's responding.
Yeah, he was all right when he played for the Rams.
Yeah. That's 786 yards. I just saw it.
Yeah, so like he look all right now. I know it's preseason, but he looked better than Pierce.
With the Pierce thing, I know he didn't look good at all, but I want to say let's give him maybe till the next game to kind of see like where he's really at, because I feel like maybe this game he was just kind of knocking off Russ' first game back, blah 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 blah, blah, whatever you want to say, and he didn't look good,
and the offensive line wasn't complete.
Exactly.
But you know what? It's not always going to be complete.
That's another thing you can say.
Yeah.
But I kind of just want to maybe just give him till next game. If he's not rolling, then it's just like, all right, you know what, Pierce, Cam Akers, man, it's your time.
Yeah,
and I think they will give Pierce every chance possible. That's
I'd be asking to play the last two preseason games.
Yeah,
like again, I still think he's on the squad. But if he's not going to beat out Cam Akers, and he's not going to beat out Joe Mixon, obviously, well then you got Dare who offers more value because of everything he can do. Hell, he's your backup kicker. And special teams and can run the ball a little bit. Where do you put Cam, especially if you're going to carry an extra wide receiver? I mean, Pierce.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just it's tough to like Pierce, and they giving him every chance to be number 2, and he's not looking like a number 2, man.
Yeah.
I think. To me, Dari was looking better than him in these games.
We'll dig into to Dameon Pierce a lot more. Let's say about 11:20. But that's where we are right there. Our thumbs up and thumbs down. Tight ends.
Tight ends, I will probably thumbs. So you got a certain tight end?
Yeah.
I was
the tight end position.
Okay.
Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Thumbs up, man.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
I feel confident in Cade Stover, man. I think that's number 2 right there.
I think Cade Stover he's not there yet, but he's well on his way to securing that number 2 spot. Here's Cade Stover from Friday.
Second down and 11 from the Houston 22-yard line. Here's Stroud in the gun. Here's motion by Schultz to the right side, one back. CJ looks it over. Here's the snap to CJ, looking, pumping. CJ firing left side, got a man down at the 29-yard line, and that will be Stover.
Stover had a big day. He still needs to play. He's a rookie. He's going to play, but I feel a lot better about tight ends. All right, thumbs up or thumbs down. Defensive tackles. We touched on it a little bit in the last segment. I got big-time thumbs up on that position group.
Yeah, it's early. I'm going to say thumbs up, too.
Mm-hmm.
For now, thumbs up.
Be a little bit
just a little bit more.
The always polarizing Kenyon Green. How about that? I mean, we'll hear this later, too. D'Amico talked about him specifically. But thumbs up to Kenyon Green. More pressure than just about anybody on the team, much less the offensive line, and he performed well.
I'm going to say thumbs up, man. I thought he looked solid, man. Like I said, I threw that number, that first round pick out of the question. I thought he looked solid, like he should be out there,
no matter where he was drafted.
Yeah, I thought if I didn't know the situation, I'd be like, okay, that guy looked pretty good.
Thumbs up as well.
Thumbs up as well. All right, like I said, it wasn't all peachy keen. Tackling.
I'm gonna say okay. I thought the tackling was. I thought it was all right, but that's where I kind of get a little bias. That's where if it's not that good, I'm gonna say it's preseason. They knocking some rust off a little bit, but no Christian Harris out there.
Yeah.
So
D'Amico Ryans was feeling pretty good after the game, but I think if you listen to this, he probably would agree with me, and I'm gonna go thumbs down on tackling.
I'll have to look at the tape to see the missed tackles and see
gotta look at the tape.
where we can get better. Whenever you're missing tackles, it's all about how you miss them. So I have to really look at it. If we're running to the football, right, and we got other guys showing up, like we're not expecting one guy to make every tackle. So I just have to see how our effort was from the backside.
To me, it goes back to depth. I feel like they didn't have some of the. Now, Neville Hewitt and Jerry Hughes played pretty well.
Played a lot.
And they got a sack and everything else. But tackling overall, I guarantee D'Amico Ryans was not happy. Chris?
Thumbs up, especially when D'Amico Ryans has to say something about it.
Yeah.
That kind of just shows you, hey, this tackling, we got to work on it.
And he was feeling pretty good otherwise. He was feeling good about everything. Overall on the defense, I really feel like better than I did after the Hall of Fame game, and because we've seen the practices and everything else, and we've talked about what if they're really good. We'll get into that again. But I feel good about the defense, but not good about the depth. I think that's where they're.
Yeah, I feel good about the defense. I'm a little nervous about Christian Harris, man.
Yeah.
That position.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Yeah, that position was already thin.
Yeah,
and now I'm thinking like, man, after practice yesterday, I feel like they need to look into some places to sign somebody.
I don't think. Well, they might need to do that, but I don't think we're going to see Christian Harris for the rest of the preseason, or maybe very, very little. Not because he's proved anything, but because I don't think they can risk it. If you didn't hear, they practiced yesterday. Christian Harris practiced for the first time, walked off with a trainer. That's the best way I can describe it before practice was over. So not the best news altogether. All right, let's talk Astros, man. I said it was a hell of a weekend for everybody except for the Australian breakdancer. But other than that, it was a hell of a weekend. Astros are in the midst of a very Astros-like thing. 5 straight. Let's talk about it next.
Have you heard? A new era of
First at mdanderson.org.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Things are getting real interesting for the Astros in the American League, the division that they're in, of course. But I got to tell you, during the breaks, I always just sort of make sure nothing's breaking and all that. I'm obsessed with this Australian breakdancer. Like, obsessed. If you haven't seen, she's done, by the way, she's done more for breaking in the Olympics than anyone else. Her name is Rachel Raygun Gunn. Her breakdancing name is Raygun. Love that. She has a PhD in cultural studies. I'm sure y'all have seen the video. I know you have because you're rolling your eyes, and we were talking about it a little bit. She got outscored 54-0 in three breakdancing.
No, seeing her dance is the reason why they probably gonna consider not having breakdancing in the Olympics. I think they gonna mess around and just be like, you know what?
Yeah,
this was a bad idea. Let's change it up a little bit.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! But I am obsessed with that. And by the way, let's get I think she's done more, but let's get into the Astros. So this is what I was telling you guys before the show. I think this is the Astros are in the Rose-like thing that, to me, is just a flat-out surprise. You guys know that. I didn't think they were going to do a whole lot this year.
They were there.
Yeah, but they are. 5 straight wins, sweep of the Red Sox in Boston. Let's get in the mood with back-to-back bombs from Bregman and Jordan.
Drills one. Deep to left field. Forget about it. 3-run bomb by Alex Bregman. Astros now in front 4-0. Breggy hits his 17th of the year.
Breggy bringing the heat to Fenway.
Longer than Air Jordan sends one to center field. Wells drunk. Rafaela back. This ball's gone to straightaway center. Just when Breggy thought he hit a bomb, Jordan crushes one to center. Back to back. Big flies, and the Astros lead it 5-0.
Big flies. Thank you, Todd Callis. This is starting to feel real. Like, even as they've kind of made this run and made a lot of people look dumb, especially me, you've kind of been like, okay, but let's see about the starting pitching. Well, then the starting pitching started doing well. Well, the hitting, they've been in a little bit of a slump. Well, they're not in a slump anymore. Bregman in Boston, 7 out of 12, 2 home runs, 4 RBI, including the longest home run of his career, 441 feet. Jordan looks like the best batter in baseball again. Must be getting close to playoff time. 6 out of 10, 3 home runs, 5 runs, 5 RBI. This is starting to, even though the names are different.
It's going perfect for him, man. This is exactly what we talked about last week, man. Like, if the pitching is pitching the way they've been doing, then they gotta wake these bats up and just, man. To me, I don't want to say it look like the old Astros because,
well, they kind of is, kind of isn't.
Yeah, no. If you getting this type of production from the offense, then they rolling, man. They could be a scary team.
Yeah.
I don't know how they gonna do in the playoffs, and the playoffs can be totally different, man.
Yeah.
They could get there and not make a run, or they can be the scary team and just kind of knock them off.
Well, yeah, and you'll always hear Adam Spillane talking about the margins are so thin with this team, and they still are. Now, Verlander went 3 innings. I think a run, a couple of hits, and a couple of walks. And Sugarland, he's got another rehab start, so he'll be coming back. But, yeah, tell me if this is an insult. So I was talking about the Astros over the weekend with some buddies, and I said, they're like cockroaches. And this is what I mean. Like you see a cockroach running, you step on it, and you think, cool, killed the cockroach, and then 2 seconds later it's walking away again. It sounds like an insult, but that's what the Astros are like cockroaches. Every time you think they're done, you step on them, they just keep walking.
I kind of look at them. I would say they're more like gnats. Gnats just be all over the place, and you try to wave it out the way, and then come right back in your face, and you're like, come on. They just irritating. Like, they won't go away.
I hate that so much.
You can't get rid of them.
I hate that. You think like you killed one or whatever.
The best one is when you kind of, smack your hand, try to clap your hands together and you look at your hands, like, I ain't got it.
I didn't get it.
So those are the Astros, man. They irritating. They always in the way. You can't get rid of them.
Yeah. And so, you said everything is going their way. Not quite everything. So if you weren't paying attention, the Seattle Mariners were dead in the water Thursday night. Like, they were down, I want to say 3 or 4 runs. They get to the 9th inning. They complete a walk-off 3-run double for a 9th inning rally and haven't lost since. They played the Mets over the weekend and outscored the Mets 22-1.
The Mets only scored 1 run
22
throughout that whole series.
1. So it's getting real interesting because right now, as we sit here, the Astros haven't made up a whole lot of ground. They're tied. They're tied with the Mariners for first place.
But like we talked about before, they have a tough stretch. Now, I know they got the White Sox in the middle of there, but these are some tough teams they playing, and they actually whooped on the Red Sox.
Yeah.
Like, that was a series.
They kicked their ass.
Yeah. That was a series. I'm like, man, if they could get 1 game out of it, I think they would
I wanted 2.
Yeah.
Boy, they just kicked their
so no, you really got to go feeling confident if you're an Astros fan.
Yeah.
If they can whoop on the Red Sox like that, who was a good team.
Yeah.
I think you should really feel confident.
Got
and the pitchers are still going too.
And Verlander's on his way back.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
Man.
It's gonna be fun all the way down the stretch. So let's localize the moment of one of the 2 big moments over the weekend. I mean, Steph Curry became a basketball god. Like there's no denying it. Steph Curry became a basketball god, and we're localizing it because Houston Rockets fans can relate. Like, you can. Like,
was it kind of weird cheering for Steph Curry?
Little bit.
Oh yeah.
Little bit.
It was a little bit weird. I don't think I ever sat there, watched the game, and jumped up and cheered when Steph Curry hit a 3.
I was like yelling, bucket. I was like, let's go.
I never yelled. Usually you just like hit the doggone table when he hit a 3.
Steph Curry.
My God, dog it.
Man, I was at Pluckers and I was just jumping out of my seat. And I was like, oh yeah. But then I was just like,
you were wearing your Rockets jersey?
No, I wasn't. But I was just like, man, why am I sitting here cheering for Curry?
Exactly.
But,
it felt a little weird. It felt a little weird. All right, so let's get to the English version, but you want the translation on the French version of Steph Curry becoming a basketball god.
Curry, jab, triple, he sticks it!
Steph, say calm down, everybody.
It's Curry, step back, pump, Curry, ridiculous!
That's unfair.
Steph Curry, kick, Curry, again? You already know! Curry dancing on Batum, over the double team. Oh, it's a golden dagger!
It was a golden. He had no right making that shot.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't even shoot it. He like a hook shot, a half hook shot.
That's a shot you see in 2K.
That's a heat check.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
that was a heat check.
Man.
I mean, he's the best shooter in history, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Like, people, I've tried to put together a list. I'm like, come on. Like, he's the best.
Now, his shots are ridiculous, man.
It was just stupid. Just for the record, I put Steph 1, Larry Bird 2, then Dirk, Klay Thompson, and Damian Lillard. Honorable mention, Durant, Reggie Miller, and Ray Allen, and Damian Lillard. All right, so you got to hear this, and we might stop and start it because the French called. They were playing France.
Yeah,
it was a hell of a game. They were playing France. The French announcers were I'll stop it every once in a while to give you the translation of what they were saying.
Continue à voler les ballons, et ce diable de Curie qui nous fait mal.
All right, let's stop it right there. That was the first one. And he says, here's the devil named Curry. The devil named Curry is hitting us.
Attention, attention au tir de Steph Curry. Oh non, mais non, mais non.
Gachet, vous allez lever la main à tout moment pour déclencher.
Attention, ça va déclencher Devin Booker. Steph Curry. Au buzzer, mais c'est pas possible.
He goes, beware, beware. And then after that was the third one. He said, how is this possible?
Qui renverse pour Kevin Durant. Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry. Il a la main chaude, il a la main chaude.
C'est pas possible.
Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry.
Ils ont tout donné, hein, les Français. Et face à Steph Curry et sa maestra.
Allez, 2 secondes, 1 seconde, c'est terminé. 98-87.
He says he's a maestro. God, that sounded good in French, man. That sounded really good in French. Dude, he's a god. Like he's solidified as a basketball god.
Yeah, and I think he should. I mean, he is the MVP in my eyes in this whole Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know he had a rough couple games before, but
the ones down the stretch.
Yeah, no, I know they trying to paint LeBron as the savior and all that, and I like LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
But Steph Curry, man,
you wouldn't win the game,
man.
You might not have won the game.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't have.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Nah, he came at the right time, man.
Yeah. It was that was one for the ages.
That was the only time I was really cheering for Curry, man.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's why we're localizing.
And honestly, if we being real, I felt like Steve Kerr kind of got out coached throughout this whole thing.
He did.
Yeah, I think we will be talking about firing Steve Kerr somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know he talked about retiring after this, but he got out coached. And I think just the talent from Steph Curry and even Durant, that saved his butt.
I ain't never seen anything like it.
Man.
I mean, takes and where you were, where they were.
And you see that shot over Wemby.
Dude. I ain't never seen anything like it. And you guys know, I've talked about it on this show.
That little Photoshop.
I was courtside for Reggie Miller versus the Knicks. I was there. I was sitting on the second row, and I ain't never seen anything like that. All right.
Man.
Let's get on this, man, because this is getting real interesting. D'Amico and Nick Caserio, they have a big decision to make at wide receiver. It might be that one of the decisions has already been made. Let's talk about that next.
After a solid preseason debut, what's C.J. Stroud looking to fine-tune before the Texans' regular season kicks off?
Everything, yeah. I mean, it's what we're here for. It's not going to be perfect. We got a great defense that keeps us honest every day, and we do the same with them. So, just iron sharp iron.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Emergency crews still dealing with an earlier heavy truck accident and a hazmat spill on 146 southbound after Chase Park Drive in Galveston County, affecting a right and a center lane. And an accident to watch out for traveling on 45 southbound at FM 1960 along the feeder lanes. On the main lanes, you're moving at posted speeds. Mostly sunny this afternoon, then slight chance of thunderstorms. High of 97, heat advisory in effect. Right now, partly cloudy, 90 degrees. Amelie Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler Endless Horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. When Team USA needed a hero, it was Steph Curry who stepped up. Not LeBron, not KD. Curry went off from three and won the gold. He might not be the best player of his generation. Most give that title to LeBron. But the Olympics were a reminder that Curry's not far off, and he'll end his career very high on the all-time player list. I'm Andrew Perloff.
West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land is celebrating the one-year anniversary of new ownership with a huge sales event with savings on 2023 and 2024 year model Lincolns. Get 0% financing for 60 months for qualified buyers. It's West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, Southwest Freeway at the Kirkwood intersection, westpointsales.com.
John Lopez here for Ability Trees, and by now we know it all too well. When it comes to hurricanes, some things are pointless. Some are smart. Ability Trees. AbilityTrees.com is where you need to go to make sure that when the next storm comes, you are prepared as possible with Louis Flory and Ability Trees. Louis Flory has more than 40 years as a licensed arborist in the greater Houston area, and the time to call him is before the next storm, right now. And Louis Flory will come out to your house and make sure that your home, your trees are safer, less susceptible to wind and storm damage, and you can just sleep better at night. Louis can get it done and has gotten it done for thousands of Houston families, including ours and my children. Give Louis a call. It's complete tree care, trimming, pruning your trees, making them less susceptible to wind and storm damage. 281-441-4179. 281-441-4179. It's abilitytrees.com, Houston's leading tree care professionals.
This is Seth Payne sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trajan Wealth. Jeff, and how much to put into their 401k, which investments to put it into, but you mentioned a big mistake that most people make. What is that mistake?
One of the biggest mistakes people make is leaving their 401k behind when they leave their job. And another big mistake is rolling it into your new 401k.
And why is that?
By leaving it behind, you completely lose control. You never want to leave your money with an old employer. And if you roll it into a new 401k, you'll often have limited investment options and may incur costs to do so. Trajan Wealth can help complete the paperwork free of charge and do a tax-free rollover. We can then help invest it according to your exact retirement goals and not just what the employer is offering.
If you've got an old 401k or one that you rolled to a new employer, call Trajan Wealth today at 346-371-3330. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit 800-511-0379. 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about My Computer Career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow. Saturday, August 24th at Minute Maid Park with Miranda Lambert and Grace Potter. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, how about a little bit of breaking email news? Just got this email, so you guys definitely want to be listening to this. How about this? Got confirmation. We're going to have one pair of front row bullpen tickets to give away during each daytime show, 7 a.m. hour, noon hour, 5 p.m. hour for our listeners. And it starts tomorrow. Starts tomorrow.
Texans Ticket Tuesday.
Yeah, Texans Ticket Tuesday. You can start tomorrow, and we're going to have them at noon. The guys in the morning are going to have them at 7, and the drive at 5 p.m. And I got a hunch this is going to be every week.
Us at noon.
Yeah. Texans.
Them bullpen tickets are pretty good, man.
They're really good.
I never actually sat in the bullpen, but I went to meet somebody who was sitting in the bullpen.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, these some good tickets.
I watched one game about 6 or 8 years ago from the front row, the whole game. It's wild, baby.
Yeah, no, those some good seats. Actually, because I think it was a winner from last year.
Yeah.
Because I knew who it was. And, I'm like, damn, these some good seats.
Yeah.
I need to snag a couple of these bullpen tickets.
You are ineligible, my friend.
I know. They won't give me none.
You are ineligible, my friend, but everybody listening, most everybody listening would not be. All right. So this is a very serious question, a very serious time for John Mechie. It's all about these wide receivers. Here's the point I want to make, and I want to get y'all's reaction because we've had – so last night was the 14th practice. How many practices have they had in training camp? 12, 13, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
I think last night was the 14th practice. So you've had 14 training camp practices. You've had 2 preseason games. John Mechie has not distinguished himself in the least bit, like in the least bit, and that's a shame. I mean, we're again, just like we said earlier, you're not going to find bigger fans than him. So if you've had 14 practices and 2 preseason games. And generally speaking, you're going to have practice tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday going into Saturday afternoon's game. After Saturday afternoon, I wouldn't be surprised if going into the last preseason game, D'Amico, and this is generally the case, kind of shuts down training camp and you get into your go home, get in your regular week, game week mode, start game planning if they haven't already for Indianapolis. So in essence, it's very possible you got 3 more practices and 1 more game before they are in regular season mode. Is the decision already made on John Mechie?
I think so. Even if it's not made, I feel like you got so many other receivers that been playing better than him.
Mm-hmm.
And it to me, I think it was already, the eyes was already against them, man. You got 3 receivers that's already ahead of you, like no matter what. And the guys that he been fighting with, man, those guys been coming out on top more than Mechie.
Yeah.
And so I just don't see a way where they actually keep him on the team, man.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see it. I joked around with you and B. Scott earlier how I said Cephas was looking better than Mechie.
He was.
And to me, I just think that's a bad sign. And now I was at practice yesterday. He had a pretty good practice yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But man, that ain't gonna do it, man.
Right?
Like you're not showing anything in.
He had a
practice.
Drop. He had another drop.
What's funny is the funny thing about that drop was they didn't show it on TV because I think they got back late.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there and thinking like, okay, when we gonna see some Mechie? When we gonna see some Mechie?
Yeah.
And so I got word that the play that wasn't on TV was him dropping the pass.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh my goodness. I've been rooting for this guy.
Who's
man.
not?
Yeah, and I just think that like they already stacked that wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see how he makes the team over anybody, over a Sims or hell, even Robert Woods, man. Like I would trust Robert Woods a little more than Mechie. I know he got a little more money on him, but I would trust Robert Woods over Mechie right now. Man.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not the team from here. Like I'm sure, texters and people watching on YouTube, hey, wait a minute, what, there's still 2 guys. I get it. He can maybe make some significant strides and get on the squad and impress us. And all of a sudden, we're like, okay, so Mechie's on the squad. All I'm saying is like the majority of training camp and the first 2 preseason games are over. And if you had to, and there might just be 3 more true training camp practices left, as I mentioned earlier. So obviously Nico Stefantank, we know those are a given. Robert Woods, you mentioned.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he honestly just I thought I'm actually shocked he been on the team this long.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was supposed to get cut. But he actually been playing. He actually been playing all right. It seemed like they want to keep him for some reason. I guess it's not. I guess the money thing don't really bother them.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess he is gonna make the team somehow. I'm not sure, but these guys. Noah Brown. Yeah,
there's 5.
I think that's somebody that's a lock.
Ben Skoranek, maybe, probably, certainly ahead of Mechie.
Yeah, because he plays special teams.
Mm-hmm. And then Xavier Hutchinson has been playing.
He's been playing better.
Well, hell, we're already up to 6.
Yeah.
And that doesn't even include, I think, a guy that is an absolute lock. And we saw him with another big return Friday.
Here's the snap on target for Johnston. Reverse spin on the ball. And here's Sims at the 5, cutting left. Now straight ahead. 10, 15, 20. Cuts to the right. And down at the 23-yard by Steven Sims. And he's trying to make an impression tonight along with a lot of other players. 10:45 to go in the first. Texans get the ball for the first time. Next,
So here's the thing. Steven Sims, I feel like I really feel like he's a lock.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
I think so, too. When do you actually look at Mechie and say, you know what, that's it? Like, we need to move on right now. Let's try to find something for him.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like right now, in their mind's eye, they might already be thinking, all right, we haven't seen what we thought we were going to see. Now, they're going to give him every opportunity. They love him just like we do, and they're not going to shortchange any player, from having a chance to make the squad. But we just went through the guys that, like locks for me, obviously the top 3. I think Steven Sims is a lock. Noah Brown is a lock. That's 5.
Yeah. Yeah. To me, if it was up to me, I would probably be calling Carolina right now. Like, hey, you know what? Let's try to do you a solid.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get you back with Bryce Young.
Yeah.
I would try to find a situation that would fit him a little more because, it's just too many receivers right now, man. I think they got too many receivers that's ahead of him, and the ones he's actually fighting with are playing better than him.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't see if you just looking at the players that's playing better than him or players that's up with him.
Yeah,
I think he come out at the bottom.
Hell,
man. I hate to say that.
I'm at the point where, like, some of these receivers, teams are going to pick up when you cut them. Hell, maybe get a trade going.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe I would maybe hit up Carolina and say, hey, let's
Philadelphia.
There's
been there's a rumor out there about Philadelphia and John Mechie. I don't know how substantial it is or real it is, but like at this point, you got to do it.
Yeah, I would because I just don't see I just don't see where he is when it comes to playing, with these other receivers, man.
Yeah. All right, so a lot of times the Texans coaches, D'Amico Ryans, like to say, I got to watch the film. Post-game Friday, well, I got to see the film on this. I got to see the film on that. Well, they saw the film. They saw the film. And D'Amico Ryans, let's go through this because I thought there was some really good stuff. Last night's practice, after watching the film and another practice under the belt, let's go through let's hear what D'Amico had to say about just his thoughts overall on how they played.
From the game film, I saw a lot of guys who got better. Starting up front, I think Kenyon Green played a really nice game. He's playing aggressive, finishing the right way. Guys just all over the field making plays. I think our D-line, seeing Mario Edwards step in and make some plays was big time for us. Just the offense, how we executed. CJ with the first group, CJ Tank. I thought CJ, all our quarterbacks, CJ and Davis, did a really nice job of progressing and going to the right spot with the football. So a lot of encouraging things just from our entire team to see special teams make a play, create a turnover. It's just what you want to see. All 3 units played really well throughout the game.
Yeah, look, that was quite an impressive performance, and especially that he brought up Kenyon Green kind of unsolicited.
Yeah, that's a good thing, man. Actually, that's a great thing.
That's a great thing.
That's a great thing. I think Kenyon looked pretty good. He looked like a solid offense lineman that should be out there.
Yeah,
he don't look like he's seeing ghost or getting blown up or anything like that. He looked solid.
I'm still going to say we got to see it all the way into the season, 4 or 5 games, but it's a really, really good start. Back on the offense, a guy that I'm almost to the point, like he's your number 2 tight end. This is D'Amico and Cade Stover.
K's probably been one of our most consistent players on the team since he's been here. You know, sometimes I was telling guys today I forget that he's a rookie, right? Because he's been so consistent. He's exactly the guy we thought we were getting, right? Tough, gritty, hard-nosed, and dependable, right? He's been very dependable. He's shown a lot, really, with the routes and being able to catch the football, move downfield, break tackles. Like, it's exciting to see a young player come in and be as consistent as he's been day in and day out.
That's a great thing, man.
Yeah.
Like, we went into this season talking about the number 2 tight end position and how we didn't really address anything.
Mm-hmm.
And now I think we did. I think it has been addressed. And I know they won't probably give him that number 2 tight end.
Yeah, but he's gonna be
right
on the
now.
field. We don't need.
He's
to.
gonna be. I know. So now I think eventually he will become that number 2. And as far as I'm not sure if they use
Well,
him
Brevin
as
Jordan
a secret
can
weapon.
still be around.
Yeah, he's going to be around. They're going to use him.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as like looking for that number 2, that traditional tight end position,
and he's been blocking.
I think it's cased over, man.
He's been the middle of the field guy, big time, just like Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
Now he's still going to play a lot because you still got to see more.
Yeah, I think in a perfect world they probably wanted Quentin Cotoriano to be that traditional tight end person, but he can't stay on the field.
Yeah.
So I think Case Stover would be that guy, and Brevin Jordan they're gonna use him in some cool different ways.
Now, if there were MVPs of a preseason game, Danielle Hunter would have been the defensive MVP, and we'll talk about that at noon because there's a lot there. But Tank Dell would have been the offensive MVP, especially everything that he's been through.
Tank is, one of our most explosive players. It's always exciting to see him when he gets the ball in his hands. He's shown that, man, from U of H. Right? He's been an explosive player. He comes here his rookie year. He was dynamic and explosive for us again. I tell Tank, that's who you are, right? I expect you to be explosive. Every time you touch the ball, like everybody needs to be standing up in the crowd like what's about to happen when Tank has the ball in his hand, as you saw with him on the punt return, right, or it's receiving. Anytime he touches the ball, right, you got action. So I'm always excited to watch Tank. He's one of my favorite guys to watch because he's such an exciting player.
That's another great thing, man. Mm-hmm. And Tank Dell, I don't know if you heard, like, they got him pretty much penciled in as like the number 3. And I think
he's loving that.
I think he could.
He's feeding on that.
I think he could potentially lead this team in yards or touchdowns or both.
I think touchdowns for sure.
Yeah.
Touchdowns for sure. He's going to be a fantasy football guy. That's for sure.
I think a lot. I don't know. I don't want to say a lot of teams going to be sleeping on him, but I don't know how you could prepare for these receivers, man. You got Diggs on one side, you got Nico who just got paid on another side, and then you got Tank Dell.
I just like my favorite receiver to watch is Tank Dell.
Yeah,
like they're all. I mean, Stephon is the number 1. We know that he is what he is. Nico can stretch the field. He's a big numbers guy. Had a big season last year. But if I just want to watch a receiver, it's Tank Dell.
Yeah,
like he
gonna get open.
Yeah,
he gonna go and grab it. He gonna get it.
And I'm amazed at just how he gets open. Like we, from last year, we've been talking about it a lot. Well, here's the other thing. So let's look at this perfect offense here. If Joe Mixon is back there's that, and he's healthy. So then you got the 3 wide receivers. Then you got Dalton Schultz. Imagine what could this offense could look like if Cade Stover is even just close to what we've been seeing in the preseason.
It's gonna be a damn good offense, man. Yeah. It's a lot of options, man. And even last year they had a pretty good year, but I felt like eventually it wasn't a lot of options where it was we started slim picking when it comes to receiver, with people getting hurt and all that.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of good options that CJ could go to, man, including the option in the backfield.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
they didn't have that. And then the other thing is the offensive line. Toss in Kenyon Green just being good. Laramie Tunsil back at practice yesterday, if you didn't hear. Obviously Titus Howard was not, but you got Blake Fisher doing his thing. If the offensive line is just decent with those weapons, It's going to be a fun time. I mean, it's going to be.
No, that offense is going to be scary, man. Like, I'm just thinking as far as, like, take Diggs and Nico out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Who going to stop Tank Dell, man, from going over the top, man?
He's a blast to watch. He's just a blast to watch.
That's just a scary offense that I don't think anybody can stop that.
No, and look, like it's not going to go perfect. You know, in the NFL, obviously, there's some great players all over the place, but you got to pick your poison. And also, C.J. Stroud has been there's been no game plan yet. Like they're just running plays. In fact, they're putting him in some bad spots to kind of challenge him. So, no, it's pretty good. So all that said, let's talk about this. I'm not sure Dameon Pierce has his place on this team. But is that place like on the depth chart or on the squad? I don't know if we're overreacting, but let's talk about what this running back room should look like next. Right now, let's talk about D&M Auto.
Minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Got some news about a safety still on the market that we're going to get to when we get to the hits at 11:40. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Chris Santiago, and Dameon Pierce. He's not here, but he's dude. He had a golden opportunity, like a golden opportunity on Friday night, and we talked about it going in. No Joe Mixon. He had a lot to prove. It was the first time he was going to play. 4 carries, 4 yards. And I mean, he's been saying all the right things. We've had him on. We've talked with him about just how things are different, how he's getting it, how he didn't get it last year, and we're give him credit for sort of being humble enough and strong enough to say, yeah, I didn't have it, but I feel like I got it this year. But we didn't see much from Dameon Pierce, and so I mean, you got to ask the question: is he playing for a spot on this team? And I'm not talking about the depth chart. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he gonna. I feel like he will probably make this team, and I think just like you said, he's been saying all the right things. Mm-hmm. He's a good listen. Like, you could tell he held himself accountable for last season. So I think that alone, I think they're going to try to give him every chance he get. And look, I know it's preseason, so you don't have to look deep into that. You could, his first game. But I feel like they're going to give him, at least the start of the season. They're going to see what he can do. Then, and
I would have to agree, but
if it's not working, and like I said earlier, if Cam Akers make this team and he's just on the team, maybe behind Pierce, I think he have a chance to jump Pierce, and then that's when there's going to be problems.
Well, yes, and like if you set your feelings aside, and if you just go by what we've seen so far. Now, we said this about John Mechie. The exact same thing is true with Dameon Pierce. We've already gone through 13, 14 training camp practices, the biggest, most important part of training camp. We've already gone through 2 preseason games. He's played in the second one. There's only going to be 3 practices this week, tomorrow through Thursday. And then after that, preseason game Saturday, and I have a hunch they're going to kind of shut it down and get into regular season mode and give these guys a break, which coaches like to do, sort of for job well done or whatever. So, like, based on what we know are right now, the bulk of things, if I had to pick the depth chart, Cam Akers, Daria Gumbawale, and then we'll see between J.J. Taylor, Jawar Jordan, and Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
That ain't great.
Yeah, it's not. It's not, but just kind of I'm trying to think how the coaching staff would think, because like I said, Dameon Pierce been saying all the right things. He's in the right mindset. It's just not translating on the field right now.
Yeah.
And just thinking about it, I don't see them picking like a J.J. Taylor over Dameon Pierce.
I don't either. That's why I'm leaning that way.
Yeah, those guys. Now, Cam Akers is making it hard. I think in the perfect world, they probably, will cut Cam Akers and let him go. But I don't think he can. I don't think he can. I think he's playing that. I think he's playing that well, where it's like, I think if push come to shove, I would put Cam Akers as number 2. But I just think Dameon Pierce been saying the right things, and they got history with him. So I think they're giving him more of the chance to be that number 2.
Yeah.
And I think they're gonna make. I think it's gonna have to be into the season where maybe, I don't know if it's week 2, week 3, where if Dameon Pierce is still giving you 4 carries, 4 yards, then I think that's when
have it.
Yeah, that's when they're gonna have to make a move, and hopefully Cam Akers would make the team where he could be the second person, and it's not Dari, because that was the issue last year.
Yeah.
Pierce was so unplayable that they were playing more Dare.
And Dare's looked pretty good.
Yeah, he's looked all right.
So we talked about how I had time to watch the film. Well, after watching the film, this was him after practice yesterday talking about the running game.
With the running game, I think, first off, we have to just stay attached on our blocks, especially on the front side. We have to stay attached, and we have to finish better on the front side to get the runs going. I think a lot of our runs got stalled because, we had guys penetrating in the backfield or guys shooting gaps, and we have to respond better, to movement to get our run game going.
And he's not wrong on that. Like
Yeah,
they got hit at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and see, that's why I didn't want to look at this past game and say, you know what, Pierce is in trouble, because you can look at a lot of different ways on why Pierce didn't really get the run that he should.
Yeah,
but still, man, it's still not. Really.
The other guys didn't have the.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
They were facing the same team with the same blocking.
Now, if all the other running backs was having the same production, then I can really see the argument.
Yeah.
But everybody else was just fine.
Yeah. And you mentioned, Cam Akers. Here's the other thing. Like we're talking about all the adjustments that Dameon Pierce has to have. He had the bad season last year. He's got to come back, prove himself. Hell, Cam Akers wasn't even on the squad.
Yeah.
Cam Akers is having to – I know he's familiar with the offense, but he's having to learn this offense, this terminology – in just as much in the same offseason that Dameon Pierce does, and he's looked pretty damn good. This is what D'Amico Ryans had to say about Cam Akers.
From Cam, I've seen a guy. First off, we know he's done it. I've gone against Cam a lot, and I've seen the plays that he's been able to. Surprising me? No, he's not surprising me, but he seems like he's getting back into shape, getting back into football shape, and he's making plays that he's made prior in his career. It's exciting to see him. Just shows when guys maximize their opportunity, and I think he's a guy who's taking advantage of that, coming into camp late, but he's picked up on things very quickly. He's very sharp mentally, and that's allowed him to step in, I think, and really showcase his talents of what he's been able to do. And the biggest thing is him, making guys miss. I think it's when you're playing a running back position, you can make defenders miss. Like Cam just has a savvy way of doing that, and that allows him to continue to press forward and gain yards for us.
See, that's the other thing. He came in late.
Yeah.
And he's past Dameon Pierce.
And the stuff that D'Amico Ryans said about Cam Akers is what Dameon Pierce is having a hard time doing.
Yeah.
Cam Akers you heard him, he's making people miss, and he's getting that extra yardage.
Well, see, that's
something Dameon Pierce not doing.
6 carries, 17 yards, by the way, on Friday night. But see, that's the thing. Not only did he come in late, if he proves to be healthy, which it seems like he's back to full health, or at least close to it, how the hell are you going to put Dameon Pierce ahead of him? And if Dameon Pierce is third, if it's Joe Mixon, Cam Akers, and oh, by the way, you just heard D'Amico also say, we know what he's done. He's done it. He's done it multiple years. It wasn't a rookie year on a bad team like Dameon Pierce. So you got Joe Mixon, Cam Akers. There's no way you can put Dameon Pierce ahead of him. Well, then all of a sudden you get into the dark. And some of these other guys.
Yeah, I think that's the issue right there is, with Dare, I think Dare is a lock on the squad.
Yeah.
I think he do a lot, and they actually trust him probably more than I would have thought. But the other guys, after that, I could see them parting ways with practice squad stuff and all that. Just watching what we've seen, I just don't see how you put Pierce ahead of Cam Akers right now.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't know if Joe Mixon is going to play on Saturday, but he'll certainly play some between now and the last preseason game. I'm not going to run Dameon Pierce like a workhorse, but I'd sure as hell give him 8 or 10 carries, like a good 8 or 10 carries in a game, in a half or whatever, because he's playing for. I keep saying a place on the squad because I still don't think he's going to get released, but I think it's on the table, and he's playing for his place on the squad. He's got to be asking for 8 or 10 carries, and we got to see something.
But do you feel like the way they're playing him is they know he's a lock on the team? Because it seems like, to me,
no.
I feel like they didn't play in the Hall of Fame game, which okay, cool.
Yeah.
But it seemed like they kind of using him like he's a starter, They give him a little bit of run. And
he didn't play in the first preseason game.
Yeah. So that's something you expect from, not the
I don't know,
starters.
man. I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it just, to me, I felt like if he was really fighting for his spot, he would see him the whole first half.
Look.
It seemed like they trying to preserve.
Between Cam Akers
he's getting that starter type of treatment.
He is. I don't know why. I don't know why. Like I said, other than we love him, they love him, we know they love him, and they're pulling for him. Dude, pulling for somebody ain't got nothing to do with it at this point.
Yeah, I know.
Like, it ain't got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I feel like they treating Mechie more like he's fighting for his roster spot more than Pierce fighting for his.
Mm-hmm.
They just, like I said, they treating Pierce like he's a starter a little bit. He getting some of that starter treatment.
Yeah.
So that's why I think he's probably a lot to make this team and probably a lot to be number 2.
No, ain't no way he's a lock to be number 2 right now. Like you can't do that. You can't do that to yourself. Forget doing that to Cam Akers. Like you've got a guy that 2 years ago he had 700 and whatever yards. A guy that's played in a Super Bowl that came back from an injury to do that. And then a couple of other years ago, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I think he ran for about 700 again. Like Cam Akers has done it. He's still pretty young. Like he's 26, I believe, 27. Obviously the injuries are a factor, but he's proven it. Like you brought Cam Akers in on what they always call a prove it deal.
Yeah.
He's proved it.
Yeah, I agree.
At least so far, he's proved it.
I think right now, Cam Akers looks better than Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
But the way they're not really playing Pierce like that, it's just like
they're giving him that special treatment.
Yeah, that like they know what they got from Pierce, and he don't have to go out there and prove anything.
Yeah.
That's what, to me, that's what it come across.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, man, maybe it's like the way he talk and how confident he is. Where I guess Akers got to really blow the doors off of people to.
Yeah.
Because I would play Pierce way more. I would have to see way more from Pierce.
Absolutely. I think that's what we need to do.
But
the rest of the way.
they just treating him
well,
like.
We'll find out this week.
Yeah.
I think he needs to get about 8 or 10 carries, which is a lot in the preseason.
Yeah.
People think, oh, that's not. No, it is. That's a lot in the preseason.
If he only played just with the starters and that's it, then I'm like, man, I need to see a little more.
Yeah. All right, things are getting real, and it's getting real things are feeling real, and it's getting real for the Houston Astros. And I do have a question for Figgy. I want his honest answer what Tom Cruise and I have in common. That's next.
Have you heard? A new era of In the Loop starts.
warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Drills one. Deep to left field. Forget about it. 3-run bomb by Alex Bregman. Astros now in front 4-0. Breggy hits his 17th of the year.
Breggy bringing the heat to Fenway.
Longer than air yard on, sends one to center field. Well struck. Rafaela back. This ball's gone to straightaway center. Just when Breggy thought he hit a bomb, Jordan crushes one to center. Back to back. Big flies, and the Astros lead it 5-0.
I think that's what you call a statement.
Yeah.
I think that's what you call a statement.
That's something we needed, man. That's something the Astros needed.
Alex Bregman goes, I saw longest home run of his career, 441 feet. And then Jordan goes dead center at Fenway.
Nah, Bregman is cooking.
They are both cooking. 5 straight wins for the Astros, sweep of the Red Sox in Boston, going into Tampa. And Bregman, you mentioned he's cooking. 7 out of 12 for the weekend, 2 home runs, 4 RBIs, 6 runs scored. Jordan, got to be getting close to playoff time. Series against Boston, 6 out of 10, 3 home runs, 3 walks, 5 runs, 5 RBI. And by the way, Hunter Brown was getting practically stupid good there for a while. 9 more strikeouts, 5 1/3 innings. He now has 139 strikeouts in 127 innings. And since June 8th, when he really started turning this thing around, Hunter Brown has a 2.32 ERA and 21 walks, 75 strikeouts.
I'm feeling good about this pitching staff, man.
It's all starting to feel real.
Yeah.
It's starting to feel real.
They've been doing their thing the last 2 weeks, man. They've been looking really good, man. Like, we haven't been asking a lot from this pitching staff, or at least I haven't.
Yeah.
I've been saying, give us 5 innings.
Yeah.
Give us 5 innings, 6 innings is probably max because the way this started pitching is.
Yeah.
Give us that, and this is without Verlander.
And he's coming back. He had his rehab start Saturday. He's going to have another rehab start. He felt pretty good about it if you didn't see that. But I said it's starting to feel real. It's also starting to get real. The Mariners didn't give any ground.
Yeah, they've been cooking too.
They won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
Right now they are in a virtual tie for first place in the American League West. Mariners have a decently kind of hard schedule. The Astros have a harder schedule slightly, if I had to guess. But I mean, it's getting real with the Astros. I mean, they just blow you away. Like you kill them. It's like stepping on a cockroach. I said that earlier, and then they just all of a sudden start walking away and say, "Nah, man, I'm still around. I'm still here."
Hey, they like one of them gnats that be in everywhere. No matter how clean your house is, you always have a gnat, and it's just like, man, that keep coming around, and you even clap your hand, try to kill it.
Yep.
Nope, you missed it, and I'm gonna come right back in your face and irritate you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna buzz in your ear.
Yep.
That's the Astros right
That's
there,
the
man.
Astros.
They the boogie. That's why I call them the boogeyman.
The boogeyman, and the Mariners are looking over their shoulder, but the Mariners, to their credit, are playing pretty well tonight. 5:50 our time. Framber Valdez versus Taj Bradley. We get a little Kikuchi tomorrow.
Yeah.
You say Kikuchi against Shane Baz tomorrow night, and then Wednesday Ronel Blanco against Zach Littell. So starting to feel pretty damn real here. So I got this during the break. It's an updated schedule from the Texans. I don't know how I feel about it. This is brutal. I mean, they better be in the bubble, but I know they don't like to practice in the bubble.
Yeah.
So practice tomorrow has been changed. So you'll be hearing about it, right in the meat of our show, right about this time. They changed their practice tomorrow to 11:30 a.m.
Man.
Wednesday 10:50 a.m. and Thursday 11:15 a.m. Dude, you're practicing, I'm guessing outside, unless they go into the stadium.
Maybe you're trying to check the weather.
I need to shoot a text out there. Maybe they're going into the stadium because they're playing their first home game. I sure hope so. because you can't be outside at 11:30.
It's supposed to be a high 95
That's
tomorrow.
it, right? They got to be in the stadium.
I don't think so, man.
Let me shoot a text out
I don't
there.
think so.
Yeah, the middle of the day? Got the middle of the
Too
day.
hot for that.
It is way too. It's got to be either bubble or stadium. It's got to be.
They trying to sweat. I think they trying to sweat. That's what that is.
Well, I know D'Amico, he's such a a meticulous guy about the routine and all that. They play a noon game on Saturday, which is cool, really cool, by the way.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that noon preseason game. The next preseason game's at noon too, and then the regular season starts. That's a noon game.
At noon, yep.
So he's probably trying to get get them accustomed to that. So I mentioned this as well. Last week I thought Justin Simmons to the Saints was a done deal. Like that's it. Well, the Falcons today are hosting free agent safety Justin Simmons today and tomorrow. I guess that dinner wasn't that good.
Yeah.
He went to dinner with the Honey Badger and some Saints personnel. We thought they were going to sign, but he's now in Atlanta, their arch rival.
I wonder what's going on with him, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do anybody like him? Or is it Justin Simmons being
Price?
picky? Yeah, I wonder if he's just being picky.
Maybe it's leverage. He knows, hey, I really want to sign with the Saints. I know what'll get him. I'll go to the Falcons for a day or two.
Yeah, man.
Nah, it's not that.
Yeah.
An injury that nobody is kind of like.
Well, he did have to do his physical, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe
in New Orleans.
Yeah, maybe it's an injury he trying to hide.
Yeah,
something like that.
Well, we'll see. Got this just breaking as well. So I'm sure a lot of people are interested in this. The Associated Press first of the season college football top 25 poll has come out, and that's it's gonna be a big time year with the new teams in the SEC and everything. Georgia number one by a pretty wide margin, 46 first place votes. Ohio State number two. OHIO. Oregon number three. The Texas Longhorns are number four, followed by Alabama. Ole Miss with a top 10. Number 7, Notre Dame, Penn State, Michigan, and Florida State. Other teams of note, LSU is number 13 in the first poll. Oklahoma, number 16. Oklahoma State, 17. Texas A&M, 20. And that's about it for the local interest. But, boy, opening the season, number 7, Notre Dame. At number 20, Texas A&M. I got a hunch that somebody in this room is going to be there. That's going to be pretty wild. But, Georgia and Ohio State, number 1 and 2.
I can't wait for college football, man.
I can't wait.
It's funny. I'm looking at Oregon. I forgot they was in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, wait a minute.
Man,
so it ain't just Ohio State and Michigan now. Man.
Yeah.
So that's a little scary, man.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't wait.
All right. So the Olympics are over with the closing ceremonies yesterday. Man, this made me feel inadequate. So they did the closing ceremonies yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Cruise did the most Tom Cruise thing
What did he do? Jump from an airplane or something?
Pretty much.
Oh goodness.
He was at the top of Stade de France, the Olympic Stadium, and on a cable. And dude, okay, here's what made me feel inadequate. Tom Cruise and I are almost the exact same age. Like almost.
What?
We are almost the exact same age. I know. I often get confused.
What's going on, Lopez?
Yeah, I often get confused. For people, always
so
say,
y'all went to school at the same time. Y'all
what do you mean? What's going on, Lopez?
Same time.
You heard that?
What do you mean?
My man looked 26.
Dude. Well, he's got money to get some work done.
Yeah, he looked like he could be your child, man.
Look, no, man. Look.
So y'all would have been in the same high school class. Man.
Tom Cruise and I are almost identically the same age. And I know it makes sense because I often get confused for Tom Cruise. And I'm walking down the street, people are like, "Hey, I thought you were shorter." But so Tom Cruise is standing on at my age, standing on the top of the Stade de France, and literally steps off.
And that was Tom from the top of Stade de France down to the floor of the stadium. Gosh, that's how you do it. That's how you do it right there.
Pretty unbelievable. Pretty unbelievable.
Man.
Like, from the top, outside of the stadium, from the top, jumps into the stadium on the cable.
So we got to get you to do something like that.
Cal and Hannah.
Same
I'm
age.
ready. Cal and Hannah, I'll do it.
I would be nervous for you, man.
Well, I'd be nervous for me.
Yeah. I'd be scared of Lopez stepping off of a stair, let alone
what do we do?
NRG.
You strap a cable on me. You give me some instructions. I'll step off that.
Oh man,
I will. No, I might not live.
I'll be worried for you, man.
I might not live. So me and Tom Cruise, we got that in common. So they're saying it's the greatest Olympics ever. Like started out kind of weird with that opening ceremony.
Yeah,
dude, there was moment after moment after moment,
especially for the U.S.
Yeah,
man, last time I checked, I think this is right. They led the whole world in medals.
Yeah,
in every category.
They had 126 medals. I think 91 or something like that was second China, and they tied for gold with China at 40. And the USA men's basketball and USA women's basketball were outstanding. If you haven't heard Steph,
the devil.
He as the French announcer called him, the devil. Steph is the devil. But he said it like complimentary. He was kind of laughing.
Yeah.
But here's the devil. But this was Steph knocking him down, man. Knocking him down. Absolutely. Yeah. 3-pointers in the last 2 minutes and 47 seconds. That was the French announcer. The devil named Steph. The devil named Steph. And the women, too.
Yeah. That went down to the wire, man. I was sitting there watching that.
She had her foot on the line.
Yeah.
Or else that was it. They would have tied it. Or what? Yeah, they would have tied it.
Yeah, salute to Gabby Williams, man.
Yeah.
She could have took it to overtime.
Mm-hmm.
That girl was killing it, man.
Absolutely.
I didn't even know I wasn't even familiar with the game, but clearly she wanted to put it to the Team USA.
And track and field was unbelievable. Obviously, gymnastics earlier in the week was unbelievable. It would be hard for me to say, all right, this is the star of the Olympics. At this point, you could say Steph.
Yeah.
You could say, Sidney McLaughlin. You could say Simone Biles. Yeah, and I'm talking about for the Americans, but there were stars everywhere.
Yeah, you could point everywhere and be like, oh, that was the moment, or that was the moment.
Yeah.
It's a lot of moments, especially for Team USA.
Yeah, it kind of revived the Olympics because going in, I was like, it just doesn't quite feel the same, and you always kind of feel like that. Dude, this was awesome.
This is probably the most I ever watched the Olympics.
Yeah.
I think maybe because I got Peacock, and it's so much easier. Shout out to Peacock, man. They made it so much easier to keep up with all type of sports that you normally don't watch.
Yeah.
And I was just going through every category, just checking in, and they made it so much easier to keep up. This is the most I ever watched the Olympics.
Well, here's the other thing. One of the reasons Tom Cruise was there is it was the Olympics in 4 years, next Summer Olympics in 4 years, which is going to be in L.A.
Yeah.
Boy, they got a lot to live up to.
Man, it's funny. As I was sitting there watching the Olympics, I'm like, man, you know what? I want to go to the Olympics next time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to go to L.A.
I don't know if you want to go to
man. Hey, it's already tough going to L.A. on a Wednesday.
Dude.
Just for a weekend.
Man, I don't know.
For a weekend. Let's go figure. Come on.
I don't know about that, man. I'll wait till they go out the country again, man.
But dude, the people, the event. I mean, they're gonna try to put on a hell of a show.
I think they're gonna do a good job.
Yeah.
But just L.A., man. Olympics in L.A. So everybody around the world.
How early do you have to leave to get to an event? Like, you've seen it? You've seen that LA traffic?
Yeah, nah. I know it'd probably be super excited for people that live there to be able to say, hey, the Olympics coming to my city.
Yeah.
But it got to be dreadful too.
It's gonna be
for the everyday working man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that got to be the worst.
Oh, I think Airbnb is going to go off the charts. I just say I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a month vacation. I don't need Christmas. I don't need anything else. I'm going to take a month vacation. You're going to be renting your house for $3,000 a day for a simple little house, $5,000 a day.
I'm just thinking about that traffic and all that stuff, man. It's going to be rough.
It's going to be real rough. All right. So we've asked this question as recently as last week, and it kind of gets tantalizing. It really does. What if this Texans is good, but really good? And what do we think now? I think you can argue for and against that premise, but we're going to dig into this Texans defense and what we saw Friday and what we saw yesterday. That's next.
Just what Texans fans wanted to see in the starters' first preseason action. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Steelers break the huddle. Warren in the backfield, fields in the gun on 3rd down and 4 from the Pittsburgh 21-yard line. Motion and 3 wide receivers, actually 3 receivers. One of them, Freiermuth, the tight end, to the left side. Fields gets the snap. Fields in trouble. And Fields goes down as Daniil Hunter has the sack.
All right, take your helmet, have a seat. We'll see you September 8th.
Yep.
That's how I feel about it.
That's how I looked at it, too.
And Daniil Hunter would absolutely fit that mold. Veteran guy, new squad, finally got some rep. He doesn't need anything
he been
else.
here before.
He doesn't need anything else.
Y'all don't want to watch him just one.
Come on, man.
One snap with Will Anderson Jr. Just one snap.
If y'all being honest, I just want to skip past all. I would do auto simulation to this preseason and just get right to week 1. Like when I see stuff like that, good things like this, I be just want to fast forward. All right,
they do too.
Yeah,
they do too.
Man,
that's why I think keep an eye out for this. I think they might kind of shut it down and get into regular season mode after this weekend. They know what they're going to look. Nick Caserio probably has a whiteboard in his office with the depth chart as he sees it today already filled out. Now that's something that it's in that washable marker, so you can change it. But I bet you D'Amico goes in there every day, maybe more than once a day, and says, "What do you think about this? What do you think about that?" And they have a discussion about that. They know their depth chart. They have a depth chart today, and it ain't the same one that they release.
Yeah.
So they know what it's going to look like.
Yeah, and too, I think just being at practice yesterday, I think it was very important to see all of these key players that we haven't seen all training camp out there yesterday. So you seen Joe Mixon for the first time practicing yesterday. Laramie Tunsil was dressed and he was out there. Christian Harris, he was out there for a second.
Well,
but
we're going to get to that.
Yeah, but I think yesterday was key because I think that was the ramp up. I think it's like, all right, now let's ramp up. Let's get in. Yeah, so now these players we've been looking for were actually out there.
Yeah.
So I think that's very important.
No, and I think the offense is going to play again. I wouldn't want them to, but I think they are. Maybe this Saturday at noon, by the way. If you're used to those evening Texans preseason games, they ain't going to have one. This one's at noon, and next weekend's at noon. Yeah, I think the offense is going to do it. I think the defense, Daniil Hunter, don't worry. Even Danico Autry, don't worry about it, although he may want to get some reps because he's going to be suspended for 6 games. Al-Shair, maybe a little bit. Don't worry about it. So that leads to the question that we're talking about here. I mean, this defense showed some pretty positive stuff. It brought the pressure. You also had a sack from Jerry Hughes, and Neville Hewitt. It showed some good stuff. Obviously, Derek Stingley was out there. It also missed some tackles and gave up some big opportunities. Let's talk about the missed tackles first and some of those opportunities. This was D'Amico talking about that.
I'll have to look at the tape to see the missed tackles and see where we can get better. Whenever you're missing tackles, it's all about how you miss them. So I have to really look at it. If we're running to the football, right, and we got other guys showing up, like we're not expecting one guy to make every tackle. So I just have to see how our effort was from the backside.
Yeah, man, I think I might be a little biased and maybe looking through Texans goggles here, but the first thing when I heard this and seen this, I'm like, oh, it's preseason. They ain't the real starters out there.
Yeah, but that's been something that they've had.
Yeah. I think they struggled with that last season with missed tackles and stuff like that. So I think it's something to be a little concerned about, but I'm not going to trip about it just yet.
I'm not going to trip about it, but I'm a little more concerned about the missed tackles than anything else I saw, because we've seen that. Like, that's been kind of a common thread going back since before in D'Amico even. Yeah. With Jalen Petrie his rookie year and all that stuff. Petrie, we're going to have to keep in mind also, like, it wasn't all starters. It was mostly backups, but there were a few rotational players on the field. Kyle Allen missed a wide open touchdown.
Yeah.
Like, wide open.
Yeah, that was scary.
And that's something that they're going to talk about.
Yeah, that's something that can't happen. Like, you cannot be that wide open ever.
How does he miss the dude?
Yeah, that's classic Kyle Allen for you, man.
Because he played pretty well otherwise.
Yeah, he was all right.
And so this was D'Amico about yesterday. This is after he did watch the film. You said You heard him talking about, I want to watch the film. Well, yesterday he had watched the film.
When we play defense, right, we want people to put on our tape and see that we're bringing it. We're going to be a physical unit. We're physical in practice. We're physical in the game. We don't change up our identity. Whenever we step on the field, we're going to be a physical unit. That's what you have to be if you expect to play defense here in Houston.
And I said it coming into the segment. Like, what if they're really, really good? I think they have the elements to get to be that good. I really do, but they don't have the depth that I've seen.
Yeah, and now they really don't have the depth with Christian Harris. Kind of came off the field yesterday in practice, and now I'm at a point where I'm like, man, maybe they need to look to sign somebody or maybe trade for somebody. Not nothing crazy, but you're gonna need some depth because if it's no Christian Harris, then you're looking at Toa and and the
Jamal Hill,
the rest of the Pips.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that's something they really should look into. It seemed like they were very confident Christian Harris would be out there.
Yeah.
And when I saw him yesterday, I'm like, okay, maybe they was just kind of
ramping him up.
Yeah, ramping him up a little bit, saving him a little bit. But when he came off the field, I'm just kind of like, maybe they do need to sign somebody just in case.
So he had, if you weren't with us earlier, so he had a calf thing. Gets out on the field yesterday. They were all pretty much out on the field yesterday. Larry Tunsil was out on the field offensively, and of course Joe Mixon and Christian Harris got out there. This is what gets me, and is a little bit of a worry, kind of what you're talking about. He didn't finish practice.
Yeah,
like he walked off with a trainer before practice was even over.
Yeah,
and so that's I don't want to see Christian Harris until the regular season for a different reason because I just get the calf ready.
Yeah, at this point, just get healthy.
Yeah.
Like, even if you do have to miss week one, just let's get healthy and get you back out there on the field. But right now, I think they need to rest him and maybe bring somebody else in to kind of, just as a extra body until Christian Harris get better.
Yeah. I think the defense, if you look at what they showed on Friday, and then of course what we've seen so far, like the thing about Danielle Hunter and his sack, have a good rest of the preseason. We'll see you September 8th. Is Will Anderson wasn't even on the field.
Yeah,
and so that's where you start going. All right, like if they just get those two dudes going, and we know, like, he had 16 sacks last year. I wouldn't be surprised if he has that many or more.
Yeah, you can still, and I was a little bit worried, just kind of in the back of my mind, just kind of like a greedy worry.
Was it a fluke?
Yeah, not even a fluke, but just him being paired up with Will Anderson. That by default, that sack number would go down.
Yeah, because Will Anderson's going to get some.
Maybe it'll go from 16 to 12, and 12 is still a good damn thing.
Yeah.
But just by default, that Will Anderson will probably get up to 10.
Yeah,
and he will get up to he would go down to maybe 12, 13, something like that.
Yeah,
but hell, I think he could probably get to 18.
Yeah,
the way he looked, I think it's possible he could get to 18.
He got it by accident. He had another pressure that was almost a sack.
Yeah,
a few plays earlier.
Yeah, and I think if he playing like that throughout the season, I don't think it's a lot of pressure on Will Anderson to try to get up to double digits. I think Will Anderson could
well,
survive.
He's just going to get his by default.
Yeah, yeah. But let's say Will Anderson do have maybe 8 and maybe get close to the quarterback, but not quite.
Yeah.
I wouldn't look at Will Anderson like, oh no, that's he got to step up, because if Danielle Hunter got 16 and I'm good with that.
So I was going to ask you, based on all that, what was the best news about this defense? What was the most encouraging thing about this defense on Friday? Because I feel there is a right answer. So I'll start. Like those interior defensive tackles, we had a worry about them. I don't have any worries about them. Like Mario Edwards has, like all of a sudden, Mario Edwards is
household name now.
Household name, Rio. And then even Fatukasi.
Yeah.
Fatukasi had a couple tackles earlier when the starters were on there, and he had 3 tackles, actually. I'm looking at it now. And a tackle for loss. You had, obviously, the interior with Mario Edwards. Like he was talking, he had half a sack, 2 tackles for loss. So if you got those two, and that's not even mentioning Danico Autry.
Yeah.
Like if you have those two guys playing, Danico Autry in the rotation, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, man, your linebacker, and then the cornerbacks are playing.
Yeah.
Your linebackers, by the way, Kamari Lassiter is also still not practicing, but we'll see about that. All of a sudden, your front seven, you might be onto something with this defense.
I think so, man. And that was the big question coming into the offseason. But I knew it was kind of strange when they signed Autry, who played defensive end.
Yeah.
And knowing the other defensive ends they got, the Barnetts and all that, I'm like, man, they moving him inside.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that was something I wanted to watch from the beginning. Like, man, I want to see how this defensive line look.
Yeah.
And I know we won't see Autry until after week 6, but man, I think this defensive line is gonna look crazy, man. I think they're gonna get some pressure, something they didn't get last season,
and pressure up the middle. Like I said, Mario Edwards already had half a sack in a preseason game and just limited snaps. So yeah, this defensive front and with Al-Shire and somebody's coming off the edge, it's gonna be legit. It could absolutely be legit. Some of the negative things, well, not negative, but some of the things that you got to kind of circle and watch is they did give up some wide open receivers in secondary preseason. You can talk about that all you want. And let's be honest about this game too. If it wasn't for Kyle Allen missing a wide open guy and Fields botching 2 snaps, like they were moving the ball.
Yeah,
they were moving the ball, but he botched 2 snaps, and then they got the sack and all. Like the first sack was really because of the botch, not Danielle Hunter's the other one, but because of the botched snap. But was it Petrie? I think Petrie got in on one. That was just like mostly because of that.
That was more Pittsburgh.
That was more a Pittsburgh thing.
Yeah.
So we'll see, but we're feeling pretty good about the defense. The other thing that we have to watch with these guys, and I think this is where it gets really, really good. If we can get Kamari Lassiter playing the way we've seen and get him back on the field, I don't think anybody has to worry about anything when it comes to Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah, I think so. I think he looks solid. I think he's in season form. I feel like he's in all pro mode.
Mm-hmm.
And I have no, like, of course we're going to have questions if he can stay healthy and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't had that question all season, man. Like, I felt like he been legit. So that's something and I done grew more confident about the cornerback position, man. With last year, I had no clue I would be this confident in the rookie second-round pick.
How about the rookie safety?
Yeah, the rookie and honestly, that's looking like the starter. He's looking like he will probably be starting at safety.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
Like, because he was like criticized, like, well, at USC he's a great athlete,
and USC didn't have the best defense. They didn't have the best
and their defense was the worst.
It was awful.
Their defense was the worst.
So I thought that was going to be somebody that could just step in, and kind of like a project type of player.
I mean, Kalen Bullock might be the biggest surprise of the whole defense.
I think so. He might be the biggest surprise all season.
Maybe Mario Edwards, but that's to us.
Yeah, no, that's to us. But I did not. If you would have told me they drafted Bullock, where he did, and that he was going to be starting the season, I would have been like, you crazy.
Well, D'Amico Ryans would have said you were crazy too.
Kalen is another guy. When you're rookie, similar to Kay, similar to Kamari, like these guys have come in and they've been laser focused. Like Kalen, when we watch his tape at USC, he's a guy who attacked the football. Ball was in the air, he was going to get it. Same what you see out here every day in practice. Like he's making a play on the football. He made a play today, getting the ball out there on one of the receivers, and he made a play in the game this past Friday for him. It didn't count, but I think everybody can appreciate the play when your free safety is able to have the elite range that can play there on the sideline. It's impressive to watch for Kalen, and he'll continue to get better. And that's the exciting thing about Kalen. Like, man, he's still a young player, still has a lot of room to grow, but what he's shown us already and the consistency at which he's done it, like I'm very excited to see the young man continue to flourish in our defense.
That's the thing I love about D'Amico. He don't care. Like, he knows they're going to make mistakes. Like, everybody knows they're going to make mistakes, but he doesn't care. If he thinks that guy's the best player, He gonna put him out there.
Yeah, you know he ain't no rookies don't know anything type of coach.
Oh God, no. Talk about the difference.
Yeah. And this is
just they don't know anything.
Yeah, man.
Well, they do here.
Yeah, and see, that's what I love about DeMeco Ryans, and I know he ain't throwing them to the fire and saying, "Hey, this is CB2 or he's our starter."
No, he put him number 2 on the depth chart.
Yeah,
to kind of protect him, I think.
Yeah, so I can respect that, but for the simple fact that we are talking about Kalen Butler as a starter,
yeah.
I would have never guessed that, man. And like you would
never, ever.
Yeah, and you get that type of talk during the draft when you draft them, and you might have somebody like John Harris, like, hey, he could be competing for a starting. Like you get all of that fluff, during the draft when it's happening. But no, we actually talking about potentially two rookies starting on the defense, man, which had a pretty good offseason too.
It tells you about Nick Cassera. It tells you about DeMeco Ryans when he says, "I don't care about your past. I want to see what you do here." He's not lying because you're also seeing it like at other positions as well. Like he kind of erased what they've done in the past and just they're earning their stripes here. It could be wild, man, because we know what the offense is going to do. We think we know what the offense is going to do, and if the defense plays that level, it's going to be pretty sweet. Hey, let's get to confessions next. Of course, always brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey. I kind of gotta confess. I have a new favorite NBA player, and it's not for the reasons you think. That's next.
Have you heard? A new era of
Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's give some, of course, as always, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey Confessions. I'll start.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So how do you feel about Tyrese Halliburton?
I think he's a cool dude, man.
He's a cool dude, right?
Yeah, I don't have no issues with Tyrese.
Did you see his tweet after
I did.
After the Olympics?
I did. I think we all went through that at one point in our school career.
It's the best. He's like my favorite player now. He says he's holding up his gold medal, got this grin on his face, sitting at his locker, and he says, when you ain't done nothing on the group project and you still get an A, like all your other friends did everything, all the work of it, you signed your name on the bottom. Dude played 26 minutes in the Olympics. 26 minutes.
I love it, man.
Look at that lick on his face.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah.
Hey, I love it, man.
I do too.
I think to take that high of a road where you just saying, I don't care if I ain't
you gotta own it.
That
I always
much.
say it.
Hey, man, I'm here. I'm in the moment.
Those were 26 very important minutes.
Yeah, and I got a gold medal to prove it.
Yeah.
So I'm good with that. I like that.
Gold medal, baby.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So speaking of the Olympics, Jordan Child's been making the headlines, and I feel so bad for her, man. So if you haven't heard, I think she's about to get stripped of her bronze medal.
Well, they've asked her to give back the medal.
Yeah, so I feel so bad for her, and I got to confess, I think I'm bad with recognizing people in person because I thought I knew exactly who she was. I've been trying to follow. So I was at camp yesterday.
Yeah.
And I saw these two girls walking around. I actually walked past two girls.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, they look like all right.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I know they somebody famous. I'm just not sure who.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like maybe they do music or something like that, or TikTok star. So one of them was Jordan Childs.
Yeah.
She was at practice, and I did not know it was her until I got home and I saw the Houston Texans tweet a picture or a video with her and Andre Johnson.
I saw that she was at practice.
Yeah, I did not know that was her.
I don't know why.
In real time, I did not know that was her. She looked all right. She didn't look sad or anything like that. She looked like she was enjoying herself.
Oh, we're going to get into this more when the internet goes nuts because she didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
Like the time, there was something with the clock and somebody was going to appeal.
It sounded like it was a judge's fault.
It was the judge's fault.
Yeah. So, I saw her at practice and had no idea that was her, man.
Well, I mean, she got medals, but I wouldn't.
Yeah. I'm not
going to say I wouldn't give it back. I would certainly fight it.
Oh, yeah. No,
because she did nothing wrong.
What do that have to do with me for y'all screwing up?
Nothing wrong. The judges screwed up.
Yeah. So, I saw her in practice, man. Walked past her like
How about that?
Walked past her like 3 times.
Didn't even say hi, huh?
I know. I kind of brushed her off a little bit, man.
Yeah.
I kind of like your John. What was the astronaut you brushed off?
Oh, John Glenn?
Yeah, John Glenn. Yeah, that was that's my story right there. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
Watch this.
So you know how you gave me the OG sauce, John?
Yeah.
I want to say, man, first, thank you. Second, that sauce is good, man.
Oh yeah. What'd you put it on? What'd you put it on?
So Saturday, my girlfriend and I, we went to a farmer's market, and there was a guy selling brisket. I can't even remember the name.
Mm-hmm.
So we saved it. We warmed it up the next day. I ate it, brisket, some eggs for breakfast, and I put some of that sauce on it.
Hell yeah.
That sounds good.
Man, I tell you what, I loved it. My girlfriend was just like, man, this is so good. She's
awesome.
like, I can't wait to try it on more things. So thank you for that. And if you haven't tried it, you got to try it.
How about that?
Because it's so good.
You're the man. No, it's gotten rave reviews. That's for dang sure, man. I appreciate that. I'm telling girl, thank you too.
Of course.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is a wild one. I never expected to confess this. I never thought the Guardian caps, the big cushion helmet that they put at practices, would work in games. I didn't think it looked too bad. Did you see Jonathan Taylor wearing it? You did?
Yeah.
How'd you feel about it, Chris? Because they have like this little sleeve they put on top of it.
You see the sleeve? I think the sleeve is what made it look not bad. If it wasn't for the sleeve, I would have been like, okay, well, what's going on there?
Yeah.
But the sleeve made it look decent.
Yeah, I don't know, man. To me, like, it didn't look bad. It didn't look silly, but It just looked like a big ass helmet. Like somebody just had an oversized helmet.
But
like
you only notice it on the close-ups. Like if you're at a stadium, you wouldn't have even known that he had it on.
Yeah, just looking at it from the TV, it just looked like this big ass cartoon character with the big old head. Yeah, no, it looked better. Like I'm not a fan of the ones in practice where it just looked like a big old cushion. cap.
And it's got like that kind of waffle.
It looked like a swimmer's cap.
It looks like a waffle head.
Yeah,
whatever it is.
It didn't look too bad, but to me, like from the parts they show, it stuck out to me.
Yeah,
I'm like this big ass helmet on.
Get used to it because I don't know if they're just trying it out. But if it works, why not wear it in a regular season?
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I mean, if that leads to less concussions, less head injuries,
you want your players to play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I got a new term I'm gonna start using for old folks. These old football folks.
Yeah.
Old football farts.
Old football farts. Like who?
So Mike Florio tweeted from Pro Football Talk. He tweeted, playing Cleveland Browns football in the dome would be like cooking a steak in the microwave.
Get out of here.
Dog, come on. Like, put a doggone dome on the stadium, man. Like, stop with this whole football weather type thing, man.
I hate that.
We seen football weather get games canceled and moved to playing on a random ass Tuesday.
Yeah.
Stop all this football weather. The Cleveland Browns ain't established enough to be able to play off the lake like that with no dome. Like this ain't the Pittsburgh Steelers who pretty much been established for a long time. This ain't the Green Bay Packers.
No.
Where that stadium is so legendary where they wouldn't do anything.
Hell, I think the Packers,
like, we ain't talking about the Packers and these metal bench bleachers that people still sitting on. We ain't even talking about that, man. We talking about the Browns.
Well, and anytime someone says it's football weather, that it's not football weather.
Yeah.
Football weather is 50 degrees, not 50 below or even 30.
Or so much snow that they got to cancel the game.
Yeah, how many times you been out there in the snow and the sleet and people getting frostbite and you're like, oh, this is football weather. No, football weather's like between 45 and 55, somewhere in there. That's crisp. It's clean, sunny sky.
Yeah, it's playable.
It's playable. And it's comfortable for the fans.
Yeah, stop with all this football weather and stuff, man, because half the time, like, I think Cleveland need a dome because a lot of players don't want to play in that crap.
Yeah.
So they rather go to Pittsburgh or somewhere else to play if they gonna play somewhere for damn.
Absolutely,
like,
I wouldn't.
I'm not going to Cleveland to play off that lake.
I sure as hell wouldn't play in Buffalo. I sure as hell wouldn't play in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And by the way, it looks like it's gonna be a badass stadium.
I know they need that.
Yeah.
They absolutely need that. So I'm tired of these old football farts.
Yeah.
Talking about football weather.
I'm with you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of old football farts, let's talk about me for a second. Dude, at first I was like, I saw Tom Cruise standing outside on the top of Stade de France, the Olympic Stadium, connect to him, and I'm like, first of all, I was like, this is going to be the most Tom Cruise thing ever. Like Tom Cruise running in movies and Tom Cruise jumping off of crap is everything in his life, in his movie life. And so it happened.
And that was Tom from the top of Stade de France down to the floor of the stadium. Gosh, that's how you do it. That's how you do it right there.
Well, yeah, it is how you do it. And then I was like, I think Tom Cruise and I are about the same age. Dude, we're 2 months apart.
Damn.
Tom Cruise and I are almost identically the same age. This dude is jumping off of stadiums with a cable tied to him. Damn. Talk about making somebody feel inadequate.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it. All I need is the invite from Cal and Hannah.
I would be nervous for you, man. Like I don't even want you. I don't even want you. I don't even want you going down the steps two at a time.
I can't remember the last time I did go up or down steps.
I'm about seeing people that's trying to go up the stairs. They going 2 or 3 at a time. Like, get your ass out of here.
I might have been. That's me, man.
I might have been in my 30s when last time I did that.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I was talking to my wife about that. Like, some stuff that you wouldn't do at this age that you would have did back then. I tell the one thing I would not do. I would not try to run full speed, like just full speed, like a full sprint.
Oh, I'd kill myself.
Nah, I would not do. I would tear everything up in my knee. My knee already crunching and cracking. Every time I'm not trying to do like a 40-yard dash or anything like that.
The most I've ever done is like back in the day, probably 5-6 years ago, we did that 40-yard dash. I jogged one, just for fun. I was just jogging one.
Do y'all know if they're ever gonna do that again?
I don't know. You want in?
I want in.
What's your best event?
I'll do whatever, man. Whatever event they want, I'll do 40.
For the Texans?
Yeah.
They probably gonna do it again.
Yeah.
I know the last time, I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Our guy George from the Morning Bull.
Yeah.
I think he did the 40-yard dash.
Yeah.
And tore his whole knee up.
Or was it the Achilles?
Achilles, or
Yeah,
something
it
like
was
that.
the
Yeah.
Achilles.
Yeah.
Yes.
And see, that's why I'm like, man.
No, I'm smarter than that.
Yeah, I'm only 35. I can't do a full sprint. Man, I refuse.
I
to
jogged
do that.
it just to be.
I never broke, tore anything in my life, and I want to keep it that way.
What?
I never had a broken bone, never tore anything, never had a major injury in my whole life.
So, all right, well, we got to get into this.
Yeah, we do.
we got to. What? We've got to get into this. We're also get into a thumbs up or thumbs down. Thumbs down on Figgy never breaking or tearing anything, first of all. That's the spoiler alert. But let's go through some specifics here on the Texans, because I think it's going to share some stuff, some info for you on just how this team is going to look. Let's do that next.
After a solid preseason debut, what's C.J. Stroud looking? the Loop.
All right. You've never broken a bone or torn any ligaments or anything in your entire life?
In my whole life. And I was pretty I wasn't on a high school team or anything like that, but outside in these streets, I was very active.
Well, yeah, playing around.
Tackle football, wrestling, jumping off of porches, and all that stuff. I never broke anything.
What the heck, man?
Yeah, man. I was a lucky kid, man.
I gotta ask you a couple of questions about that, but I do want to remind everybody that Texans Tickets Tuesday starts tomorrow, as in for this week's game and every week's game. We're gonna have for this week we're gonna have a pair of front row bullpen tickets for you. 7 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. hours. You're going to have a chance to win those tickets. This is big time.
So
this is the year, too.
So in about 24 hours, around in this hour tomorrow, we'll be giving out some bullpen tickets.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty straightforward, pretty easy to win. So, you've never, I know you've jammed your fingers.
Yeah.
You haven't even jammed your fingers that much?
No, not really. I never had a gruesome injury ever.
Rolled ankle.
No, not really. No.
What are you Gumby?
I don't know, man. I'm lucky. That's when I am lucky.
I've had some I'm not like Mr. I'm not like Jaws showing everybody scars or anything, but just like any other kid, anybody else who played sports. Now you played sports, didn't you?
I played Muni League. Played basketball in middle school. By the time I got to high school, I just gave all that.
You were out.
But I was playing outside like any other kid, doing all type of wild stuff.
Yeah.
But I never broke an arm or broke a bone or anything like that.
In terms of sports, I was typical stuff. I chipped this bone on my elbow. That was nasty because I had a cut on it too and got infected. I tore my MCL, just that MCL ligament. I had my right knee scoped for whatever reason. They called it whatever. So I've had I broke my foot, but just on the right side. But it wasn't that bad. I ended up, I was back in 2 weeks. But so the sports injuries are just in terms of the nastiest injury you remember. You were asking me this, from Chris. Think about this, from just either playing outside. Whatever sports, the nastiest injury you remember.
Yeah. So before I get to that, I was actually trying to think of the worst injury I had because I was talking to my guy, shout out to my friend Eric, and he was telling me how he had a friend who had a son who was 9 years old, and she let him play, and they was, I guess, out skateboarding with some other kids, and all of a sudden she heard a big crash. And she ain't think nothing of it.
Yeah.
And came back, it was her son, the one that was involved in the skateboard crash.
Yeah.
And he was crying, saying his arm, shoulder was hurting. And she was like, oh, it's okay. You could go back out there. Yeah, so she sent him home. And I guess about 20, 30 seconds later, he came back still crying. And I really don't feel good. So she took him to the emergency room. He had clavicle?
Clavicle? Collarbone?
Yeah. Cracked in half.
Oh,
9 years old, man. And it got me thinking, dang, I never had an injury like that.
Yeah.
Where I had to go to the emergency room.
I've had one. It was my knee, but that was the only one.
Yeah. So my only big war story that I have was I was probably around 9, 10 years old. And I was riding a bike. I was somewhere in the neighborhood riding a bike.
Yeah.
And I came down this hill too fast. And I made a sharp left. And the bike wasn't steady, and I was trying to stay afloat. And I just fell down, and my face hit the concrete so hard to the point I chipped my front tooth. So I'm sitting there crying, and all my friends you okay? You okay? And I'm I just want to go home. I was maybe 5 blocks away.
Yeah.
So I'm I just want to go home. And one of my homeboys, shout out to my dude, Alonzo.
Yeah.
And he was just we could go to my friend's house. He stay around the corner. I'm no, I want to go home. So I had to go to the dentist and had to put my tooth back together. But that was probably the worst injury I ever had, man.
This is the one that I remember. Chris, think about it. The one you remember most vividly. Like I said, I've had some stuff, like everybody, most everybody. Some people are on the text board are saying, yeah, me too, Figgy. I've never really had. But anyway, most people have injuries. So, of course, it has to do with my two big brothers. Of course. I've got two big brothers. So we were in the backyard, and we had this little shed that had an 8-foot roof on it. So pretty high, but not ridiculously high.
Yeah.
And they dared me to jump off the roof. They dared me to jump off the roof.
Oh, Johnny would do it.
Yeah, I was like 9 or 10 years old. And then, so we're up there. I don't know what we were doing up there. I guess they were trying to coax me into jumping off the roof. And my big brother said, I'll do it if you do it. Of course, I'm an idiot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So you got to go first.
You go first. So I jumped off the roof, and I landed on this board that had a nail, and it went into my heel.
Oh, God.
I landed clean on the board, went into my heel, and I'm screaming, and my brothers take off running, of course.
God.
And I walk into the house, and I'm like, Mom! She goes, what is it? And I swing my leg into, and the board is stuck on my heel.
Oh, goodness.
The nail went all the way into my heel, and I'm screaming, and it really wasn't bleeding that much. Dang. And she's like, oh, my God. And she pulls the board out with the nail coming out. Oh, my God. So, yeah, I got some tetanus shots and a couple of stitches on that one.
Oh, goodness gracious.
That was one where, even my brothers were like, holy crap, we got to move. We've got to move now. We just broke our little brother.
Yeah, I mean, did they get in trouble?
Oh, God, yes. I walked into the house clicking and clacking with a board on my foot.
Goodness gracious.
Mine happened freshman year of high school. I was at the field house. We were doing weight training. And I'm a freshman, so I'm skinny, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And we're doing lunges. And they're like, all right, everybody grab a 25-pound plate.
Oh, God.
And raise it over your head. And you do lunges. Well, there was no more 25-pound plates. I was stuck with a 45-pound plate.
Oh, God.
So I go and I do one lunge with my left foot, and I'm like, okay, I'm good. Then I do it with my right foot, and my kneecap just dislocates completely.
Man.
That is painful.
That's
That's one of the most painful injuries.
And I kid you not, my knees my kneecap's like this, and it's just all the way to the right side. And everybody's just good. I'm just like, dude, I'm not good. I'm sitting there, tears coming out of my face, and I'm just crying like, yo, my kneecap. This is freshman year of high school. You know, it's just like, man, I was so excited for football season, blah, blah, blah. No, bam. And I ended up, I didn't get no surgery. They just popped it right back in and just wait till my knee was not swollen anymore, and I was good.
And you actually played?
I didn't play. I went through physical therapy. I ended up getting back, and I did play, but no surgery, no nothing. Another one was I was playing basketball, just regular, outside with my friends, and I landed on my knee, and my whole basically my foot was like this, and my knee was just all on the side.
Oh, you've had some bad ones.
Yeah, and it was swollen. It was bigger than it was like the size of a softball, basically. Yeah. My ankle. So yeah.
Oh man, I feel sorry for y'all, man.
Dude. The crazy thing about the one when I landed on, it was like it hammered into my foot. I landed on it flush. It was I'd say about a half-inch showing, so it wasn't breaking the bone or anything, but it did something. Anyway, I landed on it, and I went, yelled, whatever. My brothers were already running in different directions down the street.
They were gone.
They were gone.
They knew what was coming up next.
They were
this sounds like some Leave It to Beaver type situation, man.
But of all things, you jump off a shed.
Yeah.
And you think, okay, it might sting my feet a little bit or whatever. I'll do it. They might even said, hey, I'll buy you a coat, whatever, And I land on it was a 1x6 that had it was all old, from the shed. It fell off the shed. Right on it. Right on the nail.
Man.
Right on the nail. It was ridiculous.
That was rough, man. Ooh.
All right, thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs down to my brothers for that. 713-572-4610. Let's go do a couple little thumbs up or thumbs down here, rapid fire fashion for the Houston Texans from Friday night, because at 1 o'clock we're going to go around the NFL at 1:20, internet going nuts, and at 1:40 are we ready to make some cuts if we had to today? All right, so thumbs up or thumbs down. Tight ends.
Thumbs up, man. I think they in good shape, man. That was the question coming in. You got Schultz and who else? We wasn't sure about Brevin Jordan, but I think Cade Stover, even if he's number 2 or 3, I think you in good shape.
Not only is it a thumbs up for me, and obviously from Chris as well, I think they already have the working depth chart. I think Stover has done that much. Defensive tackles.
Thumbs up.
Big time. Big time.
Nah, they look good.
Probably the best development of the preseason.
Yeah, especially compared to last year.
Yeah.
They look good.
Fatukasi, Mario Edwards just kicking butt. Danico Autry isn't even playing yet. Yeah, absolutely. Kenyon Green.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up, Kenyon Green.
Yeah, he looked like a decent offensive lineman, decent guard, good guard.
It's amazing what happens when you commit to the profession.
Yeah,
and that's what he's done.
He's taking it serious.
Yeah,
like this ain't can't just do what you've been doing in college.
This ain't play money. This is real money.
These some grown men.
This is guys that pay mortgages,
and it shows. I mean, it's just like, yo, like I can be out of here by next year, man. I need to pick it up.
Yeah,
it's just how as I got injured, I'm easily replaceable, man.
Yeah, and he's learned that. I'm sure they've had some heart-to-heart discussions with him, and then maybe some very straightforward ones.
Yep.
All right. Tackling.
See, I kind of gave it a thumbs up a little bit, but I gave the excuse this is preseason.
Yeah.
So I ain't gonna take too much into it.
I'm gonna go with thumbs down.
Thumbs down.
And especially, I mean, you mentioned this, John. Last year this was a concern, and I mean it's still. I would say it's still a little concerning that missed tackles. Look, if that makes sense. If I'm not even making sense.
No, I think what happens is a lot of times they have these missed tackles, and D'Amico and the defensive coaching staff are kind of glad. Like they want to make sure they have something that they can sink their teeth into defensively, because the defense looks so good. But now they're like, okay, now we can focus on this and kind of coach them up from there. And the other thing that, like Danielle Hunter, I mean, let's just not even be dramatic about it. That was I'm to the point with Danielle Hunter. See you September 8th.
Yep. You getting what you paid for, man.
Yeah.
This is something you expected. You see how he did last year, and this year he will probably do the same.
Yeah. Yeah, no question about it. Last one here, and we will dig into this at 1:40. Damian Pierce.
Had to go thumbs down, man. I was really disappointed.
Thumbs down for now.
We were talking about this. He may be playing. He may be playing for a spot on this team, much less a spot on the depth chart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of which, let's go around the NFL. There's lots that went on this weekend. Jameis Winston is in midseason form. The Caleb Williams era has begun. Michael Penix Jr. is making stuff interesting. And Jerry Jones, of course. I think the right way to put this is too late, bro. It's about the contract. We'll talk about that next.
The CJ to Tank connection picked up right where 10. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you don't want to overreact too much. I mean, we are kind of in the business of overreacting based on, or at least reacting based on everything that we've seen so far. And we're actually going to kind of get into that mode here in about 40 minutes because I want to actually, if we had to make some cuts, what would you do right now? But right here around the NFL, not overreacting, but impressed. The Caleb Williams era has begun in Chicago, and I don't think they could have asked for much more.
Williams with top, standing in the pocket, now fires and completes it, but he's going to tackle very close on the Bills Wall of Fame, Steve Tasker. Williams play action, fakes it, Smoot doesn't buy the fake this time, but Williams connects. What a throw by Caleb Williams.
Yeah, it was a great throw. Williams goes out, buys him some time.
Not to, you're not going to make any comparisons, not going to, go over the top. But, dude, he looked the part.
Yeah, and I think he got the best chance to succeed because, remember, that wasn't the Bears' first overall pick. That was the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
And that Bears team is kind of loaded. And for them to bring in a rookie, first overall rookie quarterback in that situation.
And a receiver.
Yeah, and a receiver. With other receivers, too. You heard, was it DJ Moore?
DJ Moore, yeah.
Yeah, you heard DJ Moore name in there. And he have a really good chance to take this team, further than other rookie quarterbacks have done in the past.
Yeah.
So I would be surprised if he had a good year. I mentioned earlier this year how he could have a better season than C.J. Stroud just off of what's surrounded by him.
First home game of the year against the Chicago Bears, C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams. And I'm not worried. Obviously I know how good this team is going to be. But, you've heard me. I've said it a bunch of times. I think those first 6 games is when you need to make some hay, man. And catching a rookie earlier in the season, I'd much rather catch Caleb Williams his first road game and the Texans' first home game.
Against this defense.
Yeah, against this defense.
So, I think Caleb, he might be all right. Was surrounded by him.
I'll be interested. Yeah, definitely interested to see how he goes from here. So Jameis Winston, I think last week we called him an American treasure because he is very unique.
Nick Whack, Patty Whack.
Yeah, Nick Patty Whack, whatever it was. Well, he's back at it, except he wasn't doing that. He got the huddle, man.
Yeah,
he got the huddle in the preseason game. Let's check in on what was the last time was Who Wants to Eat a W?
Yeah, well, that was a couple years ago. That was some time ago, but yeah, man, this was. I wouldn't say that was similar.
Well, let's hear it.
Kind of.
The message is simple. Be obsessed with your opportunity. All of us that came from wherever we from. Right here, we got right now. So be obsessed with your opportunity. I got one thing for y'all, man. I just want y'all to help me out because I know we're a team, all right? I had this in my dream, all right? All right, when I say where my dogs at, y'all say we ready, all right? Where my dogs at? When I say where my dogs at, y'all say we ready, all right? Where my dogs at? Now I'm about to spell the Browns out. I know we one team, man, okay? I'm going to spell the Browns out. We're going to B-R-O-W-N. Come on, Dave. You're going to say that.
He's spelling out Browns.
We're going to B-R-O-W-N.
He's a treasure, but he just does too much.
Yeah,
keep it simple in those huddles, man.
I love it, man.
He's spelling out Browns.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm ready to strap him up, man. I'm ready to get out there and lay a hit on.
Those Browns players was really enjoying that, man.
But they were laughing. They weren't getting fired. Like, just look at the dudes. Like, if you get a chance to watch the video, there's like the dudes on the outside of the circle. They're like looking at each other like, what is going on?
Yeah. No, I love that about Jameis, man.
Oh, yeah. He is what he is, and he's not going to change.
Yeah. Now, my favorite part of that was when he said, something came to me in my dream. And it was just where my dogs. That's what came in your dream.
That's what came to him in his dream.
No, I love it, man.
BRWNS. He's going.
If I could have a backup quarterback that won't ever touch the field, like we ain't never got to see him on the field. Just preseason and backup time and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Give me Jameis Winston, man.
I would love to just cover him. I'd love for him to be, a radio topic.
Yeah, bring him to the top. Bring him to the press.
Bring him
man,
to
his press conference is here.
Oh,
that'd be amazing.
Yeah, just trade Tim Boyle and get Jameis Winston, man. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Well, another debut from another rookie in the NFL over the weekend, Michael Penix Jr. Look, I'm not a Falcons fan. I don't care about the NFC South. My son's a Saints fan, but whatever. I see this thing blowing up in the Falcons' faces. Like, Penix looked good. Like, he looked good. I still have no idea what the Falcons were doing. I just feel like Falcons fans are going to be calling for Michael Penix Jr. sooner rather than later on the field.
I think so. And I think because where he was drafted and the whole situation, but I always thought he was all right.
Mm-hmm.
To me, if Atlanta didn't sign Kirk Cousins and they drafted them where he did, I would be like, okay. I thought
he'd have been starting week 1.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe it was a little bit early, but I would have understood. I'm like, okay, maybe they see something. I could see him playing or at least starting the year off like that, but I don't know what they're going to do. I think this is a situation where the Atlanta Falcons can look like geniuses by taking him, and maybe Kirk Cousins get hurt or not ready, and then they, the rest is history. That's their franchise quarterback. Or they can look completely clueless.
I think they're going to look clueless. Because first of all, you got a guy just, nipping at his heels already. The fans are not going to be patient. They're going to want to see the rookie. And if you're going to build around Kirk Cousins, why the hell did you draft a quarterback in the first round when you could have gotten a piece that could complement him right now?
And by the way, Kirk Cousins had no idea they were doing
nothing. Nothing.
So to me, that show you they were completely clueless.
Yeah.
And by the way, he's Penix is 24 years old.
Yeah.
He's old for a rookie. So you paid this quarterback $50 million guaranteed to start, and now you got a 24-year-old guy that's
going to be a fan favorite.
Yeah. So I would hate to be a Falcons fan or hate to be in that front office.
All right. Speaking of clueless, Jerry Jones weekend. Now, I'm not going to say he's totally clueless, but he's clueless on this. So we remember last week, what was it? How did he exactly put it? Like, I wouldn't say that we're not in a hurry. What was it, Chris? It was
he said there's no rush.
Yes, basically said there's no rush.
No urgency.
No urgency.
No sense of urgency.
I wouldn't say urgency. On CD Lamb. Well, obviously it blew up in his face, and so he was on their pregame show and tried to explain it.
I think I got in trouble a little the other day when I said, look, we're not urgent about CD. Well, no one appreciates CD being on the field any more than I do. But let me say this, he wouldn't be taking a snap out here today if he'd been here for you've got to use your head when you expose key players. That gives the other younger players a chance to do it. We know exactly what CD can do, and he's worked out with Dak. And so we wouldn't have him out here. It has really not anything to do with his contract. Dak won't be out here this afternoon. And so the bottom line is, what it is no, there's not that urgency. Now, I understand completely the angst that's happening when you are anxious about and someone says anything about whether you're missed or not. Well, CD, you're missed, okay? But you're not missed out here competing, and it doesn't put any pressure any place on us. It's not pressure out here today and in practice.
Look, he can say what he wants, and yes, but he wasn't practicing. Like he needs reps. It's like, okay, so like these players aren't playing for the Texans this weekend. We know who just pick one that didn't play. Well, they've been practicing for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and they're not going through a contract situation.
And they're not going through a contract situation.
Yeah, so it's not like they keeping them out and about. They keeping them off the field because of that. He's off the field because of his own choice.
Yeah. Look, and here's the thing. He's like, well, it had nothing to do with him, not loving him or whatever. But yes, you got to want him on the field. And by the way, he's got to be on the field to practice. CeeDee Lamb finally got on the practice field today. So Cowboys, absolute mess, man.
How do Cowboy fans feel about Jerry Jones just doing this type of stuff?
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious because I don't know how it would feel if, let's say, McNair was doing this type of stuff, just saying there's no urgency, just comments and stuff like this that's ticking all of your star Cowboys off.
Yeah, the thing about Jerry Jones is it started out like this guy is a maverick. You know, he's cutting edge. He's doing things against the NFL's normal way of doing things. Remember, he went with Pepsi at Texas Stadium against everybody else, and he's like doing all these things, and then he goes and fires Tom Landry and builds this thing. So at first he was like this maverick that had this vision. Well, now he's like a caricature.
Yeah. Yeah, if I was like a Cowboys fan, dude, this guy need to just be quiet and just let his son run the team, or however
can
it
his
is.
son even run the team?
Yeah, I would probably get a little tired of this nonsense with Jerry Jones. Just these uncalled for comments, and then him trying to clear up the comments and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Like, all right, man, like, you gonna pay the guy or no?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Indianapolis Colts also played this weekend. We talked about that. They had their first snap, I think third snap of all time together, Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson. And Colts fans are getting hyped. Let's hear it.
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Broncos. Let's show them who the real horse is. This is our team. Go Colts.
Dude,
what was that at the end?
That was a horse. Did you see this, dude?
I did. Oh, goodness.
It's not a parody.
Yeah.
Like, he's legit a super Colts fan or Colts super fan.
Yeah. No, the funniest thing about this is I seen him because everybody been picking this up and talking about it. But I seen him tweet. His tweet came across my pretty much like, man, I'm so overwhelmed about everybody supporting this and showing me love. I'm like, are they showing you love? Or are they laughing at you? I don't know if they laughing with you. I think they laughing at you, buddy.
Nobody is showing you love. I mean, this was his contribution. He said he wanted to make a hype song before the game. I like when he points at his bicep. There is no bicep. There isn't one there. And then what does he do at the end? Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
Let's go. I'm hyped.
I don't even remember if the Colts beat the Broncos or not, but maybe, I don't know. Did the hype video work?
I don't think so.
Let's see. Did the hype video work? Here are the scores right here. The Colts. Did they even win? The Colts lost 34-30. Come on, man. Pick up your game.
And making the hype song for a preseason game is crazy.
Yeah. Hey, a good time to remind everybody, yes, preseason or no, we got the Texans ticket Tuesday is back. So get in on this, man. Get in on this. It's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. We giving away tickets in the noon o'clock hour.
7 a.m. hour, Sean and Seth. 5 p.m. hour, the drive. And we're going to do it every week. I can tell you that right now. We'll get those Texans. And it's going to be in the bullpen on the front row. You can do the little neigh sound if you're in the bullpen.
We need somebody to do a bull sound like that.
Yeah.
No, don't do that. Don't make a song.
I was thinking about it. You know what?
Don't make a parody song.
Let's not do that.
Or don't make a hype song. Let's just keep playing the same one from Slim Thug and Paul Wall, the one that been playing for years. That Texans song. Yeah, let's just keep rolling with that one.
You know what's funny about that dude's video? Like, when you do a video, aren't you telling or texting your friends, hey, man, I'm making a hype video for this preseason game, and I'm going to sing and do whatever it is. Like, if you're his friend, you know he sucks. Right? Like, you know he sucks.
He has bad friends, man.
Yeah.
Because if they were his real friends, or actually fake friends, if they were his real friends, they would be like, hey, don't post that, man.
Yeah.
But see, it's tricky because, like, if this guy's dead serious and he like, hey, I just made a hype song, I'm super excited. You want to hear it? And then he do that, then you don't want to hurt his feelings. You kind of
Yes, you do.
Dude,
no, you do.
If you're a friend, yes.
Yeah, you do.
Now, if he's like, hey, I'm going to joke around, make this little funny parody and just kind of make myself
not a parody.
look silly,
It is
then
not
I
a
would
parody.
be like, yeah, that sounds stupid, bro. Like,
Yeah.
don't do it.
No, it's not. Let's hear it one more time. Let's get hyped up for this Colts game opener.
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the Sugar.
Wait for it.
Let's show them who the real horse is. This is our team.
Wait for it.
Go Colts.
Texans 78, Colts 0.
Now, I'm wondering if he's going to release another one for
Oh,
next
he has
week.
to now.
It's just like he was specifically talking about the Broncos, the horse with the real horse.
He might make an album now.
Hey.
Everybody picking it up. He sent the tweet out and said, hey, I love all the support and all the love I've been getting. So he might come out with an album.
No, he now that he was serious,
he got to keep going now.
But now he needs to act like it was a parody and just keep doing it.
You got to keep going now.
Yeah. Figure gonna make one for this preseason game. Figure gonna make one for this preseason
all right. It'd probably be better than that.
Yeah.
Oh, it for sure would.
Yeah. No, I can promise you it'd be better than that. All right, so the internet's going nuts. It was going nuts Saturday night when Cal McNair shotgunned a beer. There is a key element to this. He didn't know how. That's next.
Have you heard? A new era of In the Loop starts. and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so I don't know if Cal McNair, he's gone from can't do anything right to can't do anything wrong. Because people are all about it right now. So help me out on this, because you were talking with Hannah yesterday and trying to get the backstory. But so at the Luke Combs concert, and I think our boy Clint was there. At least it seemed like it to me. Anyway, so the C.J. Stroud came out.
Yeah, so a
couple of other players came out.
I guess it was some Houston Texans players there, including C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess Luke Combs had wanted them to come out on stage and all that stuff and shotgun a beer with them. So the video that been going viral was Cal McNair on stage shotgunning a beer, and then he punted the can into the crowd.
Yeah.
So that been picking up.
Well, that's going to endear himself to the Texans fans. That's for darn sure.
It did, but it was a bit of a backstory to this.
Okay.
So, because there was a little bit of headline porn, because a lot of people were saying, "Oh, C.J. Stroud, Calvin there, shotgun a beer."
No,
but it wasn't C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
But kind of got a bit of the backstory on why Cal McNair actually shotgunned the beer.
What's up? Let's go get some beer so we can shotgun.
Oh my God. You know why he did that? Because they wanted the team to do it. And he goes, no, they're in season. I'll take it for the team.
Oh, okay.
How about that?
Cal took Cal for doing that. Yeah. So Cal, he was sitting there thinking like, nah, we don't want the team to, do that.
Yeah.
They're in season, so I would do it. And the funny part, I ain't catch no more of this audio, but the funny part talking to Hannah was, she said he never shotgunned a beer before and didn't even know what it was.
Get the hell out of here.
Let's go.
So he was backstage pretty much YouTubing how to shotgun the beer.
He had to YouTube how to shotgun a beer?
I couldn't tell on the stage.
Well, my thing is if he didn't know how to do it, did any of the younger guys not know either? Like probably could have taught him how.
Yeah,
showed him how to do it.
Yeah, so he was back there.
Oh, maybe they did. I don't know, but he was watching video.
He was back there watching some video to see how to do it. And he did a good job. And I think according to Hannah, I think she was way more nervous about him the way he kicked the can out
than anything,
because he could have slipped and fell. He could have embarrassed himself like that. But it all went perfect for him. Man.
It has been going perfect for him. Now, to be fair to Cal, like my generation, and he and I are in the same generation. Like when we were tailgating,
him and Tom Cruise,
and me, Cal, and Tom Cruise, triplets. Anyway, like shotgunning a beer wasn't. It was like our big thing was beer bongs.
Okay.
Back when we were getting crazy in college, shotgunning a beer was more like y'all's generation.
Yeah,
So I get not doing it. I had to learn from my kids.
Can you shotgun a beer?
Yeah, I learned from my kids.
Okay.
It's pretty easy, man.
It's a piece of cake.
See, I'm not a beer person, so I don't know if I could do maybe. But see, that's the other thing too. I feel like Hal was in the moment.
Yeah.
And just being on stage with all these people hype.
Why not?
You feel like you could do
Concert
anything.
going on.
Yeah, you could do anything. You could probably pick up a car if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But in real life, I don't know if I could shotgun a beer, man. I don't like beer that much.
It's easy. You could. Yeah.
You'll be able some beers right here. Man.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's shotgun one. Now, did you used to use a key, Chris?
So I use a key.
Yeah, that's what I did.
I have a friend that does it just with his thumb.
So you just like punch it
with his thumb?
Yeah, with his thumb. Yeah, I don't know how he does it. But you have to find you have to tilt it and make sure that there's a little bit of air or whatever.
Yeah.
Because if you just poke it, it's gonna go everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh,
when you put the key in, you got to make sure it's a clear spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
And the hole has to be big enough.
Yeah. And make sure you don't cut your mouth either. So just be careful.
Salute the cow for that, man. Hey, he might be is he the coolest owner in sports? What other owner is doing stuff like this? The stuff he been doing.
I'm trying to think. He's up there.
Yeah.
He's gone from nowhere man to maybe one of the coolest.
People was calling him Tommy Boy, man.
He was.
And now he's the man on the town, man. They need a reality show.
Ooh. Everyday
just Cal takes on H-Town or something, and just him doing all this cool stuff.
That would be way sweet.
I'm surprised the Texans didn't release a little backstage of Cal and CJ
practicing.
With like Luke Combs, like a little backstage of like them talking to each other.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I know they showed the picture because they all took a picture together, and Luke Combs in the jersey and all that stuff.
Yeah,
but nah, man,
he's done the WWE thing lately.
Remember
he
the
was
monster
ringside,
truck?
Monster
truck.
Luke Combs shotgunning a beer.
He need a reality show, man. I'm sorry, and I feel like I think they would do a good job with that. Just him and Hannah just taking on the town, trying new things, and he's doing a good job. Salute to him, man.
Yeah.
I'm glad to have that as my owner.
Yeah, no, for sure,
man.
Compared to where we were,
yeah.
Like where you at, Cal?
Yeah, I know. Where's Stephen A at now?
Yeah,
Let me hear what you got to say now.
Ski. All right. Hey, man, the Olympics are officially over. We talked about some of that earlier, but we haven't talked about this too much. The USA women, 8 consecutive gold medals now, but holy cow, that was close.
Kalia Copper has been Kalia Gold today. No timeouts here. Johannes up ahead. It's Williams. That was a 2. Banked it in. A 2-ball. And the United States is going to claim gold for the 8th consecutive Olympics. Williams with her foot on the line.
Ball is inbounded here. Catches it. And you're absolutely right. 2 points, but not enough.
All right. Like, she made the shot. She just happened to be stepping on the line.
Honestly, if we being real, France probably should have won this game, man.
I think they probably should have.
I wasn't sure who was coaching that team eventually. I didn't know if Mike D'Antoni was on there. The way they were shooting them threes and wasn't making. I'm like, man, why do they keep shooting threes?
Yeah.
But man, they were not going out without a fight, man. I thought this was. I mean, I don't watch that much women's basketball that.
Like Adam was saying the week before we left, like, oh, ain't nobody ever going to beat the
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. It wasn't even going to be a close game.
It was.
And remember, I thought the men's game was going to be closer than what it was.
Yeah.
But the women's, they probably should have lost that game.
Yeah. No, it was wild.
Now imagine if they would have lost. Oh my.
Oh Lord.
I mean, I don't even want to go there, but man.
Well, the Americans wouldn't have won the gold medal count. They won the medal count 126-91.
China would end
up. But China would have had 40, and the Americans would have had 39. So
I did see like a little report that said like the women's team USA, not basketball, just the women's in general, accounted for like I think 60% of all of the medals or gold medals or whatever. So shout out to the women, man. Shout out to Team USA.
They did big time. One of those women may have to give back her medal. That was the other
one
big
I
story.
walked past in camp.
You walked right by her.
Know who the hell that was?
Yeah,
I just thought it was a fine looking. Yeah. I'm like, damn, she all right. Whoever this is all right.
Yeah. So the International Olympic Committee are a bunch of idiots. That's me saying that. That's not in the AP story. In the AP story, it says Jordan Childs' Olympic bronze medal they're asking for it back, and they said it can send the president Thomas Bach to get it himself. Here's the issue. Jordan Childs did nothing wrong. It wasn't drugs. It wasn't cheating. It wasn't breaking any rules or laws. She wasn't even the person who submitted an appeal to the scoring. So she's losing could lose her bronze medal is because the people who were supposed to be doing it right did it wrong. It was about the judges. It was about the officials. And now they're like, oh, yeah, that was 4 seconds off in the time that you could get this score right or whatever the hell it was. Like, I don't know if it's the smartest move to, refuse to give your bronze medal back, but I sure as hell want to appeal.
Yeah,
and the Americans are.
Yeah, especially if I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
No, that's messed. They got to take that on the chin.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you gave her that bronze medal and she did nothing wrong, no, that's y'all fault.
Yeah.
No, y'all got to take that heat for the next 4 years or whatever, and some consequences got to happen between y'all, not me.
Well, the other thing is apparently it was this, and I don't know all the gritty details, but all we need to know is just when they needed to get this score correct by 4 seconds, they did it wrong. And so now they're saying that the other person should get the bronze medal. But she did her routine. She did it all right. There are events in which you give 2 bronze medals. Like there's a tie. They don't play it off or whatever. They should just do that.
Yeah, I would do that.
You don't want to cheat the other girl.
Yeah, no, you can't take it away. That to me, that's like a bad call in basketball. Like going back and changing the call because the referee messed up something and taking away the win. Like you can't do that. You just got to take the heat. You got to take that on the chin and maybe admit you was wrong.
We screwed up. Yeah,
we screwed up.
We screwed up.
You know, if maybe she shouldn't have won that bronze, but we screwed up. There's nothing we could do about it.
Yeah.
Take the heat for the next 4 years.
If I'm her, I'm not giving that back. I'm sorry.
See, my first thought was, yeah, I ain't giving it. But I think that's all of a sudden you're looking like at an international incident.
They're going to make her look like a bad person.
But yeah, that is true. They will make her look bad. But still, I wouldn't give it up.
Yeah, no, I might give it up in the time being, but I'm fighting.
She deserved it.
Yeah.
By their own standards. You know, they're the ones that screwed up.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad.
I do want to play this Dion thing real quick. It's kind of a Friday, early Saturday story, but this is not going well. As crazy white hot as the start of his career started. We're like they were until everything Dion in Colorado.
I was sitting there watching, and I don't care nothing about no Colorado.
They were on the board to win a national championship after 4 weeks. Like they were like on the board, and then they go 4-8.
Yeah,
and Dion, he ain't doing it right, and things are not going to end well.
That's the end of that question, I guess. Next guy.
Eric Christensen with CBS Sports Colorado.
CBS,
Tyler,
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Joe Rigo, Mile High
Ain't got nothing to do with you. This is above that. Ain't got nothing to do with you. I got love for you. I appreciate you, respect you. Ain't got nothing to do with you. They know what they did.
I'm here in Denver, not national.
You are who you are. CBS is CBS.
All right. Joe
Ain't got
Rigo,
nothing
Mile
to
High
do with you. I respect you. That's why I told you that. I'm looking you in the eye as a man. I respect you. I got love for you. But what they did was foul.
Man.
Why are you making it uncomfortable for that guy, man? That reporter is there doing his job.
And it's not just that. That's a big part of it. But the other thing is, you know what comes with your job. Like, you know what he was mad about? I saw somebody dug it up because in their preseason preview or whatever, CBS Sports National ranked him as the second worst coach in the Big 12. Okay, that happens. You might be, you might not be, but that's going to happen in a coach's career.
Yeah, and that ain't got nothing to do with me, man. Like, I hate people that sit there and punish you for something that somebody else for you. That have nothing to do with me. You go to that person. If you have an issue with what happened or who did what, you go to that person. Don't come to me.
Yeah.
Like I'm just an employee. I'm here working.
I totally agree, but I think the bigger story is Dion can't handle it.
Yeah.
Dion's been in the limelight his whole life, and now he thinks he's got this position. Yeah, he's getting criticized. He's in a position where he can get criticized, and he can't handle it. Well, coaches need to handle it. Yeah. I mean, ask Joe Espada, ask any coach anywhere. They better learn that just comes with the job. Yeah, but he's entitled. He's acting like he's Neon Dion or Prime Time or whatever. Nah, man, you're the head coach of Buffalo. You got to answer these questions.
Yeah, and if you got a problem with what somebody said, you go to that person.
Yeah,
don't go to me. Yeah. I didn't say it.
Yeah,
like you be a man and go to that person if you have an issue with what they said. Don't try to come to me for it.
Yeah,
like I had nothing to do with that. I just work for the company.
Yeah, it's something to watch because it ain't going to get better. It's going to get worse before it gets better. All right, 2 preseason games remaining. That seems like a lot, right? I kind of think, like, most of the decision-making, the Texans already kind of know where they stand with these players. So who might get cut? Who might not lose? Who might lose their job? We'll talk about that next.
Just what Texans fans wanted to see. In the starters' first preseason action, CJ Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Robert Griffin posts some weird stuff on his Twitter, man. He really does.
Is he back at it again?
He is back at it. We're not going there. Let's move on.
Yeah.
It's just like
he did enough last time we was on these airwaves.
Yeah. How do you like that croissant? All right, so here's the thing. We've got 13, 14 practices under your belt. You got several weeks. You just played a game, 1 day off, back on the field yesterday. And you got 3 practices upcoming this week. By the way, midday practice. I'm going to be interested to see where they're practicing. If it's outside, that's brutal. I think they might be in the stadium. Anyway, we'll figure that out, and be sure to listen tomorrow. We're going to have D'Amico during the show, live, etc. But here's the thing. I'm talking about John Mechie and Dameon Pierce. Let's start with John Mechie. Have you seen enough already? There's always time to, as long as you're still in the batter's box, there's always time to get a hit. But have they already sort of realized this ain't gonna be it? Because I think they might have.
I think so, and I think the perfect sign was him playing in the Hall of Fame game. He started in the Hall of Fame game and didn't really do anything, man. Hutchinson outplayed him. And I think now it's getting to the point where it's like, man, you already got 3 people ahead of you, no question.
Yeah.
And now you got these other guys. When you start Slim Pickens looking at the CMs of the world.
Yeah.
And, other receiver, maybe Robert Woods. I know Robert Woods ain't, I think he,
Yeah, but he's hanging around.
Yeah, he's doing something.
He's doing more than Mechie.
Yeah, so now Mechie, I think you're getting to the point where it might be better off finding him another place.
Or maybe a trade destination. I'm not saying, that's it, I'm done. I don't need to see anymore. Because we are going to see anymore, and we're going to be pulling for John Mechie, and maybe he can do something spectacular to really show, okay, he deserves a shot on this team. The problem is, with all these practices under their belt, he's had his moments. He's been up and down, and then twice in games didn't do anything. He had 2 targets on Friday night, dropped one of them.
Yeah,
can't be doing that, especially when you had to drop in practice on last Wednesday.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think him just the way he started the Hall of Fame game, he should have been shining during that time. Yeah. Man, he should have been the star of the night. And he didn't do anything. And the times he could have shined, he dropped the pass or had a couple rough practices. And the room is already crowded.
Oh yeah.
So the last thing you need to do is have a couple bad practices and not showing up during the games and stuff like that, man.
Yeah. No, the room is already crowded. In fact, D'Amico Ryans talked about that.
This guys just compete. This is the NFL. We want guys to be showing up. They're competing every day while also being great teammates and helping each other. So that's what you see. You see a competitive group of guys, not only the wide receiver room, but it's our entire team. A lot of competitive guys who are fighting to make this team.
Yeah, look, man, I don't know anybody that's not pulling for John Mechie.
Yeah.
I also know it's as you just heard D'Amico said, this is the NFL. And this is not, hey, we like you, we're going to keep you around. No, that ain't going to happen.
Yeah, and you had players all off season lobbying for him, man. He was in the circle. He was in the circle. So I thought, I'm thinking man, we're going to see the real Mechie this season.
Mm-hmm.
He hanging around Diggs and Stroud and all that stuff. So I thought this was going to be a Mechie coming out party. The Mechie they drafted that they thought they was going to get when they drafted.
Yeah.
And he just not showing up, man. I don't know. I feel so bad because everything he went through, but this is the perfect time to, step up.
He might need a change of scenery.
I think so.
Maybe Carolina, maybe Philadelphia.
Yeah, let's try to link you back up with the guy that you played with in college.
Yeah.
I'm sure they probably need some receivers. I know I know Carolina was a rough team.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe a change of scenery, man. This wide receiver room is way too packed.
Yeah, and he may not.
And I don't even know how much he'll see the field anyway.
What could he do between now and the second preseason? A week from now, 2 weeks from now, basically, second preseason, home preseason. Say, all right, he's going to pass. We know the top three. What can he do to pass Noah Brown? Nothing. Noah Brown's in the squad.
I think so.
Yeah. What can he do to pass? This is an interesting one to me. Steven Sims, who's, so integral on the kickoff returns, still has, can do a couple things. He punt returns, had a big return. Well, big enough return on Friday.
He showed enough where maybe he's not the guy you go to in the passing game, but special team. He showed enough where he have a place on special teams.
Yeah, so that's
Mechie didn't show. I mean, they ain't putting him on special teams.
So that's 5 spots. If you count Steven Sims, and I do as a receiver, can he do anything to pass? Even like Ben Skoranek? Xavier Hutchinson has had a better preseason.
Yeah, that's the thing. He showed more than Mechie when it was time to shine, man.
Yeah.
And I thought he was okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I just really thought that Hall of Fame game would have been like, okay,
that was the chance.
That's giving them a chance. Maybe he'd play a full half.
Yeah.
And he just didn't do much, man.
Well, okay, now let's go to what I think is the most intriguing of all things that we're going to be watching over here in the next couple of weeks, and that's the running back room. First, let's hear about from D'Amico Ryans about what he's expecting.
With the running game, I think, first off, we have to just stay attached on our blocks, especially on the front side. We have to stay attached, and we have to finish better on the front side to get the runs going. I think a lot of our runs got stalled because, we had guys penetrating in the backs, and we have to respond better, to movement to get our run game going.
All right, he's not wrong. There were several plays where, boom, the guys, shot gaps as he talked about, or just stonewalled them, or whatever. He's not wrong. Nevertheless, when you look at the box score of this game, Dario Gumbawale made a little hay. Certainly Cam Akers made a little hay. Dameon Pierce had 4 carries, 4 yards. So Dameon Pierce right now, to me, all right, let's make a depth chart. Our depth chart today, right now at running back. I got Joe Mixon first. I got Cam Akers second. I got Dare third. And I might have Dameon Pierce fourth. That's just based on what we've seen up to this point.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, but just kind of thinking the way they've been using Pierce, or not using, but the way they've been treating Pierce, they treating him like a starter.
Yeah,
they treating him like a starter. He didn't play in the Hall of Fame game, and he got some runs with the first team, but they not doing him like they doing Mechie. Mechie is saying like he fighting for his life. They go out there playing the Hall of Fame game. They ain't doing that with Pierce.
I think that's changing. I think it's going to change. I think Dameon Pierce should be begging to get more touches.
That's the thing.
In the preseason.
See, to me, I will give him as much of a chance as possible. I would have him out there way more than he has been.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they trying to save him, like they know what they got in him, and so they just trying to give him a couple runs here and there, and have a seat. You good? Let's wait. Let's wait for week 1.
They should also, let him run with the 2s. If he's not getting it done with the 1s, let's see how he looks with the 2s. Maybe that'll, help him. With the cuts, the reads, whatever he has going on, maybe that'll help him a little bit. Just boost his energy, his game.
Yeah. I would play him a full first half.
I would too.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But it seemed like they know what they got in him, and they just kind of got him running with the one. They treat him like a starter, and so that's the one reason why I felt like he might be safe where he is now.
I don't think so. I just can't. I don't feel it. Because, and everybody, as we all say, everybody loves Dameon Pierce, especially this show and everything. But, this was the best chance he's had all year to show people, to show us, to show coaches, most importantly, what he could do. This was Joe Mixon wasn't playing. This was going to be your game to get started and to show something that all those things that we've talked about, your recognition of the offense, you're comfortable, how comfortable you are with the offense. That's all you had to do was just, this was your game to show it. And I'll say it again, 4 carries, 4 yards, and other backs showed out more.
And see, that's the thing too, more on your side if he actually played way more.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, they treat him like he has started. Like, I think if Joe Mixon played just 4 snaps and let's say he only got 4 yards, I don't think we'd be sitting here like, oh, you know what, this is, troubling.
Yeah.
I think.
Here's what's troubling if I'm watching this. If I'm watching
you just got to play more.
If I'm in the role of general manager, which I do so on the radio, I'm looking at Cam Akers, and I'm thinking that dude has had Achilles problems. Even though he might be familiar with the offense, it's a new system. It's a newer system even than it is for Dameon Pierce, and he came in late from in training camp. Meanwhile, Dameon Pierce had this big wake-up call last year, admitted that he had this issue to his credit, came in, seems to be recognizing what the offense should be for him now, and he's still behind Cam Akers, who just got here.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that, man. I just don't understand why.
No, he's behind, right?
I just don't understand
he's
why.
behind Cam Akers.
I just don't understand why Pierce ain't getting that much run.
Not behind Cam Akers.
No, yes, he is.
I don't think we can definitively make that.
No, we can't. But we can't definitively make that call.
He got 4 touches. I mean, Cam had 6.
But do you feel
carries for 17 yards?
But
Cam had 4 for 4.
Do you feel like they treating Pierce?
No, he had 4. We've seen 2 weeks of him, and listen. I will admit, and we'll talk about it. It looked a lot to last year with Brocker and and Patterson, and the rookie Blake Fisher on the other side in the game. And it needs to start looking better. But, I mean, 4 carries to me, I don't know. You know what I want to see? I want to see Joe Mixon in the next game.
Oh, hell yes.
Because I want to see, all right, like if Joe get out there and it looks a lot different and then he gets out there and it looks like it has been, then that's one thing. But I gotta get more than.
Here's why I'm at least to this point. Now things can change over the next 2 weeks. Here's why I'm already to the place where I got Cam Akers ahead of him. Cam Akers has been here for like an hour and a half. Dameon Pierce has been here for 3 years. This is Dameon Pierce has tried to learn this offense for 2 years. Cam Akers, even though he's familiar with the offense, has learned it in about 3 weeks. And Cam Akers has a big. We can talk about Dameon Pierce's rookie season all we want. That was an awful team, and he was all they had. Cam Akers has a track record, as a running back in this league. And so if you put all that together, I'm not saying it's a done deal, but I got Cam Akers ahead of Dameon Pierce.
It's a competition.
Yeah,
I think that the thing is, and we're gonna get into it. I mean, Cam Akers has earned the right at this point. He's earned the right at this point to play football in the first half of the next 2 games.
There you go. It's a good way to put it.
I mean, look, we talked about it on the postgame show. I've been a guy that's played in the third and fourth quarter of preseason games before. It is nothing like the first and second quarter. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's different animals on the field in the first and second quarter. So impressive. I'm pumping the brakes on who's better than who yet until I see them in the first half, both getting work in with the ones or with the twos, or at least the majority of the guys.
Whatever the frontline players are,
Right,
but I would even
that's got to be but I think he's earned the right. I think he's earned the right to be in that competition. He's earned the right to move from middle of third, fourth quarter guy to.
Let's see what you got.
Do you feel like they treating it as a competition though? Because it seems
not to this point. I don't think
they treating Dameon Pierce like he the starter. Like they're not really playing him as much.
Oh, I agree. No, you're right.
And I feel like he should at least play a half or at least a whole quarter.
Well, I heard
quarter and a half.
I'm now putting together. I heard we were getting ready for the show, and I could hear y'all's conversation. It makes sense what J-Lo was saying. Is I would be begging for more if I was Dameon Pierce.
Yes.
Because Dameon Pierce is sitting there doing nothing and not getting any opportunity to do anything, and he may feel really good about his situation. Meanwhile, Cam's going out there, and he really's not doing a ton, but he's got a flash play.
Yeah,
he's got these.
I was going to say I'm more impressed. With the catching the ball out of the backfield. That to me is what he is. He's not rushed for anything in these 2 games.
And I go back to back of the baseball card, so to speak, to mix metaphors here,
which includes his injuries. So
but I think those are points for him. I mean, I didn't expect him to be looking this good this soon.
Me neither, man.
Yeah. It's interesting. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, well,
I know you guys gonna kick it around.
I think we might.
I think you might. We might just forward to Figgy Fig, Chris, myself, John Lopez. Happy to be here for you guys. You're listening to KALT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. You hear Clint. Tyler is in the building as well back there. And a lot to get to. A lot to get to. We haven't talked to you. Well, Clint has. Clint was on the post-game show, but we haven't talked to you since the game ended on Friday after they defeated the Steelers. We hadn't talked to you since the Astros went down and swept the Red Sox and had a big, big weekend. And we haven't talked to you since, the Olympics ended. So it's a lot to get to, a lot happening in the sports world. But the first thing we got to get to, Cal McNair is continuing, huh? Cal McNair had himself a night. Go ahead, Cal. Go ahead with you. Cal McNair here shotgunning beers. And I think, to me, the most impressive part is that he has somehow conned Hannah McNair into believing that was the first time he has ever shotgunned a beer. That man was at the University of Texas. Hannah, come on now. That was not his first time.
Does this count as us being on your show?
Cal McNair has been on somebody's lake shotgunning a beer before. Like, I mean, and let's be honest, from what I hear, Cal didn't come into his money like real early. It wasn't silver spoon. They got rich when he got a little older. So Cal McNair has been somewhere shotgunning a Keystone. But Cal McNair, we talked about the distance between the organization and the fan base. That thing gets closer by the day, and Cal McNair continues shotgunning beers on the stage with Luke Combs.
Yeah, look, if you want to appeal and relate to blue collar Texas, blue collar H-Town, shotgunning a beer on stage with one of the hottest country music stars in the game.
I didn't see it.
And then punting that joker into the crowd like you've been there before. Once again, Hannah. I mean, Cal must be a hell of a first-timer.
Come on, man.
I mean, if he pulled that off, I don't know that I could have pulled. I think I'm a pretty cool old boy. I don't know if I could have pulled that off, Cal. Hell yeah, Cal shotgun beer before. Hey, Cal's done a keg stand before.
Oh, hell. Are you crazy? Hell yeah.
Hey, two hands, put my feet up, boys. I'm gonna knock this one back. I got 30 seconds.
T-Mill, that's the NFL for you.
Look here, man. If you like the Texans, if you like cold beer, and you like country music, damn it, you like Cal McNair. That was absolutely beautiful. Well done, my man. Well done. And he is hot, boys.
That's what I'm talking about.
He is hot. The team's winning.
That's the first time he shotgun a beer.
Oh, that was beautiful. When I saw that, I thought, oh, gosh dang, Cal.
And Cal said, yep, it sure is.
Oh man! Look, I've always personally my personal interactions with Cal McNair. I've always liked the guy. I've always thought more of the guy than what a lot of folks were saying when real struggles, some real dysfunction in this organization. We all know it got ugly.
When he was feeling his way?
Yeah. I like to reserve my opinion for my personal interaction. I was always one that thought a little more highly than most folks. And personally, I like the guy. Damn it, Cal. I'd be lying to you, man. I'd be lying to you if I didn't come on these airwaves and tell you that my love for Cal McNair skyrocketed right there.
Well,
are you kidding me? Tyler, are you kidding? You two don't even like country music. Are you kidding me?
I like country music.
My man is on stage with Luke Combs.
I got a lot of Luke Combs.
Shotgunning a beer and kicking the sunbuck into the crowd.
I didn't see the punt initially.
Oh,
that was risky. That was risky.
At that point, I believe he's a little drunk.
He's got to be.
I'm going out the limb. Listen, I might be off. I'm sure one of y'all going to get a text because I refuse to allow them to have my phone number. But one of y'all may get a text. But I mean, Cal hit that bad boy and something took over because he got that leg up there and went ahead with Tommy Townsend right into that damn crowd.
Oh, that is unbelievable.
I feel like my missing. That kind of got away from me, didn't it, Hannah?
No, it didn't, Cal. I mean, that is absolutely
that person who took that can, we'll call it Coors, whoever took that can, they probably took it in the face nicely.
Ain't no doubt.
Pause.
Sorry. Hey, they had the team coming out there throwing. The team came out, not the whole team, but they look like it's about 12, 15 guys out there, and they're throwing beers to the crowd. They're tossing. CJ handed his off to somebody early on, or he said, "No, I'm not taking the risk of hitting somebody in the nose with this and them suing me. I don't believe I'm going to take that risk." But what a way to. I mean, Cal McNair's ratings right now have to be higher than they've ever been.
His Q rating is up there.
They have to be higher than they've ever been. And I'm going to tell you, I'll be honest with you. Winning 10 games is big. Winning a playoff game is big. Drafting C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson is big. None bigger than shotgunning a beer on stage with Luke Combs and kicking that joint into the stands.
That wouldn't have been on my bingo card.
Oh, that is beautiful. Can I get a poster? Can I get that guy that's doing the y'all seen that guy that's doing the Olympic pictures? And it's like stacking moments on top of moments, where the end picture is like,
yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? Like he did some with one of the gymnasts. Which gymnast was it? I don't think it was Simone, but anyway, he probably done it with all of them. But it's just like every snapshots, every millisecond of a certain move that they're doing. I need one of those at Cal, man. I mean, from shotgun, from the mouth to the boot. That's big, man.
Yeah, that was big. You brought up somebody else, and I know I'll probably catch hell for this. That's fine. I thought Cal A+. I mean, that was it, and it seemed like it was unplanned. Now Cal came up with that story that Figgy hunted down hard and said that the players are in season, so I'll take it for him. I think Cal just to be honest with you, but that's a nice explanation. Cal came out $1 million. I hated every second of C.J. Stroud up there in that damn cowboy hat.
Okay, I talked to Hannah about this out of practice yesterday, and I brought your name up.
I hated every bit of it.
Why?
He looked ridiculous.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Tyler, he did. And he did.
He was embracing the culture.
I know it. But be yourself. Be yourself.
This is hilarious because we didn't talk about this. And the first thing I talked to Hannah about, she said, "Do you see CJ's outfit?" I said, "Yeah, I saw it on Twitter." She said, "I loved it so much." I said, "I've been trying to get Ron, the show Hughley, to embrace that kind of look for one night at the Houston Rodeo, and he won't do it."
And right there is the exact reason why. Now, I know people here on YouTube and Twitch and on the text line are about to unload on me. That's fine. That's exactly why. He looked like what was that show Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears and stuff was on, the Mickey Mouse Club?
The Mickey Mouse Club, yeah.
That's the hell he looked like. Looked like that.
I mean, he
hat.
wasn't wearing all denim.
He had that hat, that damn hat. Looked like a little kid. Had that hat, had it slid up.
He did. He looked a little bit like a little kid.
Like he. It's the first time, I swear, everything about him has been genuine and just real. That was the first time he looked like a politician just trying to fit it. He looked like when politicians go to Iowa and they're gonna hold the corn and stuff.
You're being too hard on him.
I'm not. There are people out there. Some will hold it to themselves. But there are people out there that thought, man, take that damn hat off. What are you doing, man?
He looked good.
No, he didn't. He didn't. You look silly. Luke, did Luke have a hat on?
No, Luke had the H. He had one of the H. He didn't wear. He didn't wear a cowboy hat.
Ron, you're hating. Yeah, someone said he looked like a cowboy on Pee Wee Herman's Playhouse. He did. He looked.
He's a cowboy. I'm with Ron on this one.
That was. That was.
Oh no.
That was exactly why I won't wear it.
But that's not nobody. I'm gonna tell. Let me be completely transparent. I wouldn't let your ass walk out the house looking like that. What I've been trying to encourage you to do has nothing to do with that right there. Like, if he's gonna do it, he's got to go. He's got to go and get everything done right. Like, you can't just prop a hat up on your head that's too small.
It was just kind of sitting up there.
And just wear it any way that you want to wear it. Like, if you're gonna embrace the culture, there's a certain way you got to go about this thing.
You ain't got to.
You can't just throw whatever jeans you wear with your J's on with your damn boots. Like that can't happen. And here's the thing. To me, Ron, CJ looked like Nicholas came to you and Courtney and said, he came to y'all, hey, Daddy, Ma, I want to be a cowboy. I want to be a cowboy for Halloween. Cute little boy, just throw whatever hat you got, just throw it on there. We're not gonna spend it. We ain't gonna spend $400 or $500 on a hat. We're just gonna throw a little $20 hat on his head, whether it fits him or not, and put some holsters on his hips and a little pearl snap and go with it.
he moment with Cal for me. I couldn't stop looking at him.
Stop.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. See Sally. He looked cute as hell. Okay,
that's what Hannah said.
Ron, you are super jealous. I bet his homeboys in L.A. was looking at me. Man, come on, dog. All right, man. Hey, man, you was walking with Amber to the car. Oh yeah, I got that Amber Rose, man. You was walking with her car. Now, man, you look like somebody off of Hey Dude. Like what we doing? Like you can call me jealous or whatever. I just call it as I see it, man. My bad. Ron's always a jerk. I completely agree with Ron. He doesn't have to force it. Be yourself. That's all
embracing the
That's
culture.
all I'm saying. Like you ain't got to embrace every part of it. Like that just wasn't it. And I'm not jealous of C.J. Stroud. I'm really not. I just I looked up there. It's folks, you look up there, man. Come on, man. Like, and I think like me and Clint are in a little different spot. I think Clint is like, if you're gonna put this damn hat on, put it on correctly. Let's go and really get it so you got the real look. Like we could like to me it's a bad look. You could have spotted him. You could have just placed him in the crowd somewhere and spotted. That's a dude faking it. Like I bet you it was thousands of cowboy hats in there. You could put him right in the crowd. Like, oh, that's a dude that just threw that on. Just trying to fit in. Come on, man. You ain't got to,
here's the deal: is like you just money's not a problem, man. To me that's. Yeah, Slim Thug and them boys do it at rodeo time, and they do it right.
But it looks like it's not the first. It looks like Slim Thug has that a part in his upbringing. That was his look. That was something that he wore.
Well, the thing is, Slim's got a hat company that's local here, a cowboy hat company, that a store that sells a bunch of cowboy hats. He goes over there, gets fitted. Make sure it's right and wears it whenever the timing's right. Like the costume approach of let me see what I can find, let me see what I can throw on. That's a bad idea. Yeah. That ain't never good. No matter what it is, that is a bad idea.
Because he does, like his hair's too long for it. Like it was just gonna sit up there and just. Hey man, hey, go to the concert, go kick it. Luke Combs can go. Do your deal. Like that's like if Tyler, if I invited you to the church that I grew up in, I don't need you to come dressed like a black deacon.
Could I though?
I need you.
That would be great.
Just if roll. Hey dog, I don't need you to wear an oversized suit. I don't need you to go to Men of Fashion and go get you some Gators, some Stacey Adams. I need you just going in there and be yourself.
I bet I can rock it. Though.
Right, like you know how silly, like right now you're like you people. Oh, you hate. If Tyler any of y'all went to a black church right now, and Tyler came in there and he showed up and met me in the parking lot dressed like my Uncle Albert Jr.
Damn,
like
Tyler.
we'd had come on, man. Just wear your outfit. Just wear your clothes. Tyler. I'm gonna say it, whether you have an issue with it. All right, I want to move here because the people here, you're listening as well. We haven't talked since the game, and I want to get everybody's thoughts. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. For the stuff that matters, and we're talking about the first or second units, the stuff that matters, the stuff we were talking about going into the game against the Steelers. Would you categorize Friday's game as a success? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in. Would you look at Saturday's game and that performance of the things that matter, especially the top units? Would you look at that and say that was a successful work that the Texans got out there?
Yeah, for me it was. I mean, you had two drives. I would have liked to have seen more plays, but you had a 3 and out. Probably some level of adjustment, even if it were just a mock run to get it done, some level of communication on the sideline of what goes on between drives, who's on what headset, what coaches are talking to what players, where are the players sitting, and what kind of conversations are being had. And then you went out there, and I know it was a 3-play drive, but you went out there and were aggressive on offense. And Tank Dell put a little highlight reel play together and got a touchdown. So I would say absolutely. And the big coach speak following a game like that is you came out on the backside healthy.
That's the big part. You came out healthy. Everybody rolled through. I thought the defense was an absolute success. Right? You had a couple of plays there where George Pickens kind of got away early, especially with the first two units. But you could tell, like, Danielle Hunter's going to be an absolute issue for anybody that's trying to block him one-on-one. Going to be an absolute problem. And the defense looked really swarmed, tackled. Jalen Petrie was out there. Clint didn't see anything of him getting exposed.
Yeah.
And God, Justin Fields can't handle a damn snap. But like they did what they needed to do. So the defense was good. Like, for me, the offense, the Tank Dell play was big time, and it was good to see him back and good to see, CJ fit that ball in that window and then Tank Dell take it to the house. And you can see, and we'll get into this a little bit more, where you see Nico running a drag route across. You see Diggs in the middle of the field, and then, like, what do? You see all that, and they get that touchdown in. But, damn, the run game early looked very similar to what we saw before.
Yeah, there was no question.
Outside of that Tank Dell play, they got a 7-yard catch to Cade, the backup tight end. But outside of that Tank, the run game with the backup offensive lineman, I think it's fair to say, also looked a lot like last year.
Yeah, look, I think the run game's got a ways to go. The run game's got a ways to go. It wasn't terrible, but it definitely was too, given the circumstances. And so the run game needs some work. But I think if overall, you mentioned Cade Stover, by the way, is exactly what I mentioned when he was drafted immediately. Like, this is not a guy you're going to go to practice and just be blown away with. Hell, even in games, you're not just going to be like, wow, look at this catch, or man, look at that run. It's going to be about steadily chopping wood. It's going to be the Jason Witten way of just having a knack for finding the soft spot in the zone, having a knack for running away from guys and crossing face when a lot of guys struggle crossing face on routes and things of that nature. Cade Stover goes out there and puts another game, really, really good game on film. And don't forget, this is a guy that
he's just going to keep getting better and better.
He hadn't played much tight end, man, at all. And so, bro, this is he's definitely a talking point. One guy you didn't mention, I think, on the defensive side of the football that showed up was, again, Mario Edwards Jr. And this time he did it down inside the 5-yard line and kind of like a goal line situation where he penetrated and hit the back a couple yards deep. And Mario Edwards is coming, y'all. I don't know if it's the system. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what all of a sudden has spurred this guy to be such a standout in camp. But he's coming, and there ain't no faking what he's done. He ain't just had one good day here. It's not just about rushing the passer. It's not. He's coming and flashing big time.
No, yeah, and they need him to. They desperately need him to. Foley with a nice couple of plays too on the inside. On inside run zones that the Steelers were trying to get off. Hey, just to let you know, and we'll be letting you know throughout Tuesday, Texans Ticket Tuesday is back, baby. And the way we'll do things, you'll be able to have opportunities throughout the day right here on Sports Radio 610. You got a chance to get tickets in the bullpen, front row, Clint, Tyler, front row in the bullpen. And that'll start up tomorrow. You'll have a chance coming up on Tuesday at 7 a.m. on Payne and Pendergast, a chance at noon on In the Loop, and a chance with us in the 5 o'clock hour, front row seats for the game against the Giants coming up this Saturday. Front row seats, you'll have a chance to get those tickets. So stay with us. We'll keep letting you know today, tomorrow for our show, 5 o'clock. Be looking for that. All right, been a big weekend here in Houston in sports, and the Astros, they had a huge weekend against a contender against the Red Sox, sweep action, and we'll tell you the secret sauce of that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Sagamore Rye Whiskey. Let me get the attention of all you whiskey drinkers out there. All y'all like to drink that dirty water. This is a hell of a deal now. This taste at this price is unmatched, y'all. And Sagamore Rye Whiskey is on shelves now. All you got to do is get down to your local liquor
Odyssey app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As we said, if you missed it, Texans Ticket Tuesday is back, and it starts as early as tomorrow, 7 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. Throughout the day, your chance to win front row tickets in the bullpen. So stay right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, fellas. This Kikuchi trade, I mean, I think it is having an unexpected positive for the Houston Astros, and what I mean by I do too. What I mean by that is, I think he has inspired or made some people say, "Oh hell, I got to get my ish together," or "I'm gonna be up out this rotation," or "Hell, I might go to Sugarland." Because the pitching since he's gotten here, I don't know if some of these guys have refocused, or whatever. But the pitching has been, including himself, has been out of control since he got traded to the Astros, and nobody more than Spencer Arrighetti, Clint. What in the hell has gotten into Spencer Arrighetti? My man goes 7 innings Saturday, 7 innings, 2 earned on 2 hits with 13 strikeouts to 1 walk. His previous game, he was 6 innings, 2 earned with 12 strikeouts and 2 walks. He said, "I am not going to no damn Sugarland for nobody. Y'all going to have to pry me out of this rotation." And to me, there is clearly Hunter Brown has picked it up. Really, Ronel Blanco, and it's not a lot. He's really the only one that kind of hasn't taken its game to the next level. Framber, who gets the ball tonight, has been fantastic since he's gotten here. Damn near threw a no-hitter last time out. So the pitching, and we said this last week, why I think they have a potential leg up with the other teams, although the Mariners are starting to get hot too. But the pitching, that is serious with more help coming.
Yeah, and it seems to be getting better. I mean, the early on in the season, was Hunter Brown was looking promising, but it was up and down. Spencer Arrighetti was up and down. Ronel Blanco was lights out. Framber made us all nervous, and JV injury, obviously, and along with Urquidy's injury and all the setbacks with the guys that were hurt. But they've been pitching well for a while now, and I think the one guy you mentioned is, whether he feels the Kikuchi or not, is Spencer Arrighetti.
Oh, he's felt it. He felt it, and it changed.
Well, that's a guy that I think it was
so damn nasty.
I mean, hell, he would be. I mean, he would be have to be living under a rock somewhere to not feel the pressure of, okay, Kikuchi comes back, Verlander comes back, Luis Garcia's doing this or that.
Oh, he's the one.
I'm the one at the bottom of this thing. I'm the one that's been inconsistent. I'm the one that's got to do more, do better.
I'm about to get my ass on these buses again.
Yes, man, and boy, he has turned it on. The beautiful thing about it all is, like, we've been talking about it from jump, Ron. Like, the stuff is there. Like, you can tell when the dude pitches. I mean, to me, he looks a lot like Lance McCullers.
Yeah,
with the way in which he pitches, hell, the long hair. I mean, it's a violent delivery, and so the stuff has been there. But could he put it all together? And look, at this point in time, he's as dominating the last couple of outings as anybody's been all year long. I know there's been a couple of no-hitter. I mean, guys going at no-hitters and up. Blanco had a no-hitter, didn't he? Yeah. There's been some better outings box score wise, maybe, but just overall, man, those two outings were awfully impressive.
Hey man, he pitching like he said, "I'm taking my last bus ride to El Paso. I ain't going to Round Rock or Tacoma no more, or Oklahoma City. I'm out on that, Jack. Y'all gonna drag me." But I think what we're seeing, Clint, it goes even more now. This is more doable because right now, hey, Spencer Aggetti's got to at least get another start. Like, you don't. And he will. Obviously,
they would be fools to mess
like
up.
I'm saying, even if JV was ready to go right now and enter the rotation, and I think it goes more to your point last week of, man, maybe this is the role where we get this 6-man rotation that they want to get to kind of, because right now I think yesterday or not yesterday, Friday, Blanco actually now passed his innings high. At this point now, this is the most innings he's ever thrown in a season. And obviously Arrighetti is on that at this point. So you've been pushing, saying they may want to get to a 6-man rotation. At this point, they're in. Because, I mean, Spencer Arrighetti, he's earned at least 2 or 3 more starts with these two outings.
Yeah, no, the 6-man rotation just makes too much damn sense. One, you've got guys, and it's actually a plus in terms of who's taking the mound. Secondly, you've got several guys, as you mentioned, Ronel Blanco, Spencer Arrighetti, Hunter Brown, and you're going to need to be load managed down the stretch. And I don't think there's a better way, obviously, to load manage than just limit the number of starts. The guys have put together, other than just the load managing aspect of these young guys, they've put together, I think, convincing enough runs, with the exception of Spencer Arrighetti. I mean, obviously, he's got to continue, not necessarily to the level he's been, but continue putting good outings together. But it's been convincing enough for me to where I feel like I know who we got once we get to the playoffs. Once it comes late season, playoff time, I feel like we know what we got.
Yeah. This is that damn Kikuchi. Just thought it was just going to be about, hey, man.
It ain't never just about. I don't know what you're going to say next, but it ain't never just about.
It never just about. I was just going to be about, hey, man, can you get him together in the rotation, potentially be an arm out of the bullpen? That Kikuchi came in. He inspired everybody out there. I got to get it together. I got to get it together. So good for the Astros, who are rolling through 5 straight, sweeping the Boston Red Sox. This is our baseball talk. It is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Coming up, the thing we talked about in the offseason that could be an issue, sideline, Stephon Diggs. Already going to. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Yeah, I just hit that. You're all right, but
after his solid preseason debut, what's C.J. Stroud looking?
Every patient and their cancer. This unmatched expertise, delivered with the utmost compassion, brings hope and healing, even in the most complex cases. Choose MD Anderson first at mdanderson.org.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Fellas, it's already starting. It's already starting. Stephon Diggs, C.J. Stroud on the sideline. That first game against the Steelers, Clint. Already news outlets, people saying, oh, there it is. That's exactly what Buffalo doesn't miss. It's exactly what the Texans avoid. And listen, Clint, we were ones right out in front talking about it. I don't even believe Ocho, who is scared to death of it, conned himself into thinking that there was something there with that. He might have, but boy, that's what these two or that's what Stephon Diggs has in front of him. Of any conversation he has, Clint, will be taken to potentially that level, and I was shocked that was even a thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, what we're talking about, there's clearly a video of C.J. Stroud and Stephon Diggs on the sideline having a very animated conversation. It was following the Tank Dell touchdown. If you take the time to open-mindedly watch the video, it's very clear that it's two guys that are talking ball, that are discussing the last play. And then if you want to go a little bit further, which I would encourage people that are going to comment negatively to at least flip all the stones and watch what the hell was going on. I would be willing to bet a house note that conversation, because what happened was the defense rolled to a cover two. So you had a corner that was eyes in, sinking a bit, and you had a two safety on that side of the field, opposite where Tank Dell caught the touchdown. Stephon Diggs is running. He decides to break his route off underneath the safety, which led him directly to a corner. And I would bet a house note that him and C.J. Stroud were discussing, hey, the next time we run that play, if we get that look where there's a two safety and a corner that's drifting with his eyes inside, I'm going to do this or that. Here's how I'm gonna attack it. I'm gonna attack the safety, and this time I attack the corner more. Next time I'm gonna attack the safety more, and I'm gonna try to get over the top of that corner just to give you an option if you do need it. It seemed like a conversation. I would be willing to bet you that with the specifics of that play, that it was something about the route he ran versus the coverage versus what they would want to do next time if that's the coverage that they get. So it's wild to me how, and I don't even know. Look, I'm sure it's Bills fans and Minnesota Vikings fans and yada yada yada. But for me, I don't care where it stems from. Like, it's just common sense. Watch the video, man. I mean, that doesn't matter what's going on.
That's
like,
what I was
it's
gonna
not.
say.
There's nothing. There's no context. That's not a moment to say, "Well, see, I told you so," or "Yeah, this is going to get old." No, it's not. Actually, the dude's out there doing like elite stuff. The dude's out there communicating with his quarterback after he threw a touchdown to somebody else, which Diggs actually celebrated. If you watch the film, it's like next level stuff. Of, hey, let's not just ignore the route as a whole just because you threw a touchdown and say F the rest of it, forget what happened. No, I'm just going to tell you, here's the deal. I'm a deep shot too, and if we get this again, here's how I'm going to attack this safety, and maybe we can be on the same page there. I just don't understand it's like everybody's chomping at the bit to have some negative approach or negative take. And boy, that one just completely missed.
Listen, I appreciate you giving the potential of what the football conversation was and saying like this was a football conversation. For me, there was nothing about that looked confrontational. Like, you know, you could pull up some Stephon Diggs moments and outbursts on the sideline with Josh Allen and some of the coaching staff, that you could see there was clearly something confrontational. That was nothing about that he like. I don't even know how you watch that and say to yourself, "Uh-oh, here it goes." Like, I don't even know how you looked at that and thought, "Man, these two are getting into it." It clearly looked like two guys.
I mean, it's just silly.
Man, but it wasn't like there's nothing about it. I don't even know how anyone could watch that and jump to that conclusion. Like, it's like with Draymond. Yeah, we could see Draymond get animated, but you know the difference between Draymond animated and him punching out a teammate.
Right.
Or dragging Rudy Gobert out of the club. Like, you could see the difference. That was clearly two guys talking about, I don't know, they might even talk about that play. They may be talking about something else. It was clearly good conversation. Nothing about that.
Well, I mean, it's exactly what you would want. I mean, the value in, forget the talent of the guy, but the value in having a receiver that is aware of, hey, that was a great play, and I'm going to celebrate for Tank. I'm going to throw my hands up, all that kind of stuff. But let's go over to the sideline and let's talk about what the hell we saw, and let's learn from it beyond just the way it worked out that one time. Because if you get a different coverage versus that same look, the ball is going to go somewhere else. Very easily could go somewhere else. So I like whether it's a receiver, or running back, doesn't matter. To have a guy or multiple guys on the team that care enough and are aware enough to go to the sideline and have a conversation after a highlight reel type of play, that's what you hope to get. I mean, you hope that your offensive coordinator and somebody in the booth doesn't have to see and initiate every single conversation on the sideline. Like, that's actually what you want. Especially in the preseason game.
Honest to God, and maybe someone's listening that sees it differently. Honest to God, I don't know how anybody could have watched it and thought those two are getting into it. I don't even. There was nothing about what occurred there that made you think, man, those two it is something bad. Like, nobody walked up. Nobody that was interesting that even became a story, but no, that ain't it. Y'all can squash that one. There was nothing. As you said, that was actually exactly what you want them to do. That's exactly like it. I mean, it's just some people can talk differently or express themselves differently, because after the first drive, you could see they were all together, talking to each other, and Tank was talking. Tank is a little less animated, but you can tell, and I'm not saying that moment won't happen, but you can tell the difference when two people are getting into it, or one person's lost his mind.
Right.
And
Tank's not at a point in his career where he is probably, to be honest with you, if Joe Mixon comes to the sideline and is talking to, let's say, Juice Scruggs, and is animated about a protection or about
showing movement like he was doing,
that's why you signed Joe Mixon. Yes, he's really, really talented, but the reason you signed dude is because he's been there and done it, been in the system. He knows he can communicate with these young cats. He can communicate with anybody, like, beyond just the surface level communication of now and in the moment. So I don't know. I think it's a stretch. Hell, I got Buffalo fans. I hadn't any Minnesota fans, but I got Buffalo fans coming back at me. I just reposted the video and say, man, all the negative chatter about this thing is ridiculous. And I got these guys coming to me. Yeah, we're Buffalo fans. We've seen it all. Just wait. I'm just, boy, y'all are hard up to push somebody down, ain't you?
And there may be some just wait to it, but that wasn't it.
Yeah,
we'll know.
You lose me.
You'll know.
I mean, when it comes to, like, those kind of conversations about a dude and him being a problem on the sideline and all that, you completely, like if I could block everybody that came at me about the video that I posted on, if I could just block every one of them as it relates to Stephon Diggs moving forward, I would. I mean, because if that's where you're going to go with that video, then
you don't want to have another beer with him.
Yeah, I definitely have another beer with him. You don't have a clue. Like, your opinion doesn't matter to me at all, because you're just looking for something.
You're hunting for something.
You're lost.
Yeah. So no, they're in a good spot. And that's like those who having conversations. By the way, shout out to over the weekend, Steph Curry, who just absolutely went insane. He had a 4-shot stretch to kind of close out that game against France that was insane. And the final dagger. Like, we've talked about it before on here. When Steph Curry gets hot, like there is.
It's hard to beat it, man.
There in sports, there is, because you know, everybody knows it's going up. And then especially when you're on a team like he had and you got other great players willing to get the hell out the way and let him roll. Yeah. Like that was amazing to watch. I mean, every time they were going up, you just felt like they were going up at the end. But it was crazy to me. Them old dudes, Steph, LeBron, KD, were the ones pushing and carrying this sucker. And I ain't gonna lie to you, Clint. We'll see, a lot can happen in 4 years. I'm really concerned on what this team's going to look like in 4 years. You ain't even through
celebrating the gold medal, and you're already concerned?
Well, I'm just looking. They've won 5 in a row. I mean, you could see how close the world has come to the United States when it comes to basketball. Now, they were down 17. We were sitting here Friday. I thought they were going to lose.
You see where he's going with this team?
I thought they were going to lose.
You see where he's going with this?
Well, I'm just saying, like those three.
The NBA is going to be fine post LeBron.
Well,
they're going to be fine.
First off, there's an argument to that.
They're going to be fine,
and not just LeBron. I'm talking
Ronnie worked out, you know.
Yeah, man.
You can forget about that.
He can save us all.
Forget about that. But I'm talking about Steph, KD. I'm just saying if those three ain't playing, and France and Victor is coming. By the way, Victor has arrived. Victor. Like those last 2 games were really, really close. And I just saw your boy Jeff Goodman. He put together the team he thinks right now would be the Olympic team for LA 2028. I'm looking at that group and I'm thinking 4 years. Looking at some of these teams.
Yeah.
Like I wonder if they gonna catch up to the United States. I promise. I looked at it and I said, Silver. You want to hear this team? John Morant.
Okay.
Jalen Brunson. Tyrese Halliburton, who rode this bench the entire way. Devin Booker. Anthony Edwards. Now, this is probably someone you're thinking in the next 4 years takes a big jump to stardom. Tatum, who Steve Kerr, hopefully he's not the coach the next time because he clearly is out. Jaylen Brown, Pablo Banchero, Cooper Flagg, the kid who's at Duke right now, Bam, and Chet.
Oh, you got to have some bigs in there. You got to have a couple bigs in there.
And AD is the other one right there. The bigs are AD, Bam, and Chet. I'm just like, whoo! I don't know if that group's coming back down 17 from Serbia. I don't know if that group's going to be able to handle what happened with France. So, they going to need some cats over the next 4 years to really take some steps up. You would have never told me Zion Williamson wouldn't have been somebody talked about on this list.
Yeah,
like,
no question.
Just several years ago. And hopefully, like somebody like him over the next 4 years takes a major jump. But outside of that, like that looked like a silver medalist bronze team right there. I'm just saying, they better hope that maybe Jokic is cool and maybe
they'll be all right, man.
By the way, you see how hard he celebrated that bronze? Celebrate that bronze hard and he celebrate that championship.
Who's that? Jokic?
Jokic. He was so excited. So happy.
I think he went straight to the horse races, didn't he?
Tell him, boy, he's having that with his shirt off.
Wife beater, straight wife beater.
At the time of his life. All right, coming up, hey, some news you cannot miss. Some news about the latest of Kyle Tucker. He is on the field. We'll tell you what he's doing. Also, we'll get into the Astros and the big fella and that huge sweep against the Boston Red Sox. All of that coming up as we continue rolling here on a Monday live on The Drive.
I'm so excited that we can be together again.
The CJ to Tank Connection.
Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Hold on, show.
Sports The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
It's Ron, Cal, Shotgun and Cal McNair. I hear you. Before we get to the Texans, because they did have a game on Saturday, we got to get into. I do want to get into the Astros. Some news hot off the press, fellas. According to many reports, this from Chandler Rome, Kyle Tucker is in Tampa. They're in St. Pete, I think, in Tropicana Field, and he is doing some on-field work that has included crow hop throws, short distance, side-to-side explosive movements, some jogging, and taking fly balls in left field.
Wow, dude!
It's more than we've seen him do at any point since he went on the IL. So that is the best news we've heard from Kyle Tucker. It is August 12th. He went down June 3rd and has not played since, but this is the most we've seen. Nothing, no hearing of sprinting or anything yet, but some of these movements clearly involve you having to put some level of pressure on that leg that has the shin issue, especially when you're talking about side-to-side explosive movement, running, I'm thinking, in short distances and pro hop throws. So this is the best. I don't still know that, but this is the best news that you've heard injury-wise on Kyle Tucker.
Oh, by far. I mean, this tells you he's close. I mean, there's no sense in him being out there doing those things.
I'd say getting close.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's close. I mean, if you're crow hopping, which by the way, thank the good people of baseball for not screwing that up. That's an old school term that hopefully never changes. I'm sure these youngsters will figure out a way to call it something else. But the old crow hop throw, it's nice to hear. The side-to-side explosive movement stuff, if he's doing those things, jogging, stopping, reacting to fly balls and not being told where to go, obviously, that's definitely a good sign, man. He's close, baby. He's close. The thing is when he does get to a point where it's go time, like, what does that look like? 2-3 games in Sugar Land? I mean, yeah. What is it?
I mean, he's got to get some time in the minor rehab start. But we do need to get dates. Who was that? That was RoFlo, right, Tyler, who said, we want to make sure you get some dates because their season could be coming to an end in August, and that you hope there are still minor league rehab games to be played,
right?
Where they can do it. I guess still could send him to the Abreu complex, but we'll see what happens there. But this is the best thing. We'll see. I'll say getting closer. I thought he was close. I just don't know what close is. Kyle Tucker, again, if you're out of on-field work, the most any media has seen him do since he's gone on the IL, including side-to-side explosive movements, taking some fly balls in left field. So good to hear that from Kyle Tucker. But in his absence, they continue to roll. And I think they're still tied up atop the AL West because the Mariners continued to win. They beat the brakes off the Tigers last night, 12-1. But the Astros sweep the Red Sox, who are in wild card contention and ahead of them in the standings. And we talked about the pitching before, but Clint, you know they got that one guy. When that one guy starts rolling, he is a problem, and he was a problem all weekend long. Yordan Alvarez, I believe Cora, the manager, afterwards said he looked like Big Papi this weekend. and he was dominant. And once he starts going and the Astros pitching the way they can, he can carry teams to win. If he got to get two runs or more or something, he can carry this Astros teams to win. Bregman chip it in as well, but Yordan Alvarez from the plate is getting hot and becoming a problem, and that is huge for the Astros.
Yeah, Sean Pendergast did a little digging here. Jordan Alvarez was 6 of 10, 3 home runs, 3 walks, 5 runs, 5 RBIs, 600 batting average, 692 on base percentage, 1,600 slugging, OPS of 2.292. Woo! I mean, the guys are rolling, man. And then you look at Brett, 12, 2 home runs, 3 walks, 6 runs, 4 RBIs.
That big dude in the middle. Whew.
Oh yeah, I mean he's absolutely it's a game changer, and Bregman swinging the bat just as well. It's wild, man. Those two guys, if you're going to throw Tucker back in the middle of it, man, hello.
Yeah, those guys, and you see Jordan swinging the bat. He is so hell yeah, they're going to pitch to Bregman, and they're going to try to get Bregman out. And when you allow Bregman to see pitches that are fastballs and he's for him to hit because they don't want to face Jordan with guys on base.
Yep.
He can make you pay for that as well. So this lineup had struggled scoring runs. When Yordan Alvarez is rolling, and when he's rolling, he puts fear. It just adds to your opportunities to have men on base and for you to get rolling. But again, can't not mention the pitching staff. The last 2 games. Yesterday, Hunter Brown, 5 innings. He had 9 strikeouts, 5+ innings, 9 strikeouts.
It feels huge.
And then Spencer Arrighetti pitching like his job's on the line. 13 strikeouts to 1 walk at 7 innings. Really, like, to me, if you tell me he's going to get 13 strikeouts, it still goes 7 with that many pitches, that's surprising. And we have got to be, Clint, on and in the area of the most innings, the most pitches he's ever thrown. And his last 2 starts have been the most dominant, best starts he has had in his career late in the season. That is a telling sign for. Yeah.
Hopefully that holds true, right? He just continues to get better. Hopefully the same thing with Hunter Brown. Hopefully he continues the streak that he's on. We talked about it. One guy, I was just looking up some quick numbers. Yainer Diaz is swinging the bat really well right now. He's another guy that obviously not on the mound, but from another perspective, you got the load management aspect of it, catching, DHing, you're getting at bats in every game. Like I don't know that he's ever played this much baseball. When it's all said and done this year, he's going to have played more baseball and obviously caught more games than he's ever caught in a season. So. A lot of these young guys, man, we're at that point in the season where it's like, okay, how do they handle 162? Hopefully, several of them getting stronger. Diaz swinging the bat well. Hopefully, that's all a sign of they got it. They'll be all right through 162 plus.
They turn the page. They head to Tampa tonight with Framber on the mound to try to continue this win streak. They've won 5 in a row after that sweep against the Red Sox.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the Texans win in Pittsburgh 20-12, but this was really the first time we got to see some of the 1s and 2s in action. There were still a lot of guys that were out of this game, but still it was the first time we got to see a lot of 1s and 2s in action. And to me, what really jumped out was, listen, in training camp, we've seen this first-team defense probably win the days more than they have lost thus far in camp. With the Hunter, he's a problem. There was no Will Anderson out there and a couple of other guys, no Kamari Lassiter, no Christian Harris, who we'll get to here in a bit. But they still looked really, really good in all of their drives. To me, Daniil Hunter getting a sack in there, and then Jerry Hughes, the older guy, getting a sack in there. That defense looked like they're on track to be potentially what could be hopefully a top 10 and even more defense for this team.
Yeah, I think the two brightest parts on the defense were Daniil Hunter. Obviously, you mentioned the first play of the game. He wins so quick off the ball that I thought it was a screen. I thought the offensive lineman let him by, and hell, it clearly was not. He just beat
just giving 76 his ass.
Yeah, he just beat the young fella, and then he had a sack before D'Amico told him to come grab a piece of the bench over there with him, and his day was over. He is a force to be reckoned with. And then, look, I mean, Mario Edwards Jr., we've talked about him. Johnny Harris did a great job calling the game on TV in the booth and spoke glowingly about Mario Edwards Jr. and how he's taken to this defense and has flashed not once, not here and there, but consistently. He did it again in the game. I mean, you only there's limited opportunities, obviously, in a preseason game like that for these guys that are going to be either starting or playing a bulk of snaps. And you look at Mario Edwards and like I feel like most of the time I've seen him flash, it's been versus the pass. It's been that inside pass rusher penetrating, getting a good jump off the ball.
You really like what you're seeing from him.
Yeah. I mean, it's just hard not to. I mean, to me, that's the weakness of this defense right now. You lose, and you lose Danico suspension, and so. What are you going to do inside? And it'd be a hell of a deal if we didn't at least see Mario Edwards flashing throughout camp. And it's not a reaction to Danico Autry not being there. We've been seeing this before the Danico Autry news came out. We saw Mario Edwards, flashing, and then you look at how he did it in this game. It was inside the 5-yard line in a goal line situation. He penetrates, makes a big play. Boy, if Mario Edwards can do that. Between the 20s, rush the passer. Between the 20s, be an impact player from the inside, and then also be a guy at the goal line that's held to reckon with. That's going to be a huge plus for this team.
Yeah. The defense to me that jumped out, and they're not even whole. They don't even have all of their guys there, and you saw split. Didn't get to see a lot of Jalen Petrie in coverage like you were hoping to see, but he was around the ball, and that works.
Yeah.
That works with him near the line of scrimmage. Again, if you could see, I thought he was going to recover a couple of those fumbled snaps, and he's right there on Justin Fields, and it looks comfortable. So big for them. Real quick also with that, any concern if you're Dameon Pierce right now? Any concern if you're Dameon Pierce with your performance, 4 carries, 4 yards, and then I know you heard a lot on the postgame, Cam Akers, who's becoming a pretty good receiver out of the backfield in his first 2 games. Any concern if you're Dameon Pierce about that second running back role?
Well, I mean, yeah, you can't ignore what Cam Akers is doing. I'm not going to make a bigger deal out of a couple of flash plays and some being a part of a couple of good drives. I'm not going to I don't want to oversell that with Cam Akers and talk about how he should be the number 2 back and yada, yada, yada. But I do believe that he has been a point. He's one of the players on this football team that is deserved, as the preseason goes on, he has deserved a promotion, if you will. I think he's due to get a little bit of run in the first half of these next 2 preseason games. If you're Dameon Pierce, sure, you got to be aware of the pressure. I mean, if you're not, you're living under a rock somewhere. Cam Akers has been a really, really good player. Cam Akers appears to be completely healthy and recovered from the most recent Achilles tear. So he's made some flash plays. He's catching the ball out of the backfield. When he's on the field, the offense moves the football consistently. So, yeah, I mean, I think if you're human, you feel that pressure.
At this point, from what we've seen and mind you, like Dameon Pierce has had 4 carries. And some of the other guys have had limited action too. Cam Akers has looked like the best, what you would call it, third down back option. Like he has looked like if you want somebody to come in, pass protect, catch the ball out of the backfield, maybe scat back, he's looked like the best option there. But again, it's a very, very short sample size with everybody.
I mean, I think that is a clear advantage of his, whether Dameon Pierce, regardless of what happens, a clear advantage is Cam Akers has been in this offense. Cam Akers has run all of these protections. He's ran all of these routes. He's done it before. The mental part of the game, he has a huge advantage over Dameon Pierce. That's the truth of the matter. We'll see how long the physical stuff holds up, and we'll see if he gets run in the first half of games with the 1s and the 2s. We'll see if under those circumstances he stands out the same way that he has when he's played in the second half of 2 preseason games. We'll see.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, college football is getting close, getting upon us, and the AP poll just came out today, Clint. And locally, the Longhorns come in ranked 4th. A&M is ranked 20th in the AP poll, and that's really it when it comes to kind of local things. Georgia is the top ranked team coming in, no surprise there, with Ohio State, Oregon behind them, Alabama 5th, Ole Miss 6th, Notre Dame, who A&M host week 1, is 7th. Penn State, Michigan, and Florida State round out the top 10. LSU, for a lot of our alumni here in Houston, they are 13th. And Clint, I look at this. I just have Penn State, Michigan. Michigan has been really, really good, but they have lost a lot, including and a lot of players. J.J. McCarthy, other guys. They don't feel like a top 10 team right now. They feel like they're in the top 10 because of what they did last year in their name.
Yeah.
And Penn State, I've just not had any belief in them. As I feel like they're always overranked and overrated throughout. So when I look at the top 10, I look at those two teams and I'm thinking, those are teams that I don't think are going to be there at the end, and that are propped up because of who they are and the name that's on the front of their jersey.
Oh, look, I mean, I think you could go 6 through 9 and have a problem. Ole Miss being 6 out of the gate is strong.
You think that's aggressive?
Absolutely. 6?
Really?
Absolutely.
They got a lot of guys coming back.
They won the portal. They won the portal, but still, I mean, we're talking about number 6 in the country in all of college football. Notre Dame, love their quarterback. We'll see what happens there. I agree with you wholeheartedly with Penn State sitting at 8. I think Michigan at 9 is fair, given what they did last year. Mizzou at 11. I mean, this is an interesting top 25, but it is preseason football. We'll see how it all shakes out. A&M at 20. That surprises. I thought
that was high. I
agree.
I thought they were, for most of the offseason, I didn't think they were going to be ranked. Then I started seeing like 24, 25, and now it feels like they're trying to get that Notre Dame game as highly, with the rankings up there as high as possible, to help things. Jayhawks at 22, by the way. That's corny.
Yeah, it ain't going to last long.
I know, they'll move up. They'll be higher.
Yeah. The A&M thing is fascinating, whether we're talking about where they're ranked right now, or if you're talking about the fact that they're favored over Notre Dame, number 7, week 1. That's fascinating. We'll see what happens when rubber meets the road. I like Mike Elko. I like the Aggies this year. I like them to be a Cinderella team, not a top 20 team from jump.
Yeah. All right. Someone texted Clint's right on the head. I want to see Akers with the first team. I don't think that's what Clint said. Not sure about that. I don't know if you want to see it with the first team. Let's calm down a bit. All right. The Texans had a moment in the game. Maybe everything didn't flow right offensively as maybe they wanted, but they had a moment in the game that shows how scary they're going to be. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right. Look, the pain from arthritis or even an old injury is awful, man. Bone on bone.
lives where?
Thanks to SportsRadio 610, I can get my Astros fix anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Looks like the Texans brought in a new defensive lineman, Feldarius Payne.
It's a hell of a name.
I think that's it.
Sounds like a philosophizer.
Sounds like a creative parent. Sounds like to me, Feldarius. No relation to Seth, but Feldarius Payne.
Tyler Milner just texted me and said, "What's up, cracker?"
I don't remember that one at all. I usually remember.
Yeah, I don't remember that one either.
There. I don't remember that one. Yeah, that's.
I
good.
like it though.
Feldarius.
He even said crack up. I'm guessing you didn't put an ER on the end of there.
I didn't know there was an ER and a. I didn't know there was a difference on that.
That's what the whites used to do.
I thought it was always ER.
Yeah, I did too. I didn't know that was.
I mean, I guess the cool thing to do. I guess the cool thing to do is put an A on the end of it, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the hip thing to do.
You are hip.
I am pretty hip.
Yeah. What was hip in Friday night's game was, I think, the big play that you knew ended C.J. Stroud's night, ended most of the starters' night, especially receivers and backs. Clint, was that touchdown pass to Tank Dell, and it was a beautiful play, 3rd down and 8, and they had all 3 guys out in the route, and Tank Dell, as D'Amico said, a big play threat, makes a big play, breaks a tackle, and gets into the end zone, Clint. But I know you watched that and you just shake your head like a lot of people, I think, do, to think about how scary this offense is going to be when he's your 3rd receiving threat.
Yeah, look, I think it's that play in itself is indicative of the power of this offense, the explosiveness of this offense, this offense's ability to strike fear into defenses. Now, look, it's a preseason game. I don't know why the defense was called the way that it was, but I think we can all learn a lesson here. If you look at it, it ends up being a cover 2. They drop the safety down in the hole. They bail a corner on the being the corner, playing a deep half, and that backside safety, which is out of the screen on most of them, most videos I've seen. He's playing the other half. It was a 3-by-1 formation with Diggs and Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz on one side to the quarterback's left, and Nico Collins was to the quarterback's right by himself with a corner rolled up and a safety over the top. So if they're going to dedicate, whether you look at just the defense's alignment, they're going to dedicate a safety and a corner to Nico Collins and dedicate 2 defenders to Nico Collins and leave Dalton Schultz, Tank Dell, and Stephon Diggs to deal with the rest of them, you're going to have a problem strong side, just like they did, right? So just starting with the alignment, I think it shows you that it definitely illustrates that if they're gonna give a cover 2 safety and a corner to Nico, they're gonna have problems with this bunch on the front side. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? And really, what happens is now you get into the actual play itself. You get Stephon Diggs attacking the backside safety full speed and the backside corner full speed, right? And that safety has to keep his width, and that corner has to respect Stephon Diggs coming that way. You get Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz on shorter routes underneath that draw the linebacker and the one, the underneath coverage, draw those down, and then you get a great, again, because they're both very, very dangerous in the pass game. And then you get Tank Dell with an outside release. He steps on the toes of that corner that's trying to get deep and play safety wide with a great route. And C.J. Stroud, the picture is so beautiful. It's so easy. It's so simple. It's just there's the void. All of these different explosive weapons you have have made the defense dictate, and now that void's just sitting out there. All you got to do is throw the ball out there in that void and let Tank do work. Now, after the catch, obviously, was a different story. Tank did his thing, but creating that void in the defense for them to have a ball that's thrown 20 yards, 20-plus yards in the air just seemed like an effortless catch. The layers to it is, man, that's with this explosive group, you can't hang off of Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz and the underneath routes. You got guys that are going to want to jump those, right? You can't cheat with Diggs running across the field full speed. If you're playing the coverage right and Tank Dell releases outside the way he's supposed to and gets vertical, you got to respect that, and you got to widen if you're that safety. So it just creates a huge void, and the guy that benefits from it all, obviously Tank, but the guy that benefits from it all is CJ is just going to get as clear a picture as he's ever had playing a game of football, and he get on that play.
You guys ever watch NBA or college any basketball, and you think like, damn, man, these guys gonna get a good shot every time down. They may not make them all, but they're at least gonna get an open
Watch Golden
shot.
State do it for years.
Yes, right. That's a good example. Spurs too. Before that, they're gonna get a good shot every time down. If they get protection, with everybody involved, the play caller, the quarterback, the type of receivers they have, like if he gets protection, it's just going to be hard for them not to make plays. Now, maybe you defenses take away big plays. They try to do that. But it feels like if he has time, there is going to be a good place for him to go every single time. Because even with Nico was still coming across the dig route where if he put it in front of him and Nico's ability to break tackles, there was still space where Nico got a chunk play. Like if he gets protection, they are going to have good options, good things out there.
Well, I think to your point, I think teams can take away like the over the top, just throw in the ocean throw. Like I think teams can try to take that away, but as you see, they played cover too. I mean, they dropped 7 guys into coverage. I mean, there's nothing else you can possibly do. I mean, that's as safe a coverage as there is. It's not called prevent defense. That is as safe. I mean, you literally, everybody's eyes are in at the quarterback. I mean, you got linebackers at 10, 12 yards deep. You got safeties at 25 yards deep. I mean, you can't be any safer in a play call. And what happens? They complete the ball underneath, and they're explosive enough to go make one guy miss because he doesn't have the angle, and it's 6 instead of a 25-yard gain. So you can force these guys to throw it underneath. And I'm not even talking about Nico Collins again with his ability to break tackles and how difficult he is to tackle. Hell, it's Diggs and Tank now that are going to catch a ball underneath. If they can split the safeties, they're hard to tackle. They're hard to touch in a phone booth. So it's going to be it's explosive,
and
man.
And pressure's going to be the name of the game. And then you're probably going to force defense to have to take chances, which hurts them even more and opens it up even more for them to be able to make plays down the field if there are less guys in coverage and you got to take chances to start to send people. Then it gets really scary out there. So, like I said, man, protection, and you got Laramie Tunsil, maybe the best pass protector in the game, and hopefully Titus Howard stays healthy on the other side and things like that. They get them protected, they're going to make plays. All right, coming up, listen, a lot of good with the Texans, and especially their defense, but there is one thing that I personally am officially concerned about, and I think a lot of Texans fans need to start being concerned about it too. We'll discuss that next.
All right, Generator Supercenter, y'all, they're hiring, man. Attention, electricians, service techs.
800-881-4242.
Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the text line, if you give any NFL offense time, they'll produce. Come on, Ron, do better.
What?
What's that a response to? I don't.
Well, I just said, watching the Texans and their skill set with everyone they have, like if C.J. Stroud just has protection, like they're going to carve people up. They're going to. I would say there are a lot of quarterbacks who have time that won't be as successful as others.
Come sling it, 7.
Like, to me, I think if you could give Davis Mills the same time that C.J. Stroud would have, the throws wouldn't look the same. The plays would look the same. They have different skill sets. And then really what I would like to say to you is, will you just go away?
And your mama.
To the texter. I don't even want to get to the mama because that's just joking. Will you just go away? Just come on. You know what the hell I'm talking about. Or maybe you don't. And then really just go away. I will say with the Texans, I am, Clint, officially concerned about this Christian Harris situation. We have not seen him at all. I know, Tyler, you were at practice last night. We have not seen him at all. First time you saw him, it's like, all right, hey, seeing reports, he's coming out. 4-8's out there. Tunzel was out there strapped up, playing a little bit. Joe Mixon was out there, 48. Those are guys we hadn't really seen. And then there are reports that Texans linebacker Christian Harris left practicing gingerly off the field and was being assisted by a trainer. It was his first day back. That's according to DJ Bieniemy and many others who had those reports. And Clint, we've heard that it was, a lower leg, a leg injury of some sort. I'm now, we're two preseason games in. This was the first practice he's on the field. They're not in pads at all. They're running around with just a helmet on, Clint. And he had to leave practice with assistance, with a walking gingerly off the field. Now, this is the first time where I'm really like, all right, is he going to be ready to go week one? Is that in question at this point? I'm officially concerned.
Oh, hell, you should be. I mean, I think the reports were it was a hamstring with Christian Harris. Yeah. In the first practice back, I thought that was just maybe there was a hamstring issue, kind of like the Laramie Tunsil had a little surgery this offseason. I thought it was a little bit more of a slow introduction for Christian Harris. I was under the influence of that. For no reason. Nobody told me that. I just thought that's where Christian Harris was. And if it were a hamstring issue, to go out there and not be able to get through one practice before walking off gingerly with that hamstring issue tells you that it's pretty severe. And this is big, guys. I mean, this is big time news. I'll argue that this is the biggest news coming out of training camp so far.
We're on the same page.
I mean, look, there's one. He is Shair. Christian Harris is better.
His ceiling certainly is.
His ceiling is higher. He's the guy that gives you a chance against Lamar Jackson and against the elite athletes in this league. He's in open field. He gives you a chance to make a play. So he's got a skill set that none of these other guys have, at least that we have seen from any of these other guys. So you're going to miss Christian Harris in a major way. Secondly, we've talked about this till we're blue in the face. The big question mark on at several positions defensively, but definitely at linebacker, is you got a depth problem. Your depth linebackers right now are guys that I believe are going to get torched in the pass game. When you look at Henry To'oTo'o, when you look at Jake Hansen, I
didn't love Neville Hewitt.
Neville Hewitt, hell, he still got a neck roll on. I mean, you got like these guys are going to get. They're going to be a problem.
And he sure did.
They're going to be a problem in the pass game. Like we saw, what was my man's name last year? 6 in the middle, Denzel Perryman and To'oTo'o. We saw
they had them out there together.
Yeah, we saw those guys really struggle in coverage. And in today's NFL, you got to have some dudes that can not only play linebacker, very similar to the old school guys in terms of the physicality, but also be able to cover. And I mean cover vertically up the seams. I mean run with running backs out of the backfield. These offensive schemes are crazy right now. You've got to have some really, really, really athletic linebackers, and there is a depth problem immediately. Beyond Christian Harris, it's hard to even get remotely close to that same level of athlete at the linebacker position. So, yes, you're going to miss the player Christian Harris in a major, major way. He's the best linebacker you got. And now, all of a sudden, before the season ever starts, you could potentially be tapping into that depth, which is very suspect before the season ever starts. And so, look, I think what is it, Del'Shawn Phillips?
Yeah,
number 13. I think he's the guy to me. He's got a lot of run.
Gives me some issues. He was getting swallowed up.
Yeah, but you, I mean, in this league, you like now you can't. You're not going to win. You're not going to have it. Like you have to give something up. You know what I mean? You're talking about a depth linebacker. I would rather a linebacker from a size or a play style perspective. I would rather lose a little bit in the physicality and playing the run and gain something in the versatility and the ability to play the pass, the ability to cover a tight end, the ability to cover a back out of the backfield. And I'm not saying Del'Shawn Phillips can do it, by the way. I'm just saying that we've seen Toa try, right? I mean, at this point in time, I don't know that one offseason is going to make a hell of a difference. Again, can D'Amico Ryans make it work? Yes. He's a great schemer. He's a great play designer. He's always going to, not always, 99% of the time, he's going to have his guys playing to their strengths. So, yes, he can cover that up with his play call and what kind of defense he wants to run. But, man, you can only run zone defense so long. You get in a shootout like you did last year against Tampa Bay. You get in a shootout where they're going up and down. I mean, it's a boat race. It's up and down the field. And all of a sudden they realize, hey, man, field all day long because their linebackers can't cover. That's going to be a major, major problem. So D'Amico can cover it, but, boy, I don't know for how long.
And also to the point, like it feels like, to me, like they wanted to be able to do things with him. Like to be able to do added things with whether it's pressures or blitzes or certain things. Like he was a key part of their attack on Lamar Jackson when they played him. It was clearly there was added things to his plate in that game, and it feels like he wants to be able to do some more things and use him almost as a playmaker, Clint. And obviously you can't do that if he ain't on the field. Another point you made, man, he couldn't get through a practice.
Yeah,
he hasn't been out there the whole time. We haven't seen him. Whatever work he's been doing has been inside. Yeah. And that first time he comes in, he's got to go off with assistance from a trainer. And we're how many weeks out? They got 2 more preseason games.
Yeah, so you're 3 weeks out, a little over 3 weeks out.
Like if it's a hamstring, obviously.
But you're 2 weeks out from needing to prepare for week 1.
And to know.
I mean, when you say 3.5 weeks, I mean it's 3+ weeks to game time.
Yeah.
I mean you're 2.5, a little under 2.5 weeks from. Hey man, we got to be able to full speed prepare for the Indianapolis Colts at the very least.
And hopefully he's out there tomorrow. We'll see. I would imagine they probably are cautious and take their time. But yeah, to me, I am officially not just as you concerned about him and if he'll be able to be ready, but concerned about what that means, because that clearly changes a lot of things. Like other spots, second corner we've talked about. Like you can roll through with C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah, other spots. That other linebacker spot, that, as you said, that's a spot people can take advantage of.
My original point, Ron, I didn't even mention the damn quarterback for the Colts, right? I mean, I mentioned Lamar Jackson and all these other elite athletes, and really out of the gate, week 1, I mean, you've got a guy that's second to Lamar Jackson, and that's it in terms of his athletic ability of what he can do in the open field. And I'm talking about Anthony Richardson, the quarterback in Pittsburgh. Not even getting to their skill players. I'm just talking about the quarterback. And defending him is going to be key. And having an athlete that has the explosiveness, the twitch, the change of direction to defend him for 4 quarters. I mean, Christian Harris is your guy you're going to really lean on for that. So If you don't have that guy, which I'm not saying he's done. He's not going to be ready for the opening week, but boy, not being
that
able
wasn't a good sign.
If it is a hamstring, not being able to get through a practice is a rough look, because I mean that tells you that it doesn't heal overnight. You know what I mean? If it was a sprained ankle or something like that he just wasn't ready to go full speed on, okay, cool.
Well, especially
hamstrings are different, man.
Especially if it's a hamstring, you haven't been able to get through practice, and they've held you out for
2+ weeks,
3 weeks, and then you come back and you're on the field. So that is true. Somebody on the text line is an absolute fool. Neck roll Neville. Can he be neck roll Neville?
I mean, very, very well.
It's not very intimidating.
Very well could be,
There's
man.
so many other he's got the roll out there.
He's had that joint on for a couple years now.
Yeah, it's his thing. Why not? Yeah, old neck roll Neville. Someone tuned in. Somebody just said, did somebody get hurt? Yeah, Christian Harris. Christian Harris returned to practice like a lot of his teammates. Joe Mixon, other starters, Joe Mixon, Laramie Tunsil, but he had to leave practice moving gingerly, being assisted by a trainer yesterday. So I know you were out there, Tyler, by chance. Did you see did you see it all, what happened?
No, I did not. Damn it. I did not.
He was out there working.
Yeah, I'm sure he's over there making you plans for Lizards afterwards, huh?
Nah,
he's over there making some post game party plans, weren't you?
That or signing autographs or something. I can't remember. Why I missed it.
It is tough for you to pay attention.
You were signing autographs. Yeah, it was a lot of fans out there.
Over there chit chatting with Hannah. Signing autographs.
I got you.
Making post game party reservations.
It was a solid Sunday.
It sounds like it, old Nasal.
Except for the freaking speeding ticket I got. That sucked. But other than that, it was a solid Sunday.
At least you got it before you got to the Lizards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that timing is silver lining here, bro.
Well,
half full, half empty. You know what I mean?
Good point. Tyler had no problem leaving his truck.
Oh, yeah, I don't risk it.
He'll leave his truck.
I mean, yeah, he's left his truck in some very suspect places. He'd definitely leave it up here in River Oaks.
Yeah, he'll leave it over there. And
leave it at River Oaks, come back and get mimosas the next day.
And still not afraid to leave his truck, even though he has been robbed multiple times.
Twice in a 3-week period. That was awesome.
Is that what happened, Tyler? You got a little loose and you had to Uber home, and then Sunday you Uber, because I can tell you're a little nasally right now.
I didn't go too hard last night. I was actually in bed by about 1 a.m., I believe.
It was Sunday night, Tyler.
Yeah.
I mean, what did you do till 1 a.m. on a Sunday?
Well, I got home long before that. That's just when I got in bed. I probably got home about midnight.
Long before that, like you got home at 7:30 or something.
That's early night.
That's a soft night. Most of that was a drive.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying, Tyler. What you got coming up?
I mean, did you have to pick your car up at Lizards or what, man?
No. I drove home. Man. I was fine. I just had a few pops.
A couple of things, and these things have aligned beautifully for this next segment, y'all. Andre Ware wrapped up his post-game thoughts with what I thought was a powerful statement about what needed to happen and about what we needed to see moving forward. And then two key pieces to making what Andre says come true. They showed up at practice today. They were at practice in pass today. I'll tell you who that is. We have the audio from Andre, and we'll cuss and discuss that Texans running game. Get a little bit of a hint. And my shopping problem a little bit better today than I have in the past. I'll let you know what I'm talking about there. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light, man.
that person. The iconic Frosty for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The top-ranked show in the city.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
What's good, everybody? It is a little walkthrough. It's a reaction Monday, y'all. It's a reaction Monday, and we got a W, man. Texans fans ought to be celebrating. Hell, we had a nice little win on Friday. I know we've had a couple of days to celebrate. I kind of like that, by the way, guys. I could get used to having 2-3 days to celebrate a win and spend a little time with the family. That's a hell of a way to get it done on Friday night. Next 2 games on Saturday at noon, so we got a little weekend football coming up. And we got Texans Ticket Tuesday. We just got confirmation. The Texans Ticket Tuesdays are starting tomorrow. So if you're out there listening, you heard me. Texans Ticket giveaway. Texans Ticket Tuesday. That is a Texans Ticket giveaway. It starts tomorrow. We'll have 1 pair of front row bullpen tickets to give away in the 5 o'clock hour. Is it at 5 o'clock or in the 5 o'clock hour?
Just 5 o'clock hour, baby.
In the 5 o'clock hour. You know how Ron will go 5, Ron will go 5:30, Ron will go 5:45. You never know. The 5 o'clock hour, you got to be plugged in now. We're not the only show, though. Everybody across the drive, all 3 shows on the drive, will have a pair of tickets, front row bullpen tickets. The 7 a.m. hour, the noon hour, and the 5 p.m. hour. Be tuned in. I think you should stay plugged in 24/7, 365, at least Monday through Friday.
Get a chance to watch a little Daniel Jones and Malik Neighbors fall apart.
Yeah, why not? Hell, I mean that's got the makings of a come apart as well. 7 a.m. hour, noon hour, and 5 p.m. hour. Texans Ticket Tuesday starts tomorrow. Be plugged in. Win these tickets. Front row. These it's funny, guys. These old front row tickets. I mean, look, front row bullpen tickets are always money, no matter what your team's doing. Right, but it's been several years now, boys, since we've been able to do a preseason promo about some tickets that are going to get folks excited. I mean, hell, this is a team that you want to go see. This is a team that you want to show up early for. This is a team that you want to buy all the gear and wear all the gear and you want to. We're here for you, man. 2 front row tickets, a pair of front row bullpen tickets. Coming up tomorrow, so stay plugged in. Hey, I was Sean Pendergast and I. We obviously do the post game show. Appreciate everybody out there for listening, calling in. We got some great callers and obviously a ton of listeners. And before we crank up our post game show, we listen to Andre Ware and Andre Ware and Mark Vandermeer. Damn, Vandy. Put them up. Yep, those guys. They do a little wrap up, about 20 minutes, I guess, 15, 20 minutes of what they just saw. And they went through all the good. And did a hell of a job. They do a really good job wrapping it up. I steal some of their material, obviously, for the post game, but definitely stole some for this particular segment here. And it was the very last question, literally right before they kicked to us live. And the question is part of this audio. And this is a big concern for the Texans. Hopefully, a couple of the guys that they brought in, hopefully a couple of the guys they drafted are the answer to this issue, but the run game. The Texans' run game, it has not looked any better. There's no reason in the first 2 preseason games for anybody to have changed opinion or have less concern. But here,
run the ball.
That's right. Here is Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware to wrap up their post-game show Friday night.
Manufacture, meaning create a ground game.
They just have to. And it's what we talked about a little bit earlier. It's not just going to happen because Laramie decided to come back to practice and Joe Mixon decided to come back to practice and whomever else, Titus Howard, decided to come back to practice. And all of a sudden it's opening day and you're going to open up holes for whoever's at running back. You need some work together as an offensive line so that you start to establish the things that make you a good running football team and a good pass protecting football team. It just doesn't magically happen because it's been that way in the past.
I couldn't agree with Andre Ware more, Ron. I thought it was a strong way for them to end their post game segment there. A strong way to wrap up the run game thoughts from what we've seen really for the last 2 weeks to start camp. And I think he's right, man, that you've got to get time on task together. We've talked about it a million times, and I know I've talked about it with Wade Smith, former Houston Texan, talked to him multiple times about in this offense in particular. You can argue in damn near any offense, but definitely in this offense, bro, that guy right there. You've got to have 5 offensive linemen that are all taking the exact same step, the exact same depth and distance, at the same time, all on the same pace. It's got to work like a line dance. I mean, these guys have – and you just simply cannot get there without all 5 guys working together. It's why I hate the Laramie touching camp, because guess what now? Tyler, do you know if Titus Howard was out there or not?
Ooh, I can't remember. I know. I was looking. That was one of the numbers I was looking for right at first.
Well, whether he was out there or not, you never know when somebody's going to go down. And if had Laramie Tunsil practiced before today, then you could have had all 5 of your starting offensive linemen working together for a week or 2 weeks or whatever. Right now, the good news is I've seen videos, so I know Laramie Tunsil was out there getting that work in. Right. So there's your offensive line. We'll see if Titus Howard it gets back sooner rather than later. But you got to get the big boy Laramie Tunsil out there working with the fellas. It's not just going to happen because he steps on the field, because it's not just about one dude. It's about all 5 of those guys. The good thing about when Andre Ware said that, Ron, to wrap up that postgame, I said, boy, he's on to something. Now we've got to really the clock is ticking at this point for Laramie Tunsil to get back on the field and join the fellas. And I'll be damned if today the video evidence that I saw, Laramie Tunsil, and boy, he looks good in them damn unis now. That sucker looks good. He looks good in or out of pads. I mean, to be that damn big and move the way he does. But he is in uniform. He was back at practice last night. And he is working with those guys, getting that work next to Kenyon Green and hearing Juice Scruggs' calls and those guys communicating. C.J. Stroud in the backfield. I mean, that is paramount, Ron, that he gets back and he gets that work with his fellas up front.
Yeah, and I think also this offensive line, even this Howard, I don't think they get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to, hey, all right, it's because they're not here that the run game isn't going well. No, you don't think like, hey, as soon as we get Laramie back, that's when we'll start to run the football.
Yeah.
That's not the thought process that you have with him. So you don't necessarily look at this and say, all right, if we get Laramie and Titus back, then we'll be able to run the football like we wanted to. If you were struggling with pass protection and you got those 2 back, that's another thing. So it does feel like these guys need time. They need time. Joe Mixon needs time to understand potentially how to set up blocks and what it is that they do well. So they don't just get the benefit of the doubt of being great run blocking, offensive linemen. That's not what they are. Yeah. So it feels like these guys need to get as many reps together as they possibly can.
Well, you bring up Joe Mixon because I think these are the 2 guys on this football team that are most instrumental in this team developing some kind of respectable run game, right? I think you look at Laramie Tunsil up front, he's going to set the tone. I mean, we can sit around and talk about, he's best pass. I think there's a reason why they all say he's the best pass. They start with pass blocking, okay? But when you're paid the kind of money you are and you're the leader that Laramie Tunsil is, he's got to lead the charge in terms of the physicality. He's got to lead the charge in terms of holding these guys accountable and making sure that wherever they need to get together as a group, they get there by the time the Indianapolis game rolls around. Number 2, Joe Mixon in the back. Those are the 2 the two I think have to be the tip of the spear in generating this run game. Laramie Tunsil, Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon was back at practice as well. And another guy looks great in pads, man. I mean, just moves effortlessly and at a whole different level than anybody else that's out there right now. Cam may get there. I don't know if Cam Akers can get there, not in terms of just looking the part, but he's definitely that caliber athlete or was that caliber athlete. But right now, man, Joe Mixon being back out there, he seems to be stoked about being back out there on a Sunday night. But Ron, him being introduced back into the mix as well, the timing's perfect. As we said, you got a little over 2 weeks before you got to start prepping for Indianapolis. Yeah. And you got about 2 weeks to get your body right, get in shape, get in game shape, get used to the heat before you got to turn your focus solely on Indianapolis. It was good to see those guys back out there last night.
Because, I mean, I think a lot of people had certain levels of confidence with the addition of Joe Mixon that this run game would be what it needs to be. But they got to get some time together, as Andre was saying.
They've got to.
They definitely have to.
They've got to. So because now's the key is like with Titus Howard, is he full go? Is he going to be able to stay healthy? Can they keep all these guys healthy to get that necessary run together that Andre was talking about? We'll see. I hope the sign is that with Laramie Tunsil coming back and Joe Mixon coming back, I hope that sign is this August the 11th, Sunday night, August the 11th, was after the second preseason game. That was when these guys had targeted to come back and start getting right, get your mind right, get the run game right. That's where they're at. Fellas, I had a little, I'd call it a honeydew this morning, but I kind of did it on my own, just out of the goodness of my heart. But I think I understand my wife's shopping problem a little better right now. Do y'all seem to be like? Do y'all have like a crazy amount of cardboard boxes at y'all's house too?
Yeah. That Amazon gets aggressive.
I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous. But Ron, here's the deal. So I've had my eye on. Well, this social media is dangerous. I've had my eye on this outfit since before my second daughter was born. It's basically like a little. Kind of like some sweatsuit material, overall kind of light summer material, and it's one you buy a set for mom and you buy a set for the baby, and they match kind of deal, or for the toddler.
So you got to get three of them.
Well, no, they don't have them for the little bitty one.
Oh,
she ain't walking. You got to be able to walk for this to be cool.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I saved it a long time ago. This is where social media. Somehow I got a reminder. Hey man, you got all this stuff in your cart, bro. So I was like, what the hell is this? So I hit the button. Sure enough, there's them outfits. I ain't thought about them in 6 months.
It's a sign now.
Boom. So I went ahead and ordered them. Hell, I had 30% off, so I went ahead and ordered them, Ron. So I ordered the baby. I ordered Liv, not the baby. I ordered Liv 2, and they fit fine. I ordered Mama 1, and it didn't fit right. So I'm really into this look, So I'm like, hey, I'll get it returned. I've never. She's always taken it and done it. You know what I mean? So I just assumed it was a difficult process. Have you guys like taken something back offline? I know Tyler has. Tyler, because as many T-shirts as he buys, he's got it. Wear out that year.
Oh yeah, I've had to return a few online shopping purchases.
Bro, it's scary how easy it is.
Oh yeah.
I walked in, and of course the place is packed. And I said, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I got to return a couple of items, and I'm not real familiar with the process, but I think I did all this right. One of them was like a happy something, new way of returning things. I don't know. New. So I said, and she goes, oh yeah. She scanned it. Boom, you're done with that. What's next?
Damn.
I said, well, I printed this thing off. I said, I think this is good for the next. She goes, yep, you're all good. Thank you. I mean, I wasn't in the store 10 seconds.
And you're out.
Out, done, and got my new gear. Got my new gear. One of them was mine. Got me some new gear coming, and got her new item coming. I always like to shop in person because I don't want to have to repackage everything up and send it off and have what I thought would be a 10-minute conversation and exchange. Ron, I didn't have to tell. All I had to do, that piece of paper, here you go. Scan it. I didn't have to give my name, my address, what was in the box, nothing. It was just boom, boom, you're done. If it's that easy, hell, now I understand why she orders. Like
don't care.
She orders 3 or 4 of the same thing and then just sends back the 2 or 3 that she didn't want. Hell, now I know why. I had no clue.
You just had to roll up there and bam, bam, bam. No, I had
cheap. I wasn't.
I'm thinking about it. I had something with FedEx I had to do. And I had to wrap it. I had to put it in the box. I had to tape the box.
What I did, I put them back in the bag that they came in. Like they didn't come in boxes. They came in just bags. Yeah. I guess so they can shove them in my damn mailbox. Yeah. So I just kept the bag, right, and shoved the stuff back in there. They tape it. They tape that same bag back up, stick that label on there, and put it on the road. I said, hell, now I'm gonna have a problem.
Because you about to start just that easy, huh?
I mean, I'll wear something that's a little bit too snug or a little bit too big, or maybe it hurts one of my feet or something. Hell, I'll wear it because I'm just like,
and you're probably gonna get that stuff back quick.
Hell yeah. One of them, Ron said, we will exchange it and we'll go ahead, give us your credit card. We're gonna charge you $1 just to hold it. And the second that they buzz in your return, we'll cancel it. Right? Because if I don't return whatever like for some reason I ordered a shirt in a medium, Ron. I didn't check.
Away from you.
Well, no, I don't know why. I don't know how it happened. I literally pulled out the bag and I put it on, Ron, and I was like, the hell is this?
I was about to say, who is wearing a medium?
So I turned around and checked it. I said, boy, this is a medium. What the hell happened? I must just hit the wrong button, right? Well, I exchanged it for my size. And anyway, it was one of them where the minute they hit that QR code or whatever the hell is it on that thing?
Oh.
It alerts me, hey, you're clear. Your new item is
on the way.
It's already on the way, but the credit card's clear. It's wild, man. So I understand her, and I still don't appreciate it all the time, but I understand it a little bit more. The simplicity of it is scary, to be honest with you.
All right, some news and notes with the Astros. Some good news. And I thought this was good news till I watched it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. And look, if you or a loved one, if you're ever
So Kikuchi threw 2 starts, 11 innings pitched, 19 punch-outs. How we doing?
All these injuries and all these hiccups, that's what you needed, and Kikuchi's coming on strong.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a lot of news and notes to cover with the Astros. Let's get to the good news first. The good news, Yordan Alvarez and Alex Bregman were named co-players of the week for the Astros as Clint ran through their numbers. 6 of 10, 3 homers for Yordan, 7 of 12. Bregman, extra base hits, homers, had a big-time week this week as they're in the midst of this 5-game winning streak. So that's some good news. Other good news, Verlander will throw another rehab this week. Reports he was getting up to 96 in his first rehab start. DeZenzo could play some left field. He was taking some fly balls out there today as well. Now, the tough news. Luis Garcia remains no throw. He is still not throwing when the team and when Joe Espada was asked if the team is close to making a final decision on his season, Espada replied, obviously we're running out of days, but I'm not in a position to say we're not going to see him for the rest of the season.
It's not ideal.
But the days are counting down. So that is the latest with Luis Garcia, still not throwing and not looking great as we're sitting here at August 12th. And then, I thought this was really good news. We started to hear reports that Kyle Tucker worked out, and we saw him do the most we had seen him do all offseason, saying he was doing some crow hop throws, short distance, side-to-side explosive movement, some jogging, taking some fly balls. And Joe Espada, when speaking to the media, said, I think he's turned the corner. Now we have to improve from what we saw today, being able to do more of that without feeling soreness in the area. I think today was a good day. And I was really through the moon until I watched the video. And there is video footage of him. I've retweeted it. There's video footage of it, fellas. And, today may have been, but that man does not look close.
Doesn't look great.
To being able to, I mean, it may be a great day. This may be improvement. We haven't really had any understanding, but that's really the first time he clearly still, to me, has a hitch in his gait, if not flat out a limp.
Yeah, this is wishful thinking from Joe. The video I saw, this is wishful thinking from Joe Espada.
Well,
this is very misleading from Joe Espada. I mean, from a fan's perspective, it is. I mean, maybe
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but I mean, this is just the video that I saw. I mean, hell, you're talking about a guy limping around out there, and it's not even. I bet he ain't going 20%, and you can still see the limp. You can still see him favor that leg.
He's favoring trying to stop himself.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, that's very, very misleading. He is hell. I'm thinking we was close. Hell, I was borderline pissed at you earlier, Ron, for disagreeing with.
I said closer.
Closer, yeah. No, you're right. I mean, you are exactly right. I mean, he ain't nowhere. What I saw today, he ain't nowhere near close.
Like, honest to God, when you look at that, how far away from a rehab start does he look? I mean, he looks wishful thinking a week away.
I mean, Ron,
from a rehab start. I mean, and I'm being wishful.
No, I mean, unless they're going to play him with a limp, then I mean, that don't look a week away from when we all saw him. I mean, he was moving as good as he was. He was moving when he jogged out there with that bad leg, limping to the line to shake hands, whatever that was. When
oh yeah, that was more than a month ago. Yeah, when
Julia Morales' video caught him limping from the dugout to the after that win. I mean, all they've done is put him in the outfield right now. It's the same limp. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. It's not good. It's not. That's very misleading. The Luis Garcia stuff, though, I'll be honest with you, Ryan. We talked a little bit earlier about kind of the Kikuchi effect.
Yeah.
He has definitely put me in a spot where I ain't worried about Luis Garcia.
Just shut him down.
I mean, I don't care what you do with him. If he gets back, cool. If not, shut him down. No, man, that's just where I'm at. I mean, you got the ability to go to a 6-man rotation, and when it comes playoff time, you're gonna have two of those guys, definitely one, if not two of those guys, that you're then gonna be able to use in a in a long relief role or some kind of piggyback role, or however you want to use them. One, maybe two of those guys, and so. Knock on wood, hopefully there's no more injuries. Hopefully we get Verlander back and guys stay healthy. I mean, I'm just at a point where, again, barring some injury, I mean, I don't know where Luis Garcia fits.
Yeah, the Kyle Tucker one is a much bigger thing right now than always was. But Luis Garcia felt like his return was actually going to happen. But to me, I'm with you right now. If we're sitting here at August 12th. I don't sense and see the reason, Clint, why like if he had to shut him down and he was struggling, and the thought is, can we get him by the playoffs, and it's April 12th and he's not throwing and it's coming off Tommy John, to me it feels like let's go ahead and heal him correct. Let's get him healed as best as possible so we can have him next year. So he can be an option next year. Kikuchi is not 100% of it. He's not an option next year, right? He's not signed past this year.
That's a good point.
We do too. Yeah. So to me, and when you know you're not going to have Christian Javier at least to start next year, and Jose, I'm just drawing
Urquidy.
Yes. Drawing a blank. Completely drew a blank on him. You know you're going to have those two guys at the start of the year. And Lance is just whatever Lance is. To me, I think you got to be cautious right now, because the only thing is you're going to try to ramp him up quick.
Yeah.
And that to me doesn't make as much sense. This Kyle Tucker.
Boy, that's deflating, man.
That video.
Why did you show me that video? Why don't you just keep it to yourself?
See, that's what you and the listeners want me to do. Just not be honest with you.
Just keep it to yourself, man.
You watched it, Tyler? Have you seen him?
You were
it doesn't look good.
You haven't seen the video.
But I, for one, want to stay up to date, so I appreciate you, Ron. Thanks for looking out, bro.
Yeah, negative Nancy.
Ain't that cute? Ain't that cute?
I just said it's closer. Not close. Somebody said fire the med staff. What a joke. I don't know, man. Trying to figure out what kind of healing he's got.
I mean, he yelled that F word. Payne, that F word.
This is an aggressive. Yeah, that's an aggressive limp he's got right there.
I mean, what corner does Joe Espada think he's turning?
I don't think I know one thing.
I think he's turning the corner. What corner?
I know one thing.
Be honest with you, he couldn't physically turn a corner.
He can't turn. God, I was loading up for that.
Pivoting is hard with a bad knee. I know from experience.
I was loading up for that. He cannot turn a corner. Could you, like, right now, I just want to go out there and just say ask him to go do simple baseball things. Hey, go and run down the first and just round.
Make the turn.
Just
make the turn like it was a single, true single.
Just make it. Just,
show us a strong pivot.
I think he would get thrown out trying to get himself back.
Oh, man.
Like, I'm like just watching that short jog to go get that, to try to catch that ball, what he's doing to try to stop his movement, to stop his acceleration.
Right.
I mean, it is.
Well, yeah, even when he opened up.
He looks like he's a driver on snow.
Well, but he looks like he's giving you 15, 20%.
Yes.
Like he ain't even remotely interested in giving you 50.
He's thinking about it. It's clearly there. And, man, I'm bad, man. I didn't. Somebody said, can Kyle Tucker play first base? Guys, Kyle Tucker can't play anything on the diamond. He's not. He can't. That guy, go watch it. Go look at it. Go watch it and tell. Maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm not. That young man is that young man is hurting.
Kyle Tucker will have a hard time walking through the line post game. Shaking hands.
It was at that.
Oh man, boy, that's painful.
It looks like it clearly is painful for him.
The bad thing is, it pisses me off at Espada and Dana Brown. Anybody that's commented on his.
Well, at least Espada has been. Joe has been the one that's been a little tame on this.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Dana said he expects him this month. Joe said, I can't. I think it'd be aggressive for me to say this month.
Well, according to that video, Joe's more accurate.
Because Dana said something else. All right. Think about the stuff that you cared about, the stuff that mattered going into that first preseason game, seeing most of the ones play. Would you deem Friday's performance by the Texans as a successful performance? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, selling a home is sometimes full of catch-22.
Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and...
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Remember tomorrow, as Clint said earlier, it's a big day. Tomorrow, Texans Ticket Tuesday is back. You'll have a chance on our show at 5 o'clock in the 5 o'clock hour to win a pair of tickets, front row in the bullpen, front row seats for this game against the Giants coming up on Saturday. So stay tuned for that. Also on all the shows, 7 a.m. on Payne and Pendergast, noon on In the Loop, and then, as I said, 5 p.m. with us here on The Drive. Yes! There you go. All right. Look, all around, let's hear from it. 713-572-4610. I want to hear your honest thoughts on this. For everything that you cared about, and we talked about it a lot leading into the first preseason game where the starters, or many of the ones and the twos who were available to play, were going to play. And we saw a lot of them. CJ was out there. Nico was out there. Stephon Diggs played. Tank Dell obviously played. We saw a lot of guys out there. Was Friday's preseason game successful, do you think, for the Texans? Was it successful, do you think, for the Texans? I'll say this. No major injuries coming out of that thing. It's been some of the real impactful players is number one. So that already gives it a success. But beyond that, do you look at Friday's game as a success? Yeah, look, I thought it was a solid outing.
You've got a lot of established players, so it's really just a matter of getting your feet wet, going through the motions, trial and error, all your different communication. Sure, you've got some young guys that need to make some calls. I think they were able to do that. I'm talking about Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green on the offensive side of the football. So, I thought it was a solid outing, man. You got all of your guys on the offensive side of the football, with the exception of Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, and Joe Mixon, I believe, all your starters, with the exception of those three guys. They all got out there together, broke a sweat, scored a touchdown, had a 3-and-out, so there was an opportunity there to do some communicating on the sideline and test those channels and make sure everybody's sitting in the right spot and talking to the right coach and give them time to communicate with each other kind of deal. I think offensively it was an overall success. And I think defensively, given the starters that were out there, everybody wasn't out there, but Danielle Hunter in the first play of the game, Ron, I thought it was a screen. He beat the tackle so quick, I thought it was a screen.
He is a problem.
I mean, he is a major, major problem. When you get Will Anderson out there opposite Nico Autry inside with him, when you get 4 quarters of where he can just absolutely abuse offensive linemen, whether it's on the right side or the left side, golly, it's going to be fun to watch. And then my camp crush, if you will, Mario Edwards Jr., man. I mean, he showed up big time on a goal line stop down there and late in the game, and that's a lot of where we've seen Mario Edwards flash in camp, which he's flashed a lot. It was all pass rush situations typically. It's hard to see what defensive linemen are doing when there's no pads or anything like that on, but you can see that he's flashing in pass rush situations, and he's winning. And it's a welcome sight given what Danico Autry, the 6-game suspension Danico Autry has. But boy, to see him go down there running in a goal line situation, penetrate and make a big stop, that is even another layer to this Mario Edwards emerging at the right time thing.
Yeah, the defense clearly, I think, was a success. Right, that first drive they gave up a few plays, but then they kind of got down and did what they needed to do to get off the field, and then the next one was a 3-and-out. Obviously, I think they were helped with Justin Fields and the center exchange or whatever. But like you said, Danielle Hunter, that was a problem. 76 didn't. I just watched it again. 76 just didn't have a prayer whatsoever. So the defense to me looked every bit of what we've been seeing. They've been the more dominant side of the ball.
The thing that's interesting about Danielle Hunter is, like, if you don't have a Laramie Tunsil, Trent Williams, if you don't have a top end tackle, he's going to abuse whoever you put out there. You're just going to have to dedicate a tight end and a running back, or you're going to have to slide protect to him every single time to give that tackle inside help. I mean, it's
Clint. You just can't leave Laramie by himself. Like, you can't. Yeah. Not all game long.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Like, it's just. I mean, he is. And then the flip side of that is you've got Will Anderson opposite him, and so if just imagine if Will Anderson takes that next step. He was already a problem before with just his physicality and his the motor that just never stops. Right. He was already a problem. Now, if he takes that next step in terms of his pass rushing skill set, I mean, good gosh, man. I mean, from a pass rush perspective, they can be even better than we've talked about, and we've talked about them ad nauseum, to be honest with you.
Yeah. No, I thought the defense was great. To me, the offense, they have obviously the big play to Tank Dell, and that was good to see. They were helped, obviously, with the Tank Dell return as well to set them up in good field position. And I think there is something to, Brocker being in, Patterson being in a lot, Blake Fisher being in. I hope to see more progress in the run game in that. That was, to me, that jumped off. Yeah, because obviously this looks a lot different if CJ and Tank don't hook up for that play. Like, obviously, Clint, hell, I think potentially if that is incomplete or something like that, I think you may have gotten your wish. I think we may have seen that offense have to come back out one more time if they had stalled out again, because they were on their way to a 3-and-out. But it was real. And even when Davis came in, they still had Kenyon Green and Scruggs in, some of the guys that were getting playing time. That run game just seemed to struggle, and obviously it's preseason, but that was something that stuck out, was the hopes that gets better. I was hoping we'd see more, and maybe obviously Tunsil and Howard have something to do with it. But that was something that stuck out, that brings it a little bit from the complete 100% positive.
Yeah, the run game's got to get better. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, the run throughs, the not getting push on, like, play side, literally where you're going. There's too much. There's too much, whether it's just a lineman getting pushed back 2-3 yards, or it's the linebacker undercutting or getting over the top like in immediate fashion. That just, that can't happen in a run game. It don't matter who's back there. That can't happen in the run game. So they got to get better there, without a doubt.
Yeah, they got to get better there. But outside of really that it was a promising performance from the team overall. Even the second guys. Hey, what the hell was that about with Cam Johnston? Does Cam Johnston does him and Tank Dell have an issue? That punt return, Tank Dell
I saw what you're talking about. I don't know if they have an issue or not.
Tank Dell ran, and Cam Johnston, I think, should have got a 15-yard penalty for hitting him while he was out. Cam Johnston, the punter, who used to be the punter for the Texans. He's the punter now.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm with you.
For the Steelers, he came, hit Tank late, and then walked Tank down. Like, you don't see punters walk down.
Right.
He walked Tank down and headbutted him.
Was it before or after our punter, Tommy Townsend, did what he did?
Before.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Not long-haired Tommy. But that right there looked like to me like these guys were teammates last year, and Cam Johnston couldn't wait to get near Tank. That was weird.
Aussie was a bit fired up, huh? I missed that.
It was a walk. I mean, he had to walk a good 5 to 10 steps to get to continue towards him and headbutt him.
It wasn't even a real, like, it wasn't even Like, he was obviously amped out of his mind because he got a little bit of a hit, and he got over there and got physical with somebody. But it wasn't even that physical of a hit to stand over and flex on somebody.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I have never seen Cam Johnston stand or flex or do anything like that. Like it almost seemed like it was personal with Tank Dell.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not heard anything.
Go back and watch that.
Hey, I loved our guy tell that dude to catch the ball, bitch, though. That was hilarious. Catch the ball, bitch! Catch the ball, bitch!
Just rattle that off 3 times in a row.
I loved it. Punter crap talk is the best.
Yeah, the punters gotta wait for themselves. I guess they've been sitting over there on them third fields, and they need to get something. That caught me off because I rewound that like 3 or 4 times.
Punters were turned up on Friday night.
I said, "Damn!" Like Cam has been waiting for Tank Dell. That boy punted that. He saw who was back there. He said, "Damn it, I'm gonna get my hands on him. I want." Like, my God.
Chill out.
I'm just saying, that man got shot this offseason, man. Bygones be bygones, man.
Hey, on the flip side of that, I'm sure am excited if Tank Dell is going to be more involved in that return game this year.
Yeah, with the thought of not having to depend on him to be the next dude. Yeah, like to be a guy you have to have out there. Maybe that gives him a chance.
I mean, it's common sense, right? That they're not going to be able to in rhythm get him as many touches as you could before Diggs got there. So a couple of ways you can assure that 2, 3, 4 more touches a game is in that return game.
And he changed the field position right there. Very quick. All right, coming up, we'll give you the latest here with the Astros as there's some news out there with Kyle Tucker and Justin Verlander, and we should let you know about that and get you ready. Fromber night, can they get 6 in a row? And the news that came out from a very, very important player with the Texans wasn't able to make it through practice yesterday. We'll give you the latest on that as well.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until August 18th, 2024. While supplies last. Limitations apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf.
The big Dilf.
A.K.A. T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. we got a text message this weekend. Moneybags. Tyler Milner is in the building. We got one late.
Another heater has begun.
Another heater all weekend or just yesterday?
All weekend.
Yeah, there you go.
The Astros swept, bro.
So the Astros, they just make up 6 or 7 of the bets. Then
yesterday I went straight Astros bets, but Saturday I won on the Stros and a bunch of other baseball things.
You know, I thought you'd be a little subdued because you were out gambling.
One out there at Lake Charles, too,
boys.
boys.
At Lake Charles, I thought he would.
What'd you end up bringing home out there in Lake Charles?
At one point I was up over $2,000. I ended up bringing home about $1,000, about $1,000.
What was you playing?
Slots and blackjack.
What?
Yeah. Gold Nugget was good to me, boys.
Why are you standing there?
You were scratching your chin like you were fixing to say something.
I thought you were going to follow up. I was
like you asked the man what he was playing, and he told you. And what were you going to?
Just wondering what he was playing.
I know, but I thought you were having a follow-up.
You had that smile and smirk on your face like you had something to say.
No, I didn't have anything smart-ass to say. I was just waiting for your...
So you won physically and you won. Placing the sports. Good for you.
Yeah, a bunch of winning.
Good for you.
Green numbers everywhere.
So you're going to go to town now.
Makes me
Go
horny.
to town now. Yeah,
yep.
Go ahead.
Well, are we going to talk about his bets today at some point?
Oh, yeah, you might want to get them in quick here because they're East Coast, so they're playing early. What you got today?
Yeah, I'll give you my Astros bets for tonight. My lock.
Oh, he's got a lock.
Lock of the night right here.
Put your pants up.
Framber Valdez over 17.5 pitching outs. So basically you're betting that he will complete 6 innings of work. That is a lock, my friends. You want money, bet on over 17.5 pitching outs. Real quick, my other Astros bets. I got Bregman and Yordan over 1.5 bases for each of them. I threw a little bit at a Yiner Diaz home run prop. I hit on that recently, so I'm going to try to find it again. And the Houston Astros first 5 money line.
So they got to be winning.
Oh, and over 3.5 runs. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Let's win some money on a Monday.
Jumping in on any of that? I'm surprised he went.
Nah, I'm good.
Good.
Smart move. I do like the Framber bet.
Yeah, the 17 out.
The lock.
That's not bad. Speaking of Framber, let's look at the game before we look at some of the news and notes here about the Astros. Tonight, the Astros looking to try to get their 6th straight in Tampa. Tampa's made a lot of moves, traded some players, but they are still in the wild card hunt. They are a couple of games above 500. So this is a team that's still playing for something. And you just got to keep it going, man. What's happened is their starting pitching has been on point. And now with other news today that Yordan Alvarez and Alex Bregman are co-players of the week, those two guys in particular have gotten hot in the middle of that order and supplied a lot of run support. So they can just kind of keep this thing going. They're right now a better team than the Rays and just keep this thing rolling, trying to at least win another series.
Yeah, look, I think the wild card with this team, Tucker out kind of shifts things around a little bit, but the wild card is really the pitching, especially with no Verlander at this point in time, and they have been absolutely lights out. They have proven to be the strong point actually, and now the horses in your lineup have gotten hot, and you're winning some baseball games. I mean that's the way we talk a lot about Jake Myers and about the bottom 3 or 4 in the lineup and where should Dubon be and DeCenzo and all this other stuff. But the reality of it is, if 1 through 3 swinging the bat well, and this rotation continues to pitch the way that they've pitched, then you're going to win a lot of ball games.
Yeah, Seattle has won 4 straight. They just swept the Mets. They're off today, so you could gain full control of first place in the West. They head to Detroit to play the Tigers, who they just beat last week as well. So good to be seeing what's going on with the Astros as they are looking for 6 straight. By the way, some news and notes. Verlander will throw another rehab start later on this week, Clint. So he's getting close. Hearing he hit 96.
Justin Verlander.
There you go. Luis Garcia, news not as great. He is still on the just say shutdown. I mean, but we're gonna go with him. The no throw is what he is still on. He was when I say he, Joe Espada was asked if the team has made a final decision on his season. Being Luis Garcia, he said, obviously we're running out of days, but I am not in the position to say we're in the rest of the season, but the days are counting down. And then the other one there is Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker, who did some stuff out in the outfield today in Tampa, including catching fly balls, some jogging, some side-to-side movements, and according to Joe Espada, he thinks he's turning the corner, is what he said about Kyle Tucker. But when you watch that video, maybe he's turning the corner from a space we haven't been able to see yet, Clint. But from the way he looked on that video today, it does not look like he is somebody who is even that close to a rehab start.
Ron, he ain't turning the literal corner or the proverbial corner. He's jogging like at 20% maybe, and you can still see a limp. I mean, it's not. He's not. That's misleading. He's not turning a corner. He's not.
Unless he was really, really bad, Clint.
I mean, our only hope here of anything soon, which we don't necessarily, I don't know that we're going to need him anytime soon, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm okay as long as we keep pace and we keep scoring runs and pitching the way we have, then take your time. But the only way that this makes sense, Ron, is if he's just soft as hot butter. Man, it's got to be. I mean, if that's a real limp because there's still that much pain.
I was going to say he looks like pain. Or I mean, I don't know about pain, but he looks like it is.
Well, this is not good.
He is really favoring it, and I would imagine that it's coming from pain. So I don't know. He don't look close.
Right.
And
if that's legitimate pain and inability to move, jog. I mean, that's
he don't look. Yeah, he does.
He's a long ways away, boys.
And to be honest, it from that it don't look like if he does return, which I think he will. Like it's hard pressed to think he's going to be 100% even when he returns.
Which I'll take.
Yeah,
I'll take that bat in the lineup at 4 with a nice brisk jog, but I need 50% jog. I need at least a 50% jog. I mean, 20% you ain't well.
I don't know. I couldn't even deem the percentage he is, but it did not look good at all.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. Speaking of the Texans, they played their first preseason game, but they got back on the practice field yesterday, and many of you saw it. A lot of fans came out to witness the fellas on the practice field, and I think to me there were a couple of big things on the good side. Laramie Tunsil practiced for the first time.
Yes, sir.
Joe Mixon was out there for the first time in a while. And Christian Harris was also out there, Clint. By the way, Titus Howard, Kamari Lassiter still did not practice along with Will Anderson Jr., so those are ones to watch out for as well. But Christian Harris, we saw him for the very first time. And then Clint, he had to leave practice, and he was walking gingerly off the field, being assisted by a trainer on his first day back. And that is a bit alarming, Clint, because the reports were a lower leg injury, hamstring issue is what has had him out, and they have clearly taken their time and been cautious with him, and he wasn't able to finish the first practice. I am legit concerned about Christian Harris and his ability to be there week 1 against the Colts.
As well you should.
At this point now.
I thought this was a slow to intro training camp, kind of like Laramie Tunsil. I thought for sure with some of the comments that D'Amico Ryans was making that all was going to be well. Boy, for him to go out there in the first day that we see him on the practice field, you got to assume he re-injured or tweaked whatever the issue was. Clearly, he was doing more rehab than a slow intro, if you will. That probably explains why we didn't see him on the field pushing the sled with Laramie and things of that nature. So this is a problem. One, you don't have another Christian Harris. You don't have anybody on the roster that plays the linebacker position with the athletic ability, the explosion, the change of direction, the twitch, the cover ability. You don't have anybody on this roster that's even remotely close to Christian Harris in that department. So you're going to miss the player Christian Harris, obviously, and there is a large gap between him and whoever the depth player is. One of the biggest problems with this defense was depth at the linebacker position. And I say that because depth at the linebacker position, there's going to have to be a rotation whether guys are healthy or not. You're going to have to play multiple linebackers. And I question the depth and the quality of the depth beyond the first two guys. And now that depth is going to be strained in an even bigger way because it looks like Christian Harris, according to the reports, it doesn't look like he's just going to trot back on the field tomorrow.
I mean, what'd you say? We're less than 3 weeks away?
No, it's not less than 3. We're less than 4.
We're less than 4 weeks away?
We're about 3.5 weeks.
Right, 3 weeks away before you got to start getting the game plan in for the Colts.
Yeah.
And he's one of the guys because as you said, I think that's the point you're making, boy. Henry To'oTo'o, Neville Hewitt, Phillips, like those are the guys, Hanson, those are the guys that potentially, and we saw them have a lot of 3 linebacker sets out there in the game on Friday. Yeah. And that, you need to have those 2 out there. And honest to God, I think D'Amico has been eyeing using Christian Harris as more than, normal linebackers are used. I think he was going to potentially use him in playmaking situations. By the way, what he showed us towards the end of the year, and that's completely off the table. And now you got to, if he's going to miss some time, you got to just try to hold on with the guys that you got.
Well, you got to try to figure out because he is. I mean, he's an X factor on defense. Like when you play Lamar Jackson or when you play Richardson, he's a guy on this defense that gives you a chance in open field to make that play. Those are the kind of guys that one guy will have a shot at him for a 5-yard loss. That guy he doesn't even have a prayer. He's not even close to making the tackle. That ball carrier goes on to make a big throw, strains the defense, makes a big throw, or makes a big run and gets converts a big third down or gets a big chunk play and changes the entire game. Christian Harris is a guy that in the open field gives you a chance to make that tackle. Right? He gives you a chance to have a tackle for loss of 7 yards instead of, well, you miss that guy, he goes on and runs for 12. So it's a difference of 19 yards. So he's just he's that rare breed of linebacker in today's game that's physical enough to play inside, play the run, but can also athletically compete with these freaks that are at the quarterback position and obviously some of the guys at just the skill position. I expect at this point just a complete shot in the dark, but I expect Del'Shawn Phillips to be the guy that replaces him. Obviously, in running situations and when they want to go with more, I would say.
You think they need to add to the group?
I don't know. I don't know enough about the depth yet to know. Like, I don't know really how much do they like Jake Hansen? Is he a special teams guy that really isn't going to contribute much? If they think like Jake Hansen and Del'Shawn Phillips and a couple of these guys, like if they feel like they really have like Blake Cashman in their future where you come in and you just kind of make theirs, you play a lot of special teams, and all of a sudden you have some instincts that they've seen, and all of a sudden you get an opportunity and you go make 18, 19 tackles in a game. I don't know. I don't know if any of these guys have that in them. I have no ididea.
Yeah. Well, that's the latest.
That's the scary part. Is yes. I don't know that anybody really has any idea about the depth on this at linebacker.
Yeah. There's potential it may get tested. It's Christian Harris, who has been out like when I say out, like we haven't even seen him at any of the training camp. And the first day we see him in just helmets, just helmets, not pads. He didn't hit, just helmets. He's unable to finish the practice with a leg issue. So that's one to completely watch.
5 o'clock fire.
Damn, fellas, the Olympics is over. That was. I feel like I'll be honest. I feel like I was into it a little bit more than you two were.
Oh, you definitely are. I mean, you watch
very fair.
You watch 1990 rerun basketball in the background. So yeah,
that was my evening coming back, baby.
I have a real problem with
the reruns, the replays.
Yes, knowing the outcome and then watching the replay. Like the time difference really screws me up.
Yeah, I got it. I got into it, especially this weekend. Oh boy, Saturday and Sunday, and then catching it in real time, being up watching some of the games and the competition. It was fantastic. By the way, USA 126 total medals. They topped China, who had 91 behind them, and then China tie at 40. Women, 27 of the golds won by women athletes for the United States. So,
way to be, ladies.
It was. They did their thing. They did their thing. I'm gonna miss that thing, man. I was becoming appointment TV when I got home.
American woman.
I try to wield that. I try to wield that indoor volleyball game against Italy. Tried to will it.
Man, there was one Canadian volleyball player. I think I'm in love with her. I can't remember her name right now, but I'm pretty sure I'm in love with her. She was strong.
I mean, there's probably several of them in that volleyball world.
It was the two-woman volleyball. And one of those two girls stole my heart over the weekend.
And they lost their straight sets. 3 in a row. That was frustrating.
I'll console you, girl.
Chance to reclaim the gold.
Your shoulder to cry.
Do you remember where she's from? Told you Canada?
Canada.
He said Alberta, I think.
I don't know where.
You got a passport, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
No, he doesn't.
A lot of stamps in that thing.
Got a wife, too.
Oh, my bad, yeah.
What?
I forget. Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Hey, you see? Did you see the closing ceremony? See your boy Tom Cruise?
I did not. What did he do?
He did some live stunt, right?
And man, her was doing the national. She did the national anthem.
Who?
Her,
okay.
The artist. And then she looked up, started playing some more on her guitar. She looked up. Tom's at the top of the entire top of the arena or the stadium, and then Tom just took all the way down himself.
What was he? Was he parachuting?
It looked like he was like on a line, like coming on
a zip line,
almost something like that. Whatever Sting was coming out the rafters on.
Yeah, it was promoting Mission Impossible, right?
Well, no, he was getting an Olympic flag and taking it back to L.A.
Because it's with the Olympic.
Yeah. So
Tom was.
Tom. They got him. He rode his motorcycle out of there. They had some live to record it stuff, and then it ended up going to Red Hot Chili Peppers. I really, all I could think about was that song that you all try to play. That
you don't try to play. That's
really get upset because I don't get movement out of it.
Yeah, I mean,
and somehow Snoop got his way back to L.A. and was performing as well. So it was closing ceremonies. Yeah, Tom was wild for that. All right, coming up, the play of the game that I think got most Texans fans excited. We got to break it down because it means more than you think. That's coming up next.
All right, let's talk about Our Vision Homes, y'all. You have questions? Good, because they've got answers. Our Vision Homes has an information and design center in Magnolia, and they've got furnished model homes in Texas Grand Ranch and Republic Grand Ranch that are open 7 days a week. These places are spectacular. I've been to one of their
app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, 5 o'clock hour is on and rolling, and tomorrow you need to be listening to the 5 o'clock hour because Texans Ticket Tuesday is back. Wow. And it could happen in this segment tomorrow. It could happen in the first segment. It could happen in the last segment. But tomorrow, Texans Ticket Tuesday is back. It is back, and it is back throughout the entire station, starting at 7 a.m. At 7 a.m. on Payne and Pendergast. For those of you just getting in your cars, getting off work, and you're listening to the number one drive time show, sports show in all of Houston, here it is, 7 a.m. You can listen and have a chance to win a pair of front row tickets in the bullpen.
Front row?
Front row tickets in the bullpen for this game.
Can we win them?
No, coming up on Saturday. We don't need them. Coming up on Saturday.
Speak for yourself.
Pendergast and Payne.
I think they just changed it to speak. But no, your chance to win a pair of front row tickets in the bullpen right there. And you'll have a chance to do that coming up tomorrow, 7 a.m. on Payne and Pendergast, noon tomorrow, sharp on In the Loop, and then with us in the 5 o'clock hour. So in the 7 o'clock hour, the noon hour, and the 5 o'clock hour, you got to be listening right here on Sports Radio 610 for your chance to win a pair of tickets, front row pair of tickets to go see your Houston Texans take on the New York Giants. So that is coming up quickly tomorrow. So stay tuned for that as well. By the way, we were discussing this texter about Christian Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Relax on Christian Harris' hamstring. Not a long-term or surgical injury. Not even week by week 3. Texans defense will be good.
Damn, you got him out for another month. I mean, that's like another 2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, I ain't there. I can't relax. I'll be honest with you. I mean, this is an X factor on the defense.
There are other positions that I would feel a little bit more comfortable with. Like if at corner, if you had to hold it down with Jeff Okudah or C.J. Henderson. At an end, if you had to hold it down like Will is out right now with Barnett or something else. Like there are some spots, right? I don't know about that linebacker spot. I feel like those two, 0 and 48, got to be in there.
Yeah, no. Look, there is zero doubt about it. I'm not at a point where I can relax with Chris. I could relax with Christian Harris up until the report that he walked gingerly off the field and couldn't get through one practice, and the fact that it's a hamstring that has kept him out of training camp for roughly 3 weeks at this point, and pushed him back out after half a practice. Yeah, so I can't relax with Christian Harris. This guy is. When it comes to the Texans defense, when it comes to D'Amico Ryan's defense, for me, this guy's the X factor. I mean, this is a guy. Again, week 1, Anthony Richardson is going to come in here, and now unless they're pulling our chain, I don't think Shane Steichen in Indianapolis is going to hold back. I think they're going to run the football. They're going to run their entire offense with Anthony Richardson. And if you want to have a chance in open field, if you want to have a chance to play the run, that type of run with a quarterback plus 1 run game involved, if you want to have that. The best chance to stop that, Christian Harris needs to be a big part of it. And unless somebody just all of a sudden jumps on the scene, there's nobody even remotely close to Christian Harris on this football team at the linebacker position. I mean, I don't even think. Look, I like Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yeah, you mean him.
I like him, but I don't. His ceiling, he's not. I don't want him in open field with Anthony Richardson or Lamar Jackson.
That's who I was thinking of. Anthony Richardson, Caleb Williams in week 2.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, Christian Harris is on a whole different planet, and you got to think with all the comments that D'Amico Ryan's made about him in terms of being the most talented linebacker he's ever coached. I mean, that's a mouthful. That guy not being there, even if it is till week 3, that guy not being there, yeah, I
wasn't even thinking that. Tyler. I was thinking maybe the first week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where I don't know where that texter got week 3, but damn.
Let me ask you both this real quick. Do you fellas believe this is going to be a tight AFC South race? Like,
yes.
Do you think this is going to be within a couple of games? Like, you don't think it's tight like it was last year, where you had 3 teams vying for. I think it's going to be a tight division.
Yeah, I think it will be too.
I'm alone here.
And to me, like 3 games without Christian Harris and 3 games, just based off what the texter said, 3 games without Christian Harris with potentially Henry To'oTo'o in for those, or Neville Hewitt or Jake Hansen or Delshon Phillips in for those in a division that could be tightly contested. I mean, those, like one of their top defensive guys. That's with this schedule, with this year's schedule. That is one that you don't want to push.
Yeah,
push. So I think there is some valid concerns.
I think the Texans are a like, if it were just line up and play the same schedule, I think the Texans could potentially run away with the division. Yeah, but unfortunately, that's not what it is. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, when you look at the Colts and the Jags, I mean,
I'm scared to ask Tyler this question, but go ahead.
No, I'm just. I mean, the schedules are completely different, and so that's the part that, that's the part that I think levels the playing field here in the division.
How many games do you think the Texans win the division by, Tyler? I'm just curious. If you don't think it's going to be tight.
I'd say at minimum 3, but more likely 4 or 5.
They're going to win. They're going to win.
My God, dog.
12 or 13 games.
I'm telling you, baby. Go ahead with it.
My honest opinion.
Step the hell out. My man said at minimum 3.
I think there is a clear squad in the AFC South.
Did anybody
that everything's going to be running through for really years to come until otherwise noted.
3, minimum 3, but really 4 or 5.
Oh yeah,
I like that, man.
That's say it with your chest.
You see that look you gave? You see that look you gave me? That's the look I thought you would give me when you talked about.
No, not at all. I mean, that's just went through.
Go ahead with him, baby.
Practice yesterday, last night.
Because to me, I think this is going to be a 1 to 2 game separation, and maybe because really 2 games is pretty. Like if a team went what 12-5, and another team went 10-7. That's a pretty decent separation. But no, this they're going to need Christian Harris. Go multiple weeks without Christian Harris. Is that as you said, D'Amico can scheme things.
Yeah, that's it.
But sometimes with Anthony Richardson in the hole, like and him running the football with Jonathan Taylor, and that's hard. And Caleb is another athletic guy that gets around and they use his legs too.
Well, that's the thing, Ron, is like there's like I think over a 10 or 12, definitely 17 or 18, like over that span of games, I think D'Amico Ryans will overcome it. The problem is with this year's schedule, the opponent it's gonna be more difficult to overcome it. The problem is that when you get into the playoffs, and I'm not saying he's gonna be, I'm just saying him. I'm just talking the thought of D'Amico Ryans, being the advantage that he is. At some point in the playoffs, at some point late in the season, there's gonna be a handful of games this year where it's pretty even. Both teams have offensive and defensive coordinators that are game changers. And it's going to be more about the Jimmies and Joes. And if you've got a couple of your main guys, especially somebody like Christian Harris injured, that could hurt big time. Yeah. So, I mean, all eyes should be on Christian Harris. This is the biggest news to come out of training camp so far is one, he is not a slow intro to camp. There clearly was a severe hamstring injury. A significant, I guess is a better word, significant hamstring injury, I think is what it was, and he didn't even make it through one practice. Yeah. This is something to concern yourself with.
As you said earlier, hamstrings those aren't fast healers.
Yeah, I need to confirm. Is it right? It was a hamstring? Is that what somebody reported on that long list you read last week? I thought it had a hamstring on there.
There's some of that reported. All right, the 2 things there that jump out from the game. Again, that play with Tank Dell and what that means, and then a big talking point going into the game, Dameon Pierce. Is he in trouble? is he potentially in trouble when it comes to the second back? We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
Have you heard? A new era of In the
Discoveries gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Live Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. By the way, the Astros are going to get started here in a bit. Big one here against Tampa. So we'll keep you updated for that with that as well as we continue rolling through. All right, let me hear that Tank Dell touchdown. Let me hear Vandy, because I know Vandy couldn't wait to get that thing off right there, baby. Tank Dell with the biggest play of the game for that first team offense. And really, be honest with you, that pretty much shut down CJ and a lot of the ones from entering the game again. But this was the touchdown pass from CJ Stroud to Tank Dell.
CJ gets to the middle, and he's got his man across the 10-5, cutting inside. Dell breaks a tackle. Touchdown, Houston! Tank Dell with the TD catch and run off the arm of CJ Stroud.
Boy, what a throw. He just lasered it in to Tank Dell. And then afterwards, the run after the catch. Just so much speed, and he put on a little weight. Added some strength this offseason. Not a lot, but enough to break tackles and get himself into the end zone. He's in midseason form already.
There was, I'll be honest with you, we talked about it earlier, like these drives weren't exactly, that was their second drive. They weren't exactly crushing it, the offense. They were headed to another 3 and out, and I think they would have had to come back on the field for one more drive, one more possession, had they not made that play. But it was a huge play, and like Andre said, Clint, he put that in a window, an NFL window, and got that throw, and then Tank did the rest afterwards. But I know for you looked at that, and that's just a precursor to how difficult this Texans offense is going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to cover this crew, man. I mean, they if you just look at the play, obviously it was a great throw and catch and run after the catch by Tank Dell. No surprise, shouldn't surprise anybody. I mean, this guy is just absolutely he's not going to be denied. He's a guy that has great chemistry with his quarterback, puts in all the work, but then there's just certain guys you play with, man, that have a knack for getting open. They have a knack for the ball coming their way or making guys miss when really they have no business making guys miss. So on top of being the small, shifty, fast athlete that he is, he's got that special knack, that special it factor on the field where he just exceeds any expectations. Don't matter who you bring in and what competition you put with him, this dude's going to get his touches. He's going to get open. He's going to get his touches, and he's going to make it hard for you to have him on the sideline. So, again, great catch, great throw. But for me, this play – it's the first time this week that last week was the first time that we saw 4 of the big 5 on the field together, right? There was no Joe Mixon, so the running back wasn't there, but you had Stephon Diggs, you had Tank Dell, you had Nico Collins, you had Dalton Schultz, right? These guys are viewed as one of, if not the best starting skilled group in football. And I think this play is just, it's so much bigger than a quarterback making a throw and a wide receiver making a catch and run. If you look at the play, and if we just look at the defense's alignment, you've got a 3-by-1 formation. You got 3 pass catchers to the left of C.J. Stroud, and you got Nico Collins to the right. We all know how the great season that Nico Collins had, right? They've got a corner pressed up on Nico Collins and a safety rolled over the top of Nico Collins. They end up playing cover 2 with a safety rolled over the top of him and a corner pressed up on him. I don't know if that's just their preseason call. I don't know if they're really, that kind of thing. I have no idea. But if you just look at it and talk ball, they are shading to Nico Collins. They are giving Nico Collins extra attention. So that tells C.J. Stroud immediately, okay, I'm going to work strong. And when I do work strong, I got the most targeted receiver in all of football the last handful of years. Tank Dell, one of the most gifted small receivers in the game, and Dalton Schultz, who's not a bad pass catcher himself. So you just look at the alignment, and it tells you they're shaded towards Nico Collins. And then after the ball snap, you look at the immediate threat this team is, right? From the left side of the quarterback, Diggs runs at the opposite safety, full speed, and which forces him to keep his width, if you will. Don't close towards where Tank ended up catching the ball. Keep your width. So you're talking about, again, one of the most targeted guys in the game. Definitely a big-time threat. And then you've got Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins who are running shallower routes. And the linebackers, the safety that dropped in the hole, the one corner that is playing underneath, all of those guys have attention on Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins, right? So whether it's Diggs pulling them deep, Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz pulling them down, even if it's just their eyes, right? They're late to react to the ball. Those two guys pulling them down, and then you've got a tremendous route ran by Tank Dell, the outside release. He keeps the corner that widens to play that half. He keeps that guy really wide and creates just an easy throw in the for C.J. Stroud. The guy that wins in all this is C.J. Stroud because his picture becomes so clear. You know, Diggs is running at one safety, keeping him wide. Tank is releasing outside to force the other safety wide. Two guys are underneath to pull the linebacker coverage down, and boom, there's a void. You just lay it in the void. It's so simple for C.J. Stroud, and it's not like this all the time. But this is just a really good play. If you just look at a couple of things, the defensive alignment or what happens post-snap, the threat of all of these guys, it's just you can't play soft on Nico because you saw what he did last year. You can't play soft on Dalton Schultz because he's always on the same page with C.J. Stroud, right? I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Great touchdown, great play, Tank Dell, great play, C.J. Stroud. But if you really look at this play, man, this is an indication of how much of a threat, how these guys can truly threaten the defense. There's no defense, if you will, to stop all these guys.
Yeah, I think he could have hit Schultz if he wanted to. I think there were other areas he could have gone. But yeah, like you said, it's would you say an easy picture for him to look at?
Yeah, it's just a really clear picture, man. Big. I mean, look at the window. I'm looking at it right now on film. The window between the backer that buzzes to take the flats out there where Schultz is to the next defender. I mean, it's a 10-yard window in a zone defense. I mean, that's a 10-yard window. Close windows. It's a 10-yard window, Ron, and there are 5 defenders across the field. I mean, it's a zone coverage with 2 safeties over the top and 5 underneath defenders, and one of the underneath windows is literally 10 yards wide, and it happens to be the one he's looking at. So. Yeah, I mean, Nico Collins could have got that ball easy.
Yeah, Nico coming across on the drag. Yeah, it was.
So,
but they're going to see that a lot, though. He's going to see opportunities where teams are trying to take something away, but you have guys that can win. And if he has protection, they're going to win.
The thing he's got, Ron, the thing that makes this so, to me, so unique is if you can keep all these guys on the same page. And like I said, if Nico and Dalton Schultz know how important it is to step on the toes of those linebackers and keep your depth and really draw them down, right? And if Diggs knows, hey, I got to bust it, man. I can't jog just because I know I'm not getting the ball. I got to haul ass right at that safety and keep him wider and wide. You know, if Tank knows I've got to release outside and widen this, if they know those details and they commit to them, I mean, as a group, right? It's as beautiful as it is to have one guy that can just go up and make 50-50 ball catches and can go run past anybody in the game kind of deal, as beautiful as that is, if you get 4 or 5 pass catchers that understand spacing and understand manipulating the defense and they all work together, they all understand it, I mean, the quarterback's job is just so much easier. I mean, like right there on that play, if Dalton Schultz runs a route, supposed to screws the whole thing up. You know what I mean? I mean, it's to have those guys not just as good as they are, but all seem to be understanding and committed to playing the details. Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud's job's really easy, man.
No, yeah.
I mean, it's all relatively speaking. I'm not saying that C.J. deserves all the credit he gets. Don't get me wrong.
I just answered this one.
For somebody who at least in year one has shown to be able to read and understand what defenses are trying to do to him, and especially those two together, it make it easier for him. at times. We'll see what happens. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Andre Ware and Indy Kalu will join the fellas tonight, so stay tuned for that. And then after that, Area 45, live and local until 11 o'clock as Bijani and Creighton will have the postgame show for you. And it'll be a little earlier because they've already started right now as Altuve is at the plate to start the game as the Astros are going to try to continue this win streak, looking for 6 in a row facing the Tampa Bay Rays. So that is coming up behind us. Remember tomorrow, important, stay with us, your chance to win a pair of tickets, front row tickets, in the bullpen. Starting at 7 a.m. is your first opportunity on Payne and Pendergast. At noon in that hour, in the 7 o'clock hour, and in the noon hour on In the Loop, and then with us in the 5 o'clock hour. Tomorrow, your chance to win tickets. You have a chance to see us. By the way, Damian, I don't think it's panic time yet. But you got to start giving us more than 1 yard of carry. And hopefully this next game he plays with at least one of his tackles, if not both of his tackles, in his starting offensive line to have a chance. But four carries for 4